There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. At that time, Vermilion Bird Star was just a nearly desolate cultivation planet, and the highest-ranking cultivators in the Fire Flame Kingdom only reached the nascent soul stage. The woman's nostalgic expression deepened. She had left Vermilion Bird Star a long time ago, but those memories were unforgettable. As she spoke, almost all the cultivators in the inn heard her, and some even stepped forward, their expressions showing intense concentration. Vermilion Bird Star, that's the hometown of the venerable Feng. He must have grown up there, gradually achieving the glory he has today. The middle-aged man sighed softly. I am a cultivator from the Fire Flame Kingdom. After the Fire Flame Kingdom suffered a great upheaval, I had no choice but to seek refuge in the Xuanwu Kingdom. The Xuanwu Kingdom disagreed, leading to a war between the two cultivation nations. The scene of the slaughter from that year flashed before the woman's eyes. Ma Liang, perhaps he really is Feng Zan. Even though he was only a foundation establishment cultivator at the time, he was extremely vigilant. It's said that among those who died at his hands, there were over 100 cultivators of the same level. The gentle voice of the woman slowly echoed through the inn. These words immediately caused a stir among the surrounding cultivators. A foundation establishment cultivator killing over 100 cultivators of the same level. This is almost impossible. Nothing is impossible. How could Feng Zun be someone we can predict? The lower the cultivation level, the smaller the difference. But the ability of foundation establishment cultivators to wield divine abilities and magical artifacts is extremely limited. Unexpectedly, Feng Zun possessed such power at that time. No wonder in the battle at Yunhai, Feng Zun was able to defy the heavens and earth. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the man in white opened the hotel door and entered. After touching his nose, he walked to the black-robed cultivator, offering a gentle smile to the agitated cultivator. He pressed his right hand down on the void below, and the kneeling black-robed cultivator was placed back on the chair. Master, this black-robed cultivator was 13, his eyes filled with excitement, his mind blank. Wang Lin's sudden appearance had caught 13 completely off guard. This young man in white was Wang Lin. After dealing with matters at Jiao River, Wang Lin wanted to return to Vermilion Bird Star to pay respects to his parents and also intended to refine the 3 fundamental principles of cause and effect, life and death, and truth and falsehood. On his way, he sensed 13's aura and the aura of the ancient demon's clone, which is why he came here. Seeing 13 mature before him, Wang Lin's expression brightened. He still remembered the first time he saw 13 in the demon's spirit land. The latter's unwavering resolve and loyalty remained unchanged even after so many years. This kid is becoming more and more like me back then, Wang Lin sighed softly. 13's entire aura was icy cold, somewhat similar to when he was on Vermilion Bird Star. 13 took a deep breath, about to speak, but seeing Wang Lin shake his head slightly, he remained silent, though the fervor and reverence on his face were extremely intense. To him, Wang Lin was his master and his benefactor. The other man had changed his life. This kindness, even if he became a ghost, he would never forget. He was 13, the loyal and cold 13. After the battle that year, there has been no news of him. I still remember that before he was about to leave the Fire Flame Kingdom, I met him once. The woman's words caused the surrounding murmurs to slowly subside. No one paid attention to the young man in white who had just entered through the door. All their attention was drawn to the words of the woman in purple. Afterward, I heard that he rescued Li Muan, was chased by a core formation cultivator, and entered an extremely dangerous place on Vermilion Bird Star called the Demonic Cultivation Sea. The woman in purple's voice was slow, as if reminiscing, echoing within the inn. Hearing her words, Wang Lin picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and a look of time seemed to shift in his eyes, a slow smile appearing on his face. His memories were stirred. He still remembered Li Muan's helpless gaze pleading for help when she was being pursued by that core formation cultivator. 13 picked up the wine gourd and filled his master's cup. A core formation cultivator, hemph. That core formation cultivator might still be alive. Back then, he unexpectedly had the audacity to arrogantly pursue Feng Zun. If he's still alive, his cultivation level is obviously not very high. Even if Feng Zun disdained him, I would still take him away to refine his soul and kill him. That's right, provoking Feng Zun was provoking all the fellow cultivators in the 4 major star domains of our realm. Miss Chu, what was the name of that wicked cultivator who pursued Feng Zun back then? I've forgotten after that. I didn't see Feng Zun again. It's just that hundreds of years later, I heard that a cultivator named Wang Lin did something shocking on Jukestar. He was originally a cultivator from Zhao Kingdom. Back then, when he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he provoked a nascent soul cultivator surnamed Teng, and his entire family was killed. The woman in purple shook her head and said softly. Many of the cultivators were hearing this story for the first time, and they all fell silent. They could imagine the unbearable pain Feng Zun must have endured after everything he went through. Then he returned to Zhao Kingdom and committed a heinous act that terrified the entire Vermilion Bird Star. Zhao Kingdom was drenched in blood, truly a river of blood. The entire family of that nascent soul cultivator, from childhood to adulthood, perished. Not a single person survived. He showed no mercy, unleashing all the hatred from that year. Anyone with the Tang family bloodline had to die. It is rumored that at that time, the sky over Zhao Kingdom was a blood-red color. The gentle voice of the woman in purple echoed in the ears of the surrounding cultivators, seemingly transporting them to a strange world, making them feel an overwhelming sense of hatred and death. It seemed they could hear an earth-shattering roar after the great revenge had been taken, after the entire clan of the enemy had been slaughtered, eradicating them completely and leaving no trace. Wang Lin remained silent, sipping his wine, a sorrowful expression in his eyes. 13, beside him, kept refilling his glass. This was the first time he had heard Wang Lin's story, and he too fell silent. Yes, that's true revenge. That young nascent soul cultivator from the Tang family truly deserved to die. And as for his whole family, some cultivators disagreed. HMPH, you're not Feng Zun. How can you understand Feng Zun's grief back then? How can you understand the despair of having your whole family killed? I don't think Feng Zun's actions back then were excessive. While everyone was discussing, the voice of the woman in purple continued to ring out. Wang Lin took another sip of wine, then put down the cup and looked into the distance. He truly missed home. He missed his parents. He wanted to go back to pay his respects. He wanted to visit their graves. Let's go. Wang Lin stood up and walked out of the hotel. 13 left a few spirit stones on the table and followed Wang Lin. I've only heard rumors about Feng Zun's past. He originally had the opportunity to become the leader of the Vermilion Bird Star, but he ultimately gave up. There's still a statue of him guarding the Vermilion Bird Star. The woman in purple was speaking softly when she suddenly seemed to notice something, unconsciously turning to look towards the door at the back of the hotel. Her gaze swept past 13 and settled on Wang Lin's back. This person looks familiar. Wang Lin opened the hotel door, glanced back at the woman in purple who was staring at him intently. A smile appeared on his face. He gently shook his head, and then walked out. 13 followed him, and together with Wang Lin, they left the hotel. The woman in purple trembled, her whole body frozen in place. In her eyes, there was only the smile of the man in white, and a figure that was becoming increasingly familiar, increasingly resembling the figure in her mind. It seems he is. The woman in purple was shaken, somewhat disbelieving, her mind blank, only that smile becoming more and more deeply etched, as if wanting to leap out of her soul. It's him. Sister, what's wrong? The woman in pink beside her saw her stunned sister and gently nudged her, following her gaze to look behind her, but only saw the door gently swaying. Not only her, but even the surrounding cultivators looked back, but beyond the weakly moving door, there was no one else. Nothing. This woman in purple was named Chuzi Hong. After instinctively tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she fell silent for a moment, then gently recounted the events from her memories. A smile gradually appeared on her lips as she spoke, the image of Wang Lin's smile as he turned around flashing through her mind. On this trading cultivation planet, atop the highest mountain peak, the wind howled, as if wanting to sweep the earth into the sky. On that mountaintop, Wang Lin stood, while 13 knelt on one knee opposite him. Master, 13 begs to serve you. 13, you are the first disciple I have taken, and the one who has followed me the longest. Wang Lin's voice was gentle. He looked at 13 with a kind expression. 13 nodded softly, his gaze filled with longing. Wang Lin was both his teacher and his father. But if a young child wants to grow up, they must face the wind and rain on their own, experience the boundless expanse of heaven and earth alone, and in that storm, become a phoenix soaring above the 9 heavens. You must first do this well. Wang Lin patted 13's shoulder, speaking softly. But Master, 13 was about to speak, but Wang Lin shook his head, stopping him. 13, my disciple cannot be the kind of cultivator who, under my protection, can only gaze at the sky. My disciple must possess a will to defy heaven, a steadfast determination to conquer the world. Wang Lin looked at 13, slowly opening his mouth. My disciple must become a dragon among men, soaring above the 9 heavens. Only in the reverence of tens of thousands of cultivators can he say he is my disciple. Master, 13's expression was respectful, nodding repeatedly. Of course, if anyone disrespects you, I, your master, will absolutely not allow it. From now on, you will bear the title of my disciple and begin your own path of cultivation. 13. Among his disciples, 13 was the one Wang Lin cared for the most and treated with the most indulgence. He said this while raising his hand and patting 13 on the head. An invisible ripple, centered around the two individuals and the mountain, spread outwards in all directions. A rumbling sound echoed, this invisible ripple seemingly shaking heaven and earth, possessing boundless power. With this single strike, Wang Lin transformed the essence of lightning and fire that he had comprehended into a seed, planting it deep within 13's soul. I won't give you any magical artifacts, only this seed of essence. 13's body trembled. As Wang Lin's strike descended, a golden seed unexpectedly condensed in his mind. This golden seed contained Wang Lin's profound insights into lightning and fire. It was the aura of the 3rd stage. Within this seed lies the immortal bloodline power of Wang Lin, which is why it is golden. This single seed is enough to be considered a treasure of heaven and earth. Its preciousness could even spark a fierce battle. At this moment, Wang Lin bestowed it upon his first disciple, 13. I'm leaving now. Wang Lin gazed deeply at 13, took the ancient demon statue from him, then turned and ascended into the air, gradually dissipating. Just as he completely vanished, he seemed to turn back, his gaze like that of a father looking at his son, and gently nodded towards 13 below. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't disappoint your conscience. Therefore, even if you cause great disaster, you have your master. You should find a woman you love, and not end up like me. 13 bit his lip, tears streaming down his face. He silently watched his master walk away, then knelt there and bowed 9 times. Wang Lin walked silently through the starry sky. He came alone, and he left alone. For over 2,000 years, this solitude seemed to have become a habit for him. He was used to gazing alone at the glittering nebulae in the starry sky, used to enjoying that indescribable silence alone. He had long since become accustomed to it. He didn't immediately absorb the ancient demon statue into his left eye, but placed it in his storage space. At this moment, he could still maintain the explosive power of the repulsive force. Only by absorbing it at the most crucial moment would the ancient demon statue be effective. If he could avoid absorbing it, Wang Lin wouldn't want to. He wanted to wait for the ancient demon statue to grow a little bigger. As for the ancient demon he had captured in Luotia, it was still sealed within his storage space, not yet ready for use. That year, he had promised him a way to survive, a promise Wang Lin never forgot. The starry sky was as silent as night. Only the rumbling sounds of cultivators battling echoed. At this moment, in that tranquil starry sky, Wang Lin walked step by step towards the distance. His speed seemed leisurely, but in reality each step covered an infinite distance, no different from the technique of shrinking the ground into inches, merging seamlessly into the heavens and earth. Wang Lin didn't go to the immortal realm, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't have enough time. After passing the hidden gate of the immortal realm, Wang Lin glanced back briefly, then turned and left. He wanted to bring that madman back first. In the Kungsa star domain, in another border region, in a vast expanse of empty space, there was a cultivation planet. This planet wasn't the Vermilion Bird Star, but a level 7 cultivation planet. Many smaller planets circled around it. From afar, it appeared very peaceful. This wasn't because of the emptiness, but because there weren't many cultivators here. At this moment, on this cultivation planet, in Immortal City, autumn had arrived. Gusts of autumn wind swept across the land, entering each house as if carrying something away. This was a small city, not very crowded. The streets were sparsely populated, with only the awnings of a few shops swaying in the wind, looking somewhat desolate. In the small shops at the corners of the alleys, the shop assistants mostly yawned and lazily chatted amongst themselves, but the chill was still palpable when the autumn wind blew. A faint rustling sound echoed from the ground, dry earth being tossed about by the wind, scattering in all directions along the roads. Some branches were blown into these small stalls, obstructed by the awnings, scattering to the sides and flying away into the distance. Others were blown from the ground by the wind, swirling in circles, flying in different directions along the road, snapping and hitting passers-by. A man, swaggering ahead with 2 people following behind, seemed to be whispering something to them, making him chuckle with satisfaction. His laughter was cut short by a branch hitting his face. Muttering to himself, he slapped his face, then threw the branch to the ground, leaping up and stomping down repeatedly. As he stomped, he roared, "Just a mere branch dares to strike me. Haha, let's see how I'll deal with you." This person stomped on the branch for more than 10 breaths, until another gust of wind blew, carrying the branch away. Only then did he reluctantly give up. He was the madman, and the 2 behind him were Siliguo and Liu Jinbiao. These 2 were also familiar with the madman's actions, exchanging glances. "Oh, Liu, I still feel like there's something fishy about his words. He won't find out, will he?" Siliguo glared, watching the branch fly away, and whispered to Liu Jinbiao, "According to my analysis, this man is truly insane." "He definitely won't find out, Mr. Su, rest assured," Liu Jinbiao replied, stroking his chin. Siliguo nodded, trusting Liu Jinbiao's judgment. These past few days, the 2 of them had conspired to trick this madman and had reaped considerable benefits. Thinking this, a fawning expression quickly appeared on Siliguo's face. He stepped forward, patted the madman's shoulder, glared fiercely at the flying branch, and said, "That's right, stomp it to death. It dared to disrespect the prince. Prince, let me go catch it and bring it back for you to trample on again." The madman waved his hand, laughing triumphantly. "All right, I'll spare this branch. Su, where is your little lady? Quickly lead me to find her. If you can satisfy me, I will reward you." Siliguo's eyes lit up at the mention of a reward. Only Liu Jinbiao, standing beside him, cleared his throat, his expression calm and unmoved. "Your Highness, the previous ones didn't catch your eye. This time I, Siliguo, have put in a lot of effort to find another one. This time you will surely be satisfied." But before Siliguo could finish speaking, the madman raised his right hand and bit down, causing fresh blood to gush out and splash onto Siliguo. "Enough!" Siliguo's face lit up with excitement as he carefully caught the drops of blood, then nodded quickly. Even Liu Jinbia's eyes gleamed, and after licking his lips, he regained his composure, but his eyes occasionally darted towards Siliguo. While the madman was impatiently waiting, the 3 of them reached the end of the street. There was a shop there. Liu Jinbiao went ahead and entered. After waiting for Siliguo and the madman to go inside, he immediately closed the door, performing several hand seals to lock the door behind him, then turned and hurried after them. Why is it so troublesome? Before he could get close, he heard the madman's screams. In the backyard of this shop, there was a teleportation array, a very rudimentary one, obviously recently set up. The madman stood outside the teleportation array, shouting at Siliguo. Siliguo, with a fawning expression, rubbed his hands together and chuckled softly, saying, "Your Highness, good things are often hard to come by. The person I found for you this time is a cultivator who has reached the young realm. She was initially unwilling, but I had to spend a lot of effort persuading her to reluctantly agree. However, her status is noble, and she's very afraid of outsiders finding out, so we obviously have to be careful." The madman's face showed impatience. Covering his mouth, he muttered, "I've been here many times already, and I've never succeeded. If I don't succeed this time, I won't play anymore. What do you think there is to play there? What interesting things have I not tried?" Suligo chuckled, his expression showing a hint of fascination, and hastily said, "Wait a moment. After your Highness has savored the taste, you will surely see that my words are not at all false. However, to open this formation, I don't have many spirit stones on me." The madman hesitated, then bit his finger again. A drop of fresh blood splashing towards Suligo, muttering discontentedly, "My blood is very precious." Back then, ignoring the madman's words, Suligo excitedly caught the drop of blood, carefully collecting it before looking at Liu Jinbao. Liu Jinbao remained calm, and without any apparent method, he activated the teleportation formation while the madman wasn't paying attention. A flash of light, and the three disappeared. In a mountain valley, the formation's light flickered, and the three reappeared. Not long after, the madman roared again. "Why are there still teleportation arrays, Your Majesty? I'm not flying anymore." It's unclear what Suligo did to persuade him afterward, but half a day later, the teleportation array's light flickered again, and the valley fell silent. Thus, amidst the madman's furious shouts, from then on islands, mountains, plains, basins, and in many places, the light of teleportation arrays flickered one after another. The madman's shouts grew increasingly intense. "How many teleportation arrays are there? This time I really am not playing anymore. You're too arrogant, too outrageous. I'll tell your master." These final words had an effect. Beside the teleportation array on a small island, Suligo's body trembled. Even Liu Jinbao narrowed his eyes, quickly looking towards Suligo. This one sentence seemed to have terrified them both. Their efforts over the past few days had been focused on making that madman forget about telling their master. Suligo's mind was also shaken. He had almost forgotten about that killer these past few days, and now he hastily said, "It's the last one. This is the last one. We don't need spirit stones anymore. We can see that woman now." But at this moment, in the starry sky outside this cultivation planet, a ripple appeared, and Wang Lin's figure emerged. He glanced at the cultivation planet head, suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his eyes flashed with cold light. "Foolish, in the northwest of this cultivation planet, amidst towering mountains, the spiritual energy was abundant. The foothills were covered in dense vegetation, stretching as far as the eye could see. The thick foliage obscured the sunlight, keeping the soil damp year-round. Deep within this forest stood a solitary mountain. Though not tall, it was shrouded in mist, appearing from afar like a foggy peak, ethereal and mysterious. A beam of light from a formation suddenly flashed from within the mountain's peak. The light pierced through the mountain's summit, emerging from the surrounding mist. The light lasted for a few breaths before slowly fading. Inside the mountain, surprisingly, lay a cave, pitch black and vaguely emanating an eerie atmosphere. Inside the cave was a teleportation array, and the light emanating from it was the source of the energy. As the light gradually faded, three figures emerged from within, one of whom was the madman. The madman stared at the cave, scratching his head and muttering, "You're making me blind, damn it. Where is this place?" Suligo suppressed his excitement, hurriedly stepped out of the array, and after clearing his throat, fawned over the madman with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, we've arrived. This is the place. Please wait a moment. Let me go see if that young lady is ready." Liu Jinbao emerged from the formation, swung his sleeve, and grabbed a nearby stone chair, placing it beside him. A fawning smile appeared on his face as he helped the madman sit down. He then stood behind him, stroking his shoulder. While stroking, Liu Jinbao was very skillful, applying varying pressure with great finesse, making the madman very comfortable, closing his eyes to enjoy it. After a while, Liu Jinbao stopped, walked to the madman's side, knelt down respectfully, bowed his head, and remained silent. The madman waited for a moment, then opened his eyes in confusion, looked at Liu Jinbao, scratched his head, and mumbled, "Is that all? So fast?" Please reward me, Your Highness, Liu Jinbia said in a low voice, without raising his head. The madman was startled for a moment, then mumbled, "A few pinchings, and you want a reward?" "No, my fresh blood is very precious, back then." Before he could finish speaking, Liu Jinbia raised his head, looked at the madman, his expression serious, and said in a low voice, "Please, Your Highness, reward me." The madman was furious, stood up and shouted, "No means no." Facing the madman's roar, Liu Jinbia remained calm and said in a low voice, "Since Your Highness arrived on this cultivation planet, all the food, supplies, and toys were made by me. Costing countless spirit stones, I won't give it." Although the madman was still shouting, his voice had become much softer. "Furthermore, the supplies and silver used in this mortal city were also earned by me. I've calculated everything very carefully." Liu Jinbia's voice was neither fast nor slow, speaking slowly. "Oh, it didn't cost much after all. You were the ones who brought me here." The madman's voice grew softer and softer. "The prince has been here for 13 days in total, spending 73,000 spirit stones and 985,000 taels of silver. Prince, would you like me to tell you every detail?" Liu Jinbia looked at the madman, calmly opening his mouth and recounting every detail. The madman's eyes widened, his memory was somewhat muddled. In these more than 10 days, he generally felt that he hadn't spent much, just wanted to have fun, wanted to eat well, and would send Suliguo and Liu Jinbia to get it for him. Now, hearing Liu Jinbia recount everything, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Of course, the master has instructed us to take care of the prince. This is what we should do. Besides, the prince isn't the stingy type. He just temporarily lacks spirit stones. Perhaps the prince's treasures and other things are with some little Hong." Liu Jinbia's words shifted. "That's right. Go find little Hong and bring her back here." "Haha, you found Zi Hong, so how could I be such a petty person? I'm not stingy at all. Go find Zi Hong. All my possessions are on her." The man instinctively wiped his sweat, nodding repeatedly. "Your Highness is very generous. You certainly won't let my efforts go to waste. Although those spirit stones and silver are all the wealth I've accumulated over thousands of years, consider them a gift to Your Highness. I don't want to settle accounts with Zi Hong." Liu Jinbia shook his head, sighed softly, and walked aside without saying anything more, staring blankly at the cliff in front of him, looking utterly disappointed. The madman, seeing Liu Jinbia's appearance, felt a little uneasy after touching his nose. He scratched his head, thought for a moment, then bit his fingertip, painfully drawing out a drop of fresh blood and giving it to Liu Jinbia. "You are a good person, just like Siliguo. You are a good person." "I am not a petty person. I am very generous and will not mistreat you." The madman suppressed his pain and spoke magnanimously. Liu Jinbia suppressed his excitement. After receiving the drop of blood, his expression remained unchanged, and he thanked him in a low voice. The more he acted this way, the more the madman felt, as if he had still fallen short of something. He gritted his teeth and painfully squeezed out 7 or 8 drops of fresh blood, giving them to Liu Jinbia. Liu Jinbia's body trembled. His excitement was no longer concealed. He quickly collected the blood and bowed to the madman. Just then, Suliguo emerged from the corner of the cave in front of them. After approaching the madman, he chuckled softly and said, "Your Highness, the young lady is ready. Shall we go in now?" Hearing these words, the madman immediately forgot his grief, excitedly standing up and nodding repeatedly. Suliguo chuckled, his eyes fixed on the madman as if he were a walking treasure. He and Liu Jinbia escorted the madman deeper into the cave. Inside the cave was a room, its entrance obscured by a faint light, allowing only a vague glimpse inside. A person seemed to be sitting cross-legged within. "Your Highness, the young lady is waiting for you inside. Please go in. We 2 servants will wait outside." After entering the room, Suliguo, with a cunning expression, whispered. The madman, with a smug look, let out a few low growls and was about to enter when he suddenly turned to look at Suliguo, his expression serious as he asked, "Is it really as good as you say?" Suliguo patted his chest and nodded, saying, "I'm not lying, Your Highness. Just try it and you'll see." The madman's eyes lit up with excitement. He turned and walked directly into the radiant light, entering the room. He glanced around and saw a young man in a black robe sitting cross-legged not far away, extremely handsome. Haha, little lady, tell me your name, and I'll reward you. My name is p60, the young man said coldly, raising an eyebrow. Outside the room, Suligo rubbed his hands together, his expression very excited as he looked at Liu Jinbo and laughed. Your scheme, old Liu, is quite clever. Thanks to those dozens of teleportation arrays earlier, we've obtained quite a bit of fresh blood. Don't worry, as agreed, we'll split it 3-7. Liu Jinbia smiled and shook his head, saying, this is nothing. The people I tricked back then weren't crazy. They were all highly skilled and exceptionally intelligent individuals. Dealing with them obviously required meticulous planning, leaving no room for error. As for this madman, his temperament is simple. Those elaborate schemes I used before were useless against him, like casting pearls before swine. Therefore, this time I'll only use the simplest tricks. Though flawed in countless ways, they are incredibly effective. Suligo laughed heartily, nodding and saying, we must hurry. After this, there are still several places to go. We need to finish quickly, otherwise, if that malevolent spirit returns and finds out. Suligo's heart trembled. He was truly terrified. After calculating the time, he took out a jade slip and clutched it tightly. As soon as he grasped the jade slip, the teleportation array inside the cave dwelling immediately glowed brightly again. Within that glow were more than 10 cultivators, all with fierce and menacing appearances. Leading them was a woman with an icy expression. She and the others went straight into the depths of the cave dwelling. Upon seeing Suligo and his companion, both sides exchanged smiles. Suligo reached the door of the room and let out a pained cry. Lord, it's over. Fuhuazi's companion has arrived. He immediately spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy, his whole body showing signs of exhaustion, and he collapsed to the side. Liu Jinbiao also clutched his chest, spitting out fresh blood. The woman snorted, leading the 10 or so others behind her, and directly tore through the light screen of the room. Inside the light screen, the madman sat opposite Fuhuazi, staring blankly at the cultivators who had stormed in from behind, stunned. What do you want to do? This king, the madman's eyes showed fear. Even now, he still didn't understand what was happening. Shut up, I can't believe you would do something like this. The female cultivator coldly stared at the madman, and the cultivators behind her also stared wide-eyed, filling the room. We didn't do anything. I only asked him his name, the madman stammered, hastily explaining. The young man in black, sitting cross-legged, showed embarrassment on his face, stood up and went to the side, remaining silent. Don't lie, fill these 10 vials with your fresh blood, or I will kill them all. The nun's eyes revealed a fierce look. With a wave of her sleeve, 10 jade vases appeared before the madman. She pointed behind her, and immediately Suligo and Liu Jinbia were dragged in by the group. Suligo was riddled with swords, his face weary as he let out a pathetic cry. Your Highness, don't worry about me. You must run. Liu Jinbia was also covered in blood, but after hearing Suligo's words, he cursed inwardly, his eyes flashing as he immediately cried out desperately. Your Highness, we are being dragged into this because of you. Your Highness is a magnanimous man. You must save us. No one present noticed that. While they were acting, a figure in white suddenly emerged from behind them, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Suligo, Liu Jinbiao, you two are incredibly audacious. Very well, very well. These icy words were like a cold wind blowing against everyone's backs, reaching Liu Jinbiao's ears. Liu Jinbiao's pupils contracted, his body trembled violently, and he froze in place, his mind completely blank for a moment. His body shook, and instinctively he turned to look behind him. The moment he turned, he almost lost his mind, falling to his knees with a thud, his face pale, and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. This time, the blood was real, spat out by sheer terror. Even though he was cunning and resourceful, at this moment he couldn't think straight. His body trembled, wanting to say something, but under Wang Lin's gaze, his mind was violently shaken, as if his body were being torn apart. That gaze was like sharp swords piercing his primordial spirit, as if a single thought could shatter his spirit, causing him to perish. That terrifying gaze contained a murderous aura that made Liu Jinbia's scalp tingle, frightening him into speechlessness. He could only kneel there, repeatedly bowing his head, making a thudding sound. He didn't even notice the blood gushing from his forehead. Suligo, who had been gloating and screaming miserably, trembled all over upon hearing this sound. He was very familiar with this voice. Extremely familiar. It was the voice of the killer, who had terrified him to the extreme. The icy rage emanating from that voice nearly annihilated Suligo's spirit, shaking his mind and turning pale. The swords embedded in his body shattered instantly, and he felt weak all over. Turning around, he saw Wang Lin's icy gaze behind him. The moment he saw him, he almost fainted, immediately kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with extreme fear. "Master, master!" Suligo was stunned for a long time before he cried out again in a pathetic voice. This sound was enough to shatter his soul, revealing all his panic. "Master, spare my life. Master, please listen to my explanation. This isn't what you think. This, after all." Suligo had followed Wang Lin for a long time. Although he was extremely frightened, he was still much stronger than Li Jinbiao. He could still tremble as he spoke, moving towards Wang Lin, seemingly preparing to cling to Wang Lin's feet and beg. This sudden turn of events shocked the remaining cultivators. The more than 10 cultivators who looked like ferocious demons all turned around at once, and upon seeing Wang Lin, they were instantly pierced by his icy gaze. Amidst the rumbling sound, more than 10 monks simultaneously spat out fresh blood, all of them displaying expressions of extreme terror. The nun's face also turned pale. She spat out fresh blood and retreated several steps, her eyes filled with extreme terror. She didn't know who the other person was, but the oppressive aura emanating from them made her feel as if the world was collapsing around her. Even her master, even the strongest person she had ever met in her life, was nothing more than an ant in front of this person. "You, who are you?" The woman trembled as she retreated, her words faltering in fear and the unimaginable pressure. Not only her, but almost everyone present felt a shiver run down their spines, as if they were standing before a raging storm. This storm connected heaven and earth, containing an extremely terrifying aura capable of destroying all living beings. Under this storm, they were incredibly small, seemingly ready to perish with just a slight touch. The young man in black, Fa-Huaz, stood in the distance, his face pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, after a moment of stunned silence, his gaze towards Wang Lin revealed a hint of excitement. He seemed to recognize Wang Lin, though still somewhat disbelieving. The madman, the one under the least pressure, immediately began to whimper upon seeing Wang Lin, tears welling up in his eyes. He rushed through the crowd, bypassing Suli Guo, and ran to Wang Lin's side, weeping loudly. "They looked down on me. I clearly didn't do anything. I only asked the name of that young woman. I really didn't do anything. Suli Guo said I could do whatever I wanted, but I hadn't even had a chance to do anything before they came in. I didn't do anything." The madman's voice grew increasingly tearful as he spoke, wailing loudly. Hearing this, Suli Guo was terrified. Under Wang Lin's cold gaze, he dared not approach any closer. He was about to speak, but Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at him. With this single gesture, Suli Guo immediately let out a miserable cry, spitting out a large amount of spiritual energy. His entire body became almost transparent, and he staggered, crashing into the cave wall behind him with a loud bang. As soon as he hit the wall, a restriction flashed on it, causing Suli Guo to scream again as he was thrown back. This single gesture seemed to have crippled 3/10 of his cultivation, leaving his spiritual body on the verge of shattering and disintegrating. The intense pain in his mind made Suli Guo scream even more desperately. At this moment, he was utterly terrified. He had followed Wang Lin for many years and knew his ruthlessness well. The title of killer wasn't given for nothing. "Master, master, I will serve you. I take these drops of blood for my master. Master, do you still remember the ancestor of the giant demon clan on Vermilion Star? Master, do you still remember?" Suli Guo cried out desperately, hastily confessing everything he had done for Wang Lin. He worried that if he spoke slowly, he might not have another chance to say it. If it weren't for those things, that single strike wouldn't have merely crippled 3/10 of your cultivation, but would have destroyed your soul. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with cold light. He had promised to treat that madman well, but this Suli Guo unexpectedly dared to act so recklessly and audaciously. As he said, if it weren't for those things, even if Suli Guo had followed him for many years, Wang Lin would definitely have killed him. His gaze swept over Liu Jinbao, who was still trembling and kowtowing, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. It's easier to change the landscape than to change one's nature. Liu Jinbao, you have disappointed me. You rendered meritorious service in the Fire Sparrow clan, and I once promised to let you go. This time, upon my return, I originally intended to let you go, and even have you represent me in receiving him. Wang Lin's voice was cold and slow. This voice was like a cold wind sweeping through the cave, causing Liu Jinbia's body to tremble even more violently, his head bowing faster and faster, his forehead repeatedly pounding against the ground. Looking at Liu Jinbiao, Wang Lin pointed his right hand forward, and a howling wind directly struck Liu Jinbiao. Liu Jinbia's body trembled, spitting out fresh blood, and he staggered several meters away. You have rendered great service, and your merit remains, but you must relinquish your opportunity, and don't even think about freedom anymore. You will stay here as my servant for 1,000 years. Wang Lin's words echoed in Liu Jinbia's ears. Liu Jinbia smiled bitterly in his heart. This punishment was acceptable to him. Feng Zun, you are Feng Zun. At this moment, the black-robed monk, Fehuozi, with an excited and fervent expression, immediately shouted. He had been uncertain before, but after hearing Wang Lin mention the names Vermilion Bird Star and Fire Sparrow clan, his doubts vanished. In his excitement, he bowed deeply to Wang Lin. As soon as these words were spoken, all the other cultivators around immediately showed expressions of disbelief, and a fervent enthusiasm filled their faces. They all bowed excitedly. Greetings, Venerable Feng. The female cultivator, in her astonishment, her eyes filled with reverence, also bowed to Wang Lin. She had absolute faith in Fehuozi's words. Only Venerable Feng could possess such a terrifying aura. Wang Lin's gaze was like lightning as he glanced at the black-robed young man, slowly opening his mouth. Have you met me before? The young man was extremely agitated and stepped forward respectfully, saying, I once spent some time in the Luotia Star Domain. During the first battle in Yunhai that year, I was also in Luo Tuan's army and saw Feng Zun from afar. Just now, I also received a jade slip from Yunhai, so I have a vague idea of Feng Zun's appearance. He spoke, glancing at the madman behind Wang Lin, his expression showing embarrassment. He wanted to explain something, but ultimately found it difficult to speak. Wang Lin remained silent, coldly sweeping his gaze across the more than 10 cultivators in the cave. This single glance exerted immense pressure on them, causing them to bow their heads in shame, not daring to say anything. This matter must not be repeated. After a long pause, Wang Lin calmly spoke, waving his sleeve, enveloping Sili Guo and Liu Jinbao, and carrying the madman away. As he walked, a ripple appeared within the cave, gradually disappearing. Only after he left did the more than 10 cultivators in the cave dare to raise their heads. Their robes were soaked with sweat, and they looked at each other, still terrified. You rebellious son, you've done a good job. If you hadn't made me do this, how could we have been treated with such contempt by Feng Zun, alas? It's all because I was tempted by Siligu's greed, and unexpectedly did something like this. Plotting to deceive a madman. The expression on Fa Huaz's face was extremely ashamed as he watched Wang Lin disappear, his heart filled with regret. Wang Lin was someone he greatly admired. He had always wished to meet Feng Zun once in his life. But no matter what, he never imagined that wish would actually come true. Only in such circumstances the woman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth, saying, It's all because of that Siligu. If I ever meet him again, I'll definitely settle this score with him. In the starry sky, Wang Lin slowly advanced. Liu Jinbia and Siligu had already been taken into his storage space, and Wang Lin had recovered more than half of the golden blood drops they had obtained. Behind him, the madman, his face contorted in a grimace, continued to babble incessantly. This incident had left a deep impression on the madman. Human hearts are wicked, human hearts are wicked. And those spirit stones and silver are very important, extremely important. In the future, if I have spirit stones and silver, I must be very careful. I can't spend them recklessly. Not a single bit can be wasted, not a single bit can be wasted. Even Wang Lin hadn't expected that these events had caused such a slight change in the madman's character. When it came to spirit stones and silver, after a few days, the amount had reached an extremely stingy level, almost driving people crazy. Hearing the madman's incessant rambling behind him, Wang Lin's heart naturally calmed down. He turned his head and glanced at the madman, vaguely feeling that the other's current appearance, especially his incessant chatter, seemed very similar to someone that person in the ancient star realm outside the universe, whom he had only met once and had almost forgotten. Wang Lin shook his head and smiled, feeling that his thought was utterly absurd, and dismissed the matter, slowly walking towards the vermilion bird star. The starry sky was incredibly quiet, like a dark, still sea, without a single wave, sleeping peacefully. The points of starlight flickered like blinking eyes, intensifying the longing in the hearts of those far from home. Especially for those who had lost loved ones, those distant eyes became even more hazy, transforming into sorrow and remembrance, lingering deep within, a silent sigh. Even cultivators or human, possessing emotions and desires, feelings of longing and reluctance to part. They bullied me. Your punishment was too light. I want to turn that silly Guo into a piglet, no, into a leaf, and then trample him to death. I want to crush him, and that Liu Jinbao. He actually dared to deceive me, humph, deceiving this king will have a tragic end. Making him a slave for 1,000 years is already too lenient. You also turn him into a leaf for me to trample on. I want to crush him to death. The madman followed behind Wang Lin, muttering incoherently. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze fixed on the distant starry sky, completely ignoring him, the madman gave up. After yelling at Wang Lin for a while, he relentlessly circled around him, roaring and staring, as if he wouldn't let go if Wang Lin ignored him. Wang Lin silently continued forward, the distance to the vermilion bird star growing ever closer. He could find the vermilion bird star even with his eyes closed. This might be related to his divine abilities, but his soul monument was also on the vermilion bird star. The madman's voice grew more frantic, almost without stopping along the way. Enough! After repeating it thousands of times, the madman finally interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. He raised his right hand, reaching forward and grabbing the madman who was circling around him, holding him in front of his body. Quiet down! Wang Lin looked at the madman and slowly spoke. The madman, held captive by Wang Lin, glared at him and shouted, "Turn into leaves." Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. I don't care. I want them to turn into leaves. Turn into leaves. Turn into leaves. The madman continued to shriek, like a child loudly crying in front of their parents demanding toys. Actually, you saw through their intentions and schemes long ago, Wang Lin said calmly and slowly. Ouch, this king didn't see through it. The madman was startled, his eyes darting around, and he quickly shook his head. This head-shaking motion was like a mortal child playing with a rattle. Wang Lin looked at the madman meaningfully, released his body, and walked forward. The blood you promised Siligo and Liu Jinbao is actually just worthless. All that blood, even if combined and refined, wouldn't equal half a drop of your genuine blood. They deceived you, and you deceived them. Do you really want to play this game in front of me? I, Wang Lin, only want to punish them fairly. That's enough. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Lin turned the madman's back, his words slowly coming out. The madman glared at Wang Lin, his face flushed red, and chuckled foolishly for a long time before muttering, "This king is so intelligent. How could I be deceived by them? But Siligo and Liu Jinbao are truly capable, truly worthy of this king's reward. Humph, they are very wicked, but luckily this king knows how precious my blood is, that person from back then." The madman, muttering to himself, saw Wang Lin leave and hurriedly chased after him. His voice gradually faded, and after being beside Wang Lin for half a day, he looked at him suspiciously. He gradually sensed the same feeling on Wang Lin as when he first emerged from the nether beast's body. The journey was silent. Wang Lin didn't utter a single word, until a planet densely brimming with spiritual energy appeared before him in a state of extreme prosperity. This cultivation planet wasn't large in the vastness of space. It was only considered a small planet. But the moment he saw this cultivation planet, Wang Lin's body trembled slightly. He stopped, silently gazing at this cultivation planet, at his homeland imprinted in his mind. Many faces slowly appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. These familiar faces gradually formed the basis of his life on the vermilion bird star. The sadness on Wang Lin's face deepened. The scenery remains, but the people are gone. This is a saying that perfectly describes the passage of time. Wang Lin felt as if even the unchangeable things had changed. It wasn't necessarily because these things had changed, but because they no longer belonged to him. Wang Lin gazed in astonishment at the vermilion bird star. Outside this cultivation planet, there was a vast formation, spreading in all directions, constantly in motion, creating a ripple of vibration that spread throughout the starry sky. Wang Lin remembered that this formation wasn't there when he left. In his opinion, it hadn't been set up long ago, only a few decades. After a long while, Wang Lin sighed softly and slowly walked forward. The madman followed behind Wang Lin, curiously observing the vermilion bird star. As the two were walking, a rainbow streaked across the distant starry sky, hurtling towards the vermilion bird star. Within this rainbow streak were 4 cultivators, 3 men and 1 woman, 1 old and 3 young. They wore expressions of reverence, as if heading to a sacred place. They flashed past Wang Lin and the madman, flying straight towards the outside of the vermilion bird star's formation. This is the vermilion bird star. This is the homeland of the Wine Venerable. The moment the 4 cultivators in the rainbow streak stopped, an old man with a solemn expression spoke. After entering the vermilion bird star, remember not to cause any trouble. This is a sacred place of the Kungsu star domain, even of our inner realm. There are many powerful old masters here, protecting this cultivation planet for the Wine Venerable. After the old man's instructions, the other 3 cultivators nodded hastily, their gazes towards the vermilion bird star becoming even more reverent. Wang Lin slowly walked to the outside of the vermilion bird star's formation, several hundred feet away from the 4 people. Looking at the formation, his expression became even more sorrowful. The madman beside him remained silent all the way, and couldn't help but think of Siliguo and Liu Jinbiao, muttering to himself, "Actually, these 2 treated me quite well." As he muttered this, his eyes darted around, and he immediately spotted the 4 people 100 feet away. His eyes instantly lit up. "Haha, 3 little ladies, tell me your names, and I will reward you." The madman's eyes gleamed, and he immediately raised his right hand and beckoned to the 4 cultivators. His words suddenly rang out, startling the 4 cultivators, who instinctively turned their heads to look behind them, thinking there were other cultivators approaching from afar. "Why are you turning around? I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the 3 little ladies beside you." "Little ladies, what are your names?" The madman's face lit up with excitement as he shouted loudly. As soon as he uttered these words, besides the old man, the 2 young men's expressions changed. They glared coldly at the madman, their eyes flashing with icy light. Just as they were about to speak, the old man raised his eyebrows and gestured to stop his disciple. He didn't look at the madman, but his gaze fell on Wang Lin, who stood beside the madman with a look of reminiscence. "This fellow Taoist, you must be from the same hometown as Feng Zan. Feng Zan's hometown is a sacred place. I hope you will manage your companions a little, lest you lose face." After saying this, the old man no longer looked at Wang Lin, but waved his sleeve, leading his 3 disciples into the formation outside the vermilion bird star. The 3 disciples all turned back, glaring fiercely at the madman, especially the 2 young men, who looked both angry and embarrassed. The madman pouted, looking wronged, and muttered, "If you don't want to say your name, then fine, but why are you glaring at me? I only want to know your name, that's all." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he patted the madman on the shoulder and led him into the formation. He didn't directly enter the vermilion bird star, but chose to enter through the formation. Since he was home, he wanted to enter through the main gate. There was no need to avoid it. The old man, accompanied by 3 disciples, went ahead. The moment they entered the formation, a flash of light appeared. In an instant, 2 figures emerged from within the formation. These 2 were old men, their eyes like lightning, calmly looking towards the people who had entered the formation. "I am Dao Dazi of Minghong Star, Zhao He, here to pay homage to the saint, hoping that the saint will open the formation for me to enter." The old man's expression was solemn, and he clasped his hands together and bowed to the 2 illusory figures. "The vermilion bird star is open to all cultivators within the realm. You know the rules, right?" One of the 2 illusory figures spoke in a low voice. "Understood. Nothing can be taken from the vermilion bird star. Nothing can be destroyed. On the vermilion bird star, one can only explore." The old man nodded. Hearing this, the 2 illusory figures simultaneously made a hand gesture and waved their hands outwards. Immediately, streams of light emanated from the formation. A ladder, seemingly made of clouds, materialized before the four people, leading deep into the formation and into the distant vermilion-bird star. The old man clasped his hands together and, accompanied by his 3 disciples with fervent reverence, ascended the ladder, slowly making their way deeper inside. Wang Lin, along with the madman, calmly followed behind, ascending the ladder and entering the vermilion-bird star. The 2 illusory figures did not stop them, coldly observing Wang Lin and the madman several times until everyone disappeared into the formation. One of the old illusory figures raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Why do I still feel like I've met that person somewhere before?" "Hey, you have the same feeling. I feel the same way, but I can't remember where exactly I've encountered that white-robed cultivator." The 2 pondered for a moment, shook their heads, and their figures gradually faded away. The formation outside the vermilion-bird star slowly calmed down, emitting a faint light. Following the stairs, after a while, the vermilion-bird star became clearly visible to Wang Lin. Surprisingly, the last step of the stairs was the highest mountain on the vermilion-bird star, seemingly supporting the entire staircase. Standing on this ladder connecting heaven and earth, Wang Lin looked down at the vermilion-bird star below. This cultivation planet had become unfamiliar. The landscape seemed to have changed considerably, vaguely no longer resembling his memories. The ground was a vibrant green, covered in lush grass, swaying gently in the breeze, vaguely emitting a fragrant aroma that permeated the entire world. What a wonderful place! How beautiful this place is! Look at that statue on the mountain, haha. That statue isn't very well made. It's quite crude. It's not even as good as the clay figures I sculpted. The madman clapped his hands and laughed heartily. The 4 disciples, who had been solemnly standing on the ladder bowing towards the stone statue, were now glaring back at the madman's words and laughter, except for the old man, with expressions of contempt in their eyes. This mountain, the highest peak on Vermilion-Bird Star, is the foundation of a colossal statue built by several powerful individuals. The statue depicts a cultivator in a long robe, his left hand forming a mudra hand gesture, his right hand gripping a massive heaven-opening axe, his head held high, exuding an invisible aura of majesty, as if challenging the heavens. The statue is located directly beneath the main staircase. Therefore, every cultivator who comes to Vermilion-Bird Star for pilgrimage sees this mountain-sized statue. Upon entering this cultivation planet, the oppressive aura felt varies depending on cultivation level and distance. Some cultivators are instantly shaken and proceed to worship. That statue is indeed Wang Lin. This is the first time Wang Lin has appeared in the battle in the Cloud Sea Star domain. It's just that the face of this statue is inexplicably blurry, making it difficult for outsiders to see clearly, the old man said. This statue depicts the demeanor of Feng Zun in the first battle in the Cloud Sea Star domain, where he killed the Fire Sparrow clan's ancestor, Nan Zhao Shangren, and then stood at the gap in the Wind Realm Great Formation, single-handedly stopping the invading army of cultivators from the Outer Realm, preventing thousands from daring to enter. The old man's words carried a sense of melancholy, causing the 3 disciples behind him to turn and bow towards the statue. After the first battle, Feng Zun's name became famous, and everyone knew he came from the Vermilion-Bird Star. Therefore, we cultivators in the Inner Realm spontaneously created this statue under the guidance of several seniors with great divine abilities and acquaintances with Tuwutai of the Vermilion-Bird Star, transforming this highest mountain into a statue of Feng Zun. The old man's voice echoed. Wang Lin silently gazed at the statue, gently shaking his head and sighing softly. He vaguely remembered that this mountain once belonged to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, its sacred land, but today it had changed. Wang Lin did not want to see this kind of change. He took half a step forward, leading the madman away from the place, disappearing before the 4 disciples. Only after they had left did one of the 3 young men burst into laughter. Such vulgar people are worthy of paying homage to the homeland of the Wind Venerable. The 2 fellow disciples beside him nodded, glaring angrily at Wang Lin's disappearing back. These 2 spoke ill of the outside of the Vermilion-Bird Star. They will certainly be punished. Let's wait and see how humiliating their expulsion from this place will be. Wang Lin slowly walked through the air, looking down at the ground, feeling increasingly alienated, making his expression even more solitary, as if the entire world had changed. Only his heart remained the same, but under the influence of this change, he felt even more lonely. Too much has changed. I no longer feel like home. Wang Lin fell silent, trying to recapture some of the familiar feelings of the past. However, his gaze couldn't find anything on the ground. All the cultivation nations on Vermilion Bird Star from the past had completely changed. Vermilion Bird Star had now become a single nation. Even the once chaotic sects had become the 9 great sects of Vermilion Bird Star. These 9 great sects occupied the majority of Vermilion Bird Star. Wang Lin walked forward, searching for the soul-refining sect of the past, recalling the gentle face of Dun Tia. But the soul-refining sect of the past was no more. That mountain had long since disappeared, replaced by a lake, surrounded by many pavilions. The constant fluctuations of spiritual energy indicated the continued existence of a sect. When Sichuan awakened that year, his domineering words, "Don't let it rain," still echoed in Wang Lin's ears. But now, he couldn't find any familiar aura. The giant demon tribe in his memories, as Wang Lin passed through, had changed. The entire area of the giant demon tribe had become a grassland. On the grassland, there were a few nomadic people, dressed simply or wrapped in animal skins, moving their flocks of goats to the sound of joyful singing. Beside the goats, a few large dogs ran and barked loudly, blending perfectly into the song without creating any disharmony, making the music even more captivating. This place has changed too. Wang Lin's sadness deepened. The world had transformed. The madman walking behind Wang Lin showed a rare somber expression. He could sense a profound loneliness in Wang Lin's back. Vaguely, he also felt homesick. The snow abyss kingdom appeared before Wang Lin after a long time. The white snow, full of memories, like a silver blanket covering the ground, was now gone. The snow had long since melted, turning into a dense forest, devoid of any trace of the past. Even the fortresses of yesteryear had been leveled, becoming a pile of ruins within the trees. Buried within was a unique mortal fortress where Wang Lin had lived for nearly 100 years, watching the child named Zheng Niu grow up. Gazing at the trees below in astonishment, Wang Lin's heart ached, a feeling he couldn't put into words. He vaguely felt that this place was no longer his homeland. He could no longer find anything familiar on this Vermilion Bird Star. It was no longer familiar, only memories remained, like a child who had been away from home for a long time, returning in old age to find everything here strange. The unfamiliarity made him want to cry, the unfamiliarity filled him with sorrow. The unfamiliarity made him feel like he could no longer find home. Wang Lin had returned to Vermilion Bird Star before and had seen the changes, but not like today. The changes were earth-shattering, so sudden that he couldn't adapt. He didn't even dare to extend his divine consciousness to survey the entire Vermilion Bird Star, or to go to Zhao Kingdom to find his parents' graves. He was afraid that if he continued to go, continued to witness, it would only make him more alone. At this moment, all he had left was memories, only the loneliness of a homeless person. He was also afraid to go to the mountain cave in the cultivation demon sea where he lived with Li Muan, afraid to return to that warm mountain valley. He feared that even those places had disappeared. Looking at the trees, Wang Lin walked silently, as if searching for something. Finally, in the dense forest, he pushed aside the leaves in front of him and saw the ruins of a city. A few small animals grazed in the tall grass of the ruins, where in the distance, the once densely packed houses could be seen. Wang Lin's arrival startled the animals, causing them to flee. Wang Lin entered the ruins, searching. He vaguely found a familiar trace, a vague desire to grasp it. But after a moment, this familiar trace vanished without a sound. He gazed in astonishment at a large pit. It was the same pit where he had once walked. Standing there silently for a long time, Wang Lin sighed softly and turned to leave. He went to the cultivation demon sea. The cultivation demon sea no longer existed. The mist of that time had dissipated, leaving only a vast, flat expanse of land, now densely populated and belonging to one of the 9 great sects. The mountain cave where he and Li Muan lived was obviously gone. Wang Lin stood in the sky, observing everything, his heart aching. He had originally intended to go and see that mountain cave, to see the colossal dragon's body, to revisit the place where Li Muan had poured her heart and soul into it. Wang Lin suddenly turned and left. Unbeknownst to anyone, Wang Lin returned to the places that held warmth for him. The mountain valley where Li Muan had slowly grown old, the place where Chu Aryu had grown up. However, even these places had been leveled, becoming a beautiful sea, a place so beautiful, yet so painful for Wang Lin. This place is gone too. The various transformations on Vermilion Bird Star, though seemingly more beautiful than it was back then, were merely superficial. This Vermilion Bird Star was not what Wang Lin desired. The world only knew this place as the homeland of Fengzan, intending to transform it into a sacred land, but they didn't know that this sacred land was empty, not what Wang Lin needed. Everything was just smoke and clouds. Wang Lin wasn't the type to care about external appearances, a cultivator who valued reputation. He was just an ordinary person, someone who, even as a peak venerable, still wanted to maintain the demeanor of a humble cultivator. He only wanted a homeland, a place where he could find peace, where he could quietly reminisce. He only wanted to find something, even just a little familiarity, something that had warmed him throughout 2,000 years of cold cultivation, just a little. But today, that warmth had become a luxury. He wanted to find it, but along the entire journey, he couldn't find even a trace of it. Lonely and desolate, Wang Lin turned around, looked at the madman wandering behind him, and softly said, "Why is it like this? This king finds this place very beautiful, doesn't he? Ha ha." The madman smirked foolishly. Wang Lin remained silent. He gazed at the sky, sighed deeply for a long time, then stepped forward, taking the madman with him, leaving this place, heading to the place he dared not go to, dared not look at, his true family, the Zhao Kingdom in his memories. In the sky, Wang Lin looked down at the Zhao Kingdom below, his eyes becoming hazy. This place is no more. In the eyes of the world, he was Fengzan, a figure revered by thousands of cultivators. But now, he had returned as a wanderer returning home. He only wanted to find some familiar traces of his homeland. Below him, within the Zhao Kingdom, were 4 cultivators who had previously come here. "Is this where Fengzan grew up?" An old voice rang out. "Fengzan grew up here. This place is called Zhao Kingdom, the true sacred land of the Vermilion Bird Star." The old man's voice was complex as he pointed to the Zhao Kingdom ahead, slowly speaking to his disciple beside him. In front of the 4 people, at the border of Zhao Kingdom, a halo of light surrounded them. This halo formed a circle, enveloping all 4 sides of Zhao Kingdom, creating a formation. This formation served to prevent outsiders from entering. On Vermilion Star, even the 9 great sects could visit freely with just a visit. Only this place was off limits to all outside cultivators. This was a firm requirement set by Chu Wutai, the head of Vermilion Star, during the large-scale renovation of Vermilion Star. Anywhere else could be visited, but Zhao Kingdom was strictly off-limits. Not even a blade of grass could be touched. The old man stood outside the halo, his voice calm. His 3 disciples, with respectful expressions, looked at Zhao Kingdom within the halo, at the faint mountain in the distance, and silently bowed to Zhao Kingdom. "If you don't comply with the regulations, any cultivators from outside who enter Zhao Kingdom will be severely punished." As the old man spoke, his eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Wang Lin and the other 2 descending from the sky a few hundred feet away. His 3 disciples were startled and tilted their heads, immediately spotting Wang Lin and the madman, and burst into angry laughter. "This Vermilion Bird Star is really small. Wherever we go, we're bothered by others. These 2 are unbearably vulgar, truly annoying." The madman also saw them, his face instantly showing excitement, and he happily shouted towards the 4 of them, "Little ladies, we meet again. Haha, it seems you have a great connection with this king. Come here, because of our fate, this king will have a reward for you." Wang Lin seemed oblivious to the madman's shouts. He silently gazed at Zhao Guo, his vision blurring, a pang of sorrow rising in his heart. His indescribable emotions drove him forward slowly, gradually approaching the radiant light surrounding Zhao Guo. The 3 disciples of the old man glared angrily at the madman's cries. If their master hadn't been there, they would have long since taught him a lesson. The old man frowned, about to speak, when his expression suddenly froze. He glared at Wang Lin, seeing him getting closer and closer to Zhao Gu's formation, seemingly intending to break it. His face darkened, and he ignored the madman, walking directly towards Wang Lin, his voice low and menacing. "Fellow Taoist, this is the sacred land of Zhaoguo, the homeland of Fengzan. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Please show some respect." The old man's voice boomed, shaking the surroundings and further terrifying the madman. The madman glared at the old man and immediately roared, "Damn it! You're trying to scare me. You're welcoming me and then trying to scare me. Wang Lin ignored him, his eyes devoid of any sign of the radiant formation, only the familiar feeling that Zhao Kingdom had given him. This feeling grew stronger and stronger, causing him to forget everyone around him. He took a step closer to the radiant formation, instantly causing ripples to spread outwards in all directions, as if a huge vortex had appeared in front of Wang Lin. This vortex spun rapidly, making the ripples increasingly violent, and finally, unexpectedly, it engulfed the entire Zhao Kingdom formation. "Fellow Taoist, stop!" The old man's face changed drastically. Without thinking, he darted towards Wang Lin like a flash of lightning, trying to stop him. In his eyes, Wang Lin's actions had offended Feng Zhen's homeland and deserved appropriate punishment. He had witnessed it and felt compelled to stop him. But his speed was still too slow. As he approached, the vortex formed in front of Wang Lin's formation. While rotating, two invisible hands seemed to penetrate the formation, gently separating it to reveal a large gap. Wang Lin's body didn't stop for a moment. Carrying his longing for his homeland and the complex thoughts he had after seeing familiar things, he stepped through the gap into Zhao Kingdom, treading on the land he was so familiar with. The old man's eyes flashed with cold light. After a slight hesitation, he snorted coldly and followed through the gap. How audacious to dare break through Zhao Kingdom's formation and enter Zhao Kingdom alone. You've run into a great disaster. Someone will soon come to punish you. The old man's body flashed, and after stepping into the rift, he chased after Wang Lin ahead. As soon as Wang Lin broke through this formation, almost all the powerful cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star discovered it. Their expressions changed, immediately turning gloomy and furious. "Dare to trespass into the homeland of the Wine Venerable. Do you want to die? I want to see how audacious this person is, daring to break the formation of Zhao Kingdom." Rainbow beams of light roared from all over Vermilion Bird Star, hurtling straight towards Zhao Kingdom. At the same time, 9 powerful auras surged from the 9 major sects of Zhao Kingdom, carrying a gloomy aura, heading straight towards Zhao Kingdom. Breaking through the formation to enter Zhao Kingdom is a matter of utmost importance to the Vermilion Bird Star, an act of defiance against the Wine Venerable. An unforgivable act that must be punished appropriately. Outside the formation, the old man's 3 disciples stood stunned. They stared at the gap in the formation, and after seeing Wang Lin enter and their master chasing after him, they were momentarily at a loss. The madman, however, clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and shouted loudly as he walked towards the gap. "Ha! So much fun! So much fun!" The madman's body flashed, transforming into a burst of light as he entered the gap. The old man's 3 disciples hesitated for a moment, then exchanged glances, gritting their teeth and following him in. Wang Lin looked at the familiar mountains and rivers below, at the distant peak of Hengyu Mountain, and at the thatched houses on the mountaintop, over 2,000 years old. That feeling of familiarity grew stronger and stronger. Hengyu's a pained expression appeared on Wang Lin's face as he gently moved forward. Ripples rose beneath his feet, and his body suddenly vanished. The moment he disappeared, the old man chasing after him had a gloomy expression, his pupils contracting. "Shrinking the ground into inches, I can't see through this person's cultivation level, but I didn't expect him to know the technique of shrinking the ground into inches. But this is the homeland of Feng Zhen, and there are many powerful cultivators here. No matter how high this person's cultivation is, he can hardly escape punishment." The old man's eyes flashed. He spread his divine consciousness, and his body darted forward. Ripples appeared beneath his feet as he also unleashed the technique of shrinking the ground into inches. Below Hengyu Mountain, outside a forest, a city had formed. This city was called Huangzu. How Wang Lin had known this before his return, but within this city, there was a house that seemed to exist eternally, unchanging. This house was his home back then. Surrounding the house was a large courtyard, and to the east of the courtyard lay a tomb, meticulously maintained by generations of descendants, silently waiting for its son to return. There was no one inside the house. It was utterly silent. In this silence, Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard, before the tomb. He looked at the tombstone, tears welling up in his eyes. Wang Lin wept, kneeling before the tomb. His childhood memories no longer flashed through his mind as they did back then. Exhausted, he collapsed before his parents' graves, tears streaming down his face. He gazed at the tombstone in astonishment, his mind calm despite his grief. It seemed that only here did his heart truly belong to him. Only here could it truly rest. Everything remained unchanged. Everything was just as it was then. This place is his home, truly his home. Raising his right hand, he tremblingly stroked the tombstone of his parents, tracing the indented carvings on it. And Wang Lin's tears flowed even more profusely. His return to Vermilion Star wasn't just to pay respects at his parents' graves. It wasn't merely to fulfill his filial duty before them. Vermilion Star carried the memories of half his life, the longing for his parents, everything he had, causing him to drift into a dreamlike state whenever he felt weary. Whenever he looked up at the sky. A tree has roots. Its leaves fall back to their source. A person has a soul, and that soul must remember their loved ones. I don't need anything else. I only need my parents to be alive, so that I, Warner, and Pinger can be reunited as a family. I don't need anything else. It had been a long time since Wang Lin had cried like this. He truly missed his parents. This heart-wrenching cry echoed through the quiet heavens and earth for a long time, reverberating everywhere. Everyone has parents, and the pain of losing them seems to slowly fade with time, gradually diminishing. But in reality, it's buried deep within the heart, hidden in the soul, unnoticed by anyone. The later it gets, the deeper that pain becomes. But once it erupts, it will be astonishingly tragic, moving even heaven and earth. Humans have feelings, that's why they're called human. You dare trespass into Feng Zhen's homeland. At this moment, ripples appeared in the air above the house, and the old man emerged. His expression was grim, his eyes filled with anger. He greatly respected Feng Zhen. He would never allow anyone to trespass on Feng Zhen's homeland. While chasing after him, he glanced at Wang Lin kneeling before the grave, saw Wang Lin's tears, heard the cries from his heart, and immediately stopped speaking. His body trembled. He stood there stunned, his mind reeling. He knew where he was. He knew who was buried in the tomb. He knew that in this world only one person had the right to kneel there, the right to stand before that tomb and weep so loudly. Father, Mother Taiju has returned to visit you. Wang Lin stroked the tombstone, as if he were seeing his parents, as if they were standing before him, looking at him, making the warmth in his eyes seem to have never faded, even after 2,000 years. Wang Lin seemed unaware of the old man's arrival, stroking the tombstone and kneeling before it. The tombstone was cold, a chill spreading through his hands, yet transforming into warmth that comforted his spirit. Tears streamed down his face, falling onto the tombstone, gradually soaking it, as if seeping into his parents' bodies. The coldness in his hands, the warmth in his heart, the tears silently wetting the tomb in that moment. Wang Lin and his parents' graves seemed to merge into one. This merging exuded an indescribable fragrance. The old man in the air stood stunned, watching all this, his mind shaken as if countless thunderbolts were exploding. His body trembled slightly, and a suspicion formed in his mind, a suspicion that made his eyes light up with excitement. There is only one person in this world who has the right to kneel before this tomb, the right to shed tears before this tomb, the right to utter the words parents, and that is Feng Zhen. A gentle light gradually emanated from Wang Lin's body, enveloping the tomb. He paid no attention to anything else, simply kneeling there, tears streaming down his face, sorrowfully gazing at his parents' names on the tombstone. But the old man gasped for breath upon seeing this. He knew it wasn't an illusion. Before his eyes, to Wang Lin's left, a phantom female figure suddenly appeared. She stood silently beside Wang Lin, gazing at the tomb, then also knelt down. From a distance, this phantom female figure and Wang Lin looked like a married couple paying respects before their parents' graves. In an instant, to Wang Lin's right, another illusory figure appeared before the old man. This figure was a young man, seemingly around 20 years old, whose appearance surprisingly resembled Wang Lin. As soon as this young man appeared, a third illusory figure, a woman, also appeared beside him. They knelt together before the tomb, their expressions sorrowful. The scene resembled a warm and loving family of four. Yet, for some reason, a deep sorrow emanated from the old man's heart. At that moment, a roar echoed from the distance in the air. The madman, laughing hysterically, approached, followed closely by the old man's 3 disciples. In a flash, they reached the top of the house. The 3 disciples of the old man, who had just rushed forward shouting, were immediately swept aside by their master with a wave of his sleeve, who glared at them. They instantly stopped shouting, bowing their heads in silence. But as they lowered their heads, they saw Wang Lin kneeling before the tomb below. The madman ran far away, and seeing no one chasing him, he scratched his head. His body flashed and landed in the courtyard of the house. Seeing Wang Lin kneeling not far away, he immediately ran over, cleared his throat, and circled around Wang Lin a few times. He vaguely saw 3 illusory figures beside Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained oblivious to everything. He silently knelt there, stroking the tombstone, as if stroking the aged faces of his parents. The sky was gloomy at this time, the sun was setting, and all the formations of Zhao Kingdom flashed intensely. Many powerful cultivators from the Vermilion Bird Star, who had previously sensed the fluctuations of this formation, transformed into more than 10 roaring rainbows and instantly rushed into the formation. After entering Zhao Kingdom, they seemed to have discovered something and headed straight towards Wang Lin. The gloomy sky was pierced by streaks of rainbows, revealing numerous cultivators within them, appearing one after another in midair, staring blankly at Wang Lin kneeling before the tomb below. Some were native cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Star who had met Wang Lin before. Upon seeing Wang Lin kneeling before the tomb, they immediately recognized his identity. Feng Zhen! Wang Lin! Exclamations of surprise erupted from the cultivators who recognized Wang Lin, creating a commotion like a whirlwind, shocking all the cultivators present, their expressions showing a mixture of fear and disbelief. The 3 disciples of the old man were even more astonished. They never imagined that the person accompanying the madman, the one they had called vulgar, was none other than Feng Zhen. Their minds went blank. They had lost all reaction and stood there dumbfounded. In the distance, a red cloud flashed, and a roaring cloud flew towards them, instantly approaching. From within the cloud emerged an old man, dressed in a red robe, his face not angry but very dignified. One could vaguely discern that the old man's appearance was very similar to that of Chu Tai back then. This old man was none other than the leader of the Vermilion Bird Star, Chu Tai. He looked at Wang Lin, who was kneeling, his expression showing reminiscence. He stood there silently for a long time, and in the quiet of the surrounding cultivators, he softly said, "You have returned." Wang Lin did not raise his head, still gazing at the tombstone. And after a long while, he spoke in a low voice. "He's back." Chu Tai, now old, exuded an aura of sorrow. He stepped forward, approaching Wang Lin, and bowed towards the tomb. "You all leave now. Let me and him have some peace." Chu Tai raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the air. Although there were many cultivators with significantly higher cultivation levels here, Chu Tai was the leader of the Vermilion Bird Star. His status among these cultivators was the highest, and his words carried more weight than their cultivation. More than 10 cultivators around him silently suppressed their excitement. After bowing deeply to Wang Lin and then to the tomb, they respectfully turned and left. Among them were many cultivators who were not from the Vermilion Bird Star, but had come from other places, voluntarily guarding the Vermilion Bird Star to show their respect for the venerable Feng. The old man also left with his 3 disciples, who were still in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Lin, Zhou Tai, and the madman remained inside the house. After staring for a while, the madman felt a little bored, so he sat down on the side, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to sleep. "How long do you plan to stay this time?" Zhou Tai remained silent for a moment, then sat beside Wang Lin, gently turning his right hand to take out 2 wine gourds placed beside him, looking at the tomb, and speaking softly. Wang Lin lifted his hand that was stroking the tombstone, silently sitting on the ground, the 3 illusory figures beside him slowly disappearing. Not very long, Wang Lin picked up one of the wine gourds and took a sip. This is the wine in the gourd had a very familiar taste, as if he had returned to 1,000 years ago. "This is Zheng family wine. I left quite a bit back then, just so we could get drunk together," Zhou Tai said softly. "I've also taken the Zheng family child as my disciple. If he knew you'd returned, he'd be overjoyed." Chu Tai picked up the wine gourd, took a sip, looked up at the sky, and said slowly. Wang Lin was silent, the image of the young Zheng Niu from back then flashing before his eyes. That child had quite good potential. "Thank you," Wang Lin said softly, looking at his parents' graves. "Thank you for what? The position of head of the Vermilion Bird Star was given to me back then, but I couldn't stop the Vermilion Bird Star from changing. After you became a wine venerable, many people came here, and they had good intentions, wanting this place to become a sacred land. I could only keep this Zhao Kingdom." Chu Tai smiled bitterly. shaking his head and taking a large gulp. I know you're a nostalgic person. Perhaps this place has changed too much, making you feel unfamiliar. Chu Wutai sighed softly. Wang Lin said nothing, taking a few sips of wine. After finishing the entire gourd, Chu Wutai took out several more gourds and placed them in front of him. The moonlight in the gloomy sky gradually enveloped the ground, its gentleness tinged with a hint of coldness. The two looked at the moonlight, drinking wine from years ago, slowly reminiscing about the past in Wang Lin's house. Yan Qzi of the Rune clan died at the end of his lifespan. I buried him before he died. He's still called your name. Yantia sect has become one of the 9 great sects today. But the old acquaintances from those years have all scattered. The current GQ star, let alone you, feels unfamiliar. Even I do. Very few people from those years remain. Zhou Wutai drank, his expression filled with nostalgia. Do you remember Chu Zihang from the Fire Kingdom? I only learned later that you two knew each other. She left with her mother, Fun Kui, many years ago. I heard she joined some sect in Zhouhei. Chu Zihang's sword companion died in a great battle a few years ago. Wang Lin, I truly admire you. The moonlight grew thicker and thicker, the moon high above casting a dazzling light. Chu Wutai seemed slightly intoxicated, perhaps not physically, but spiritually. You dared to leave this vermilion bird star, dared to contend with life and death. I didn't dare. I could only guard this place. A pained expression appeared on Chu Wutai's face. I've been here for over 1,000 years. I can never forget that year when you designated me as the leader of Vermilion Bird Star, then left alone, your figure gradually fading into the sky. I admired him back then, but not as much as I do today. Do you remember my disciple? Chu Wutai took a large gulp of wine, his eyes filled with sorrow. He died many years ago. He was my fire god's realm. I promised him I would be with him until his death. I buried him on Vermilion Bird Star. Every time I thought about leaving Vermilion Bird Star, I would go and see him, then silently drink alone in front of his grave. Chu Wutai bowed his head. That disciple of mine missed home very much. He didn't want to leave his homeland. Wang Lin said nothing, drinking the Zheng family's wine with Chu Wutai until the moonlight gradually faded, until the horizon brightened before he looked up. Wang Lin, Hong Dai might not be dead yet. Chu Wutai, in his drunken state, blurted out this sentence as soon as dawn broke. 1. Where is the green hair of the girl? Wang Lin held the wine cup and looked at Chu Wutai, stunned by that statement. Before his eyes appeared the extremely arrogant person from back then, a dazzling figure on the Vermilion Bird Star. Hong Dai's life was short but incredibly brilliant. Even Wang Lin today could hardly forget her. That woman who would rather die than submit was extremely arrogant, not even bowing to the owner of the Vermilion Bird Star. Hong Dai was exactly like her name, a butterfly formed from the dazzling light of the sky. This butterfly was so beautiful that countless people would never forget it. A look of reminiscence appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he slowly put down the wine cup and looked at Chu Wutai. Hong Dai's whereabouts were in the Snow Domain Kingdom. The Snow Domain Kingdom vanished within 5 months, forever disappearing. This is related to your seal from back then. Even the surviving cultivators of the Snow Domain Kingdom have dispersed, becoming members of the 9 great sects. Chu Wutai looked up at Wang Lin and slowly spoke. But after the Snow Domain Kingdom vanished, I discovered a place within that empty area. Chu Wutai's expression became serious as he took a sip of wine and continued. Do you remember? Hong Dai's master. That master predicted Hong Dai would face a great life-or-death tribulation. If she could overcome this tribulation, her body would achieve great perfection. Wang Lin nodded solemnly. The place I discovered is the very place where Hong Dai's master sealed her after her death. Although Master Hong Dai's cultivation level may not be high, I, too, still cannot understand how she could have set up such a complex formation. There are some of Hong Dai's hairs inside this formation. Chu Wutai's voice was calm as he continued. What kind of formation? Wang Lin felt a vague sense of doubt, his eyes narrowing. I don't understand formations very well either, and I can't discern the deeper meaning. I know about you and Hong Dai, so I've been guarding this formation until today. Now that you've returned, take a look and you'll know. Chu Wutai stood up and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked back at his parents' graves. His purpose in returning was to pay respects to his parents. He took a deep breath, not wanting to wake the sleeping madman, and stepped into the air with Chu Wutai. To the north of the vermilion bird star, in the center of a vast mountain range, stood a gigantic vermilion bird statue. This statue was the same one from the past, and now Chiwetel's cave dwelling. The sky twisted slightly, and Wang Lin saw a strange formation that Chiwetel had moved to this place. This formation was about 10 jang, approximately 30 meters in size, occupying the entire floor of the stone chamber, filling the surroundings with shards of ice. These shards of ice were blue, covering the entire formation. In the center of the formation was a mass of frozen black hair. The entire formation had been dormant for many years, showing no signs of activity. "This is the formation," Chiwetel said, looking at the formation with a puzzled expression. "With Master Hong Dai's cultivation level back then, I can't believe she could have set up this formation. This formation is quite complex, containing many restrictions. As Chiwetel said, even a beginner cultivator couldn't set it up. If I hadn't discovered the formation was dormant back then, with my cultivation level, I would certainly have been injured by it," Chiwetel said slowly. Wang Lin bent down, placing his right hand on the ice of the formation. Immediately, the ice flashed with dazzling light. A series of explosions rang out, causing the formation to show signs of reactivating. Wang Lin's eyes showed a calculating expression, and after a moment, he released his right hand. The instant his right hand separated from the ice, the formation slowly came to a standstill. "This is a soul-transferring formation." Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then calmly spoke. "It must require a late-stage great perfection pure nirvana cultivator, or even a cultivator with higher cultivation. To set up this formation, it certainly wasn't Hong Dai's master. Or perhaps this person was concealing their cultivation at the time, but if they were concealing their cultivation, then Hong Dai's subsequent actions are inexplicable." Wang Lin calmly continued. "The purpose of this formation is to transfer the soul from this black hair. However, it's unclear where it was transferred to. There's Hong Dai's aura on this hair. So Hong Dai might not actually be dead." Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he continued his analysis. This was completely unexpected. He never imagined that there would be such a mysterious event on Vermilion Bird Star. That year, Hong Dai's master calculated that she would face a life or death calamity. She likely knew this calamity was unavoidable and somehow found this formation. Before Hong Dai died, she transferred a portion of her soul, intending to leave Hong Dai away to survive. Therefore, even though Hong Dai died, with this portion of her soul, she could still possess another body and be reborn, thus avoiding the great life or death calamity. Wang Lin stood up and looked at Chiwetel. Chiwetel's expression showed contemplation. After a moment of thought, he said in a low voice, "When I discovered this formation, I was rereading the ancient texts of Vermilion Bird Star and uncovered a mystery. The cultivators of the Snow Domain Kingdom and the Giant Demon Clan were all outsiders." Wang Lin remained silent, leaving the stone chamber and standing atop the Vermilion Bird statue, gazing up at the sky. His eyes seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, seeing the vast expanse of the starry sea. Whatever the truth may be, the fact that Hong Dai is not dead is something to be happy about. Perhaps she is somewhere in the starry sea right now. Also, looking towards this Vermilion Bird Star, I just wonder if she still has her memories. If she still remembers the past. Wang Lin's voice was faint, falling into the ears of Chiwetel behind him. "I am also very happy that she is not dead. I don't have many old acquaintances, and I hope that in the remainder of my life I can meet her once." Chiwetel smiled and nodded. The hatred from that year had long since faded with time. "Perhaps I have found home." Wang Lin's gaze froze. He carefully recalled the past 2,000 years, but still found no answer. "Well, if she wants to tell us, then we will meet again someday. If she doesn't want it that way, then let's just consider her dead." Chiwetel's expression darkened slightly. He looked at Wang Lin, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopped. "Brother Chiu, I must leave." Wang Lin turned to look at Chiwetel, clasped his hands together and said. Chiwetel's eyes were complex. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his hands together and softly said, Have you ever met Yumi in these years?" "Yes, she's dead." Wang Lin looked at Chiwetel, then slowly opened his mouth. Chiwetel's face turned pale. He shook his head sadly and said nothing more. Wang Lin left. His figure vanished from the Vermilion Bird statue. Chiwetel remained standing there silently, watching Wang Lin disappear, his expression becoming even more somber. "Liumi is dead." Chiwetel sighed softly, sat down, and took a large gulp from his wine gourd. In his heart, there was always an image. That image had remained for nearly 2,000 years. He drank, drinking until it was pitch dark. Chiwetai looked at the sky and laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with sorrow and intense memories. No one knew that he still loved Li Mi back then. Even Wang Lin only realized this from Chiwetai's expression. But what could he say? In the old house in Zhao Kingdom, before his parents' graves, Wang Lin observed 7 days of filial piety. He did not leave the place, tending to his parents' graves and drinking wine to pass the 7 days. During these 7 days, Wang Lin allowed his emotions to completely calm down. He was like an old man, not thinking about anything anymore, ignoring the repulsive force in his body, immersing himself in the sorrow of being with his parents' graves, silently watching the night pass, watching the moon and sun take turns in the sky. The madman, long since awake, twisted his neck and began rambling incessantly in Wang Lin's ear. His voice echoed through the house, and he snatched the wine flask from Wang Lin's hand, taking several gulps before speaking nonsense. Even after drinking heavily, he became drunk and began singing, somewhat dispelling the silence and melancholy of the house. On the 8th day, Wang Lin bowed before his parents' graves. He took a deep breath, glanced at their tombstones, turned, and took a step away. With this one step, he transformed from a wandering mortal returning home into a cultivator for the second time. A ruthless cultivator. With this one step, Wang Lin returned from the mortal world to the bloody and turbulent world of cultivation. He faced not the gentle memories of his parents, but the cultivation world full of life and death dangers, deception, and betrayal. This path was a path of no return. Having embarked on this path, one must be resolute and unwavering, unable to stop. Even if there were a chance to turn back, it would only be for a fleeting moment. On Vermilion Bird Star, I still want to reach one last place. Wang Lin, accompanied by the madman, stood in the sky above Vermilion Bird Star, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. That place was the deep pit of the Rune clan from years ago, the place that held the secrets of the Rune clan. It was the place where the clone of the Yellow Dragon True Immortal still wanted to enter. That was the 19th level of the Rune clan, a place filled with countless secrets that had troubled Wang Lin for a long time. With a flash of his body, Wang Lin, along with the constantly chattering madman beside him, transformed into 2 streaks of rainbow light and flew straight towards the deep pit of the Rune clan. The abyss of the Rune clan hadn't changed much since the time of the Vermilion Bird Star. It remained in its original location. In recent years, it had become one of the most mysterious places on Vermilion Bird Star. Cultivators frequently ventured into this place to investigate its mysteries, especially in recent decades. Along with some cultivators from outside entering Vermilion Bird Star, a few others gradually ventured into the abyss. But none had gained anything. No one had been able to reach the deepest level of this abyss. Wang Lin and the madman's figures instantly appeared outside the abyss. He glanced at the abyss, his body flashed, and he was about to step inside when the madman ignored everything and shouted at Wang Lin. No, I'm not going. I don't care to go. It's better for me to wait here, haha. You go ahead. Just come find me when you get out. The madman's eyes darted around, shaking his head and stepping back. Wang Lin glanced at the madman, his gaze like lightning, causing the madman's shouts to lessen considerably, but he still shook his head. Withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin understood the madman's intentions. He merely wanted to have some fun on the Vermilion Bird Star, his temperament unpredictable. Wang Lin didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he nodded slightly, turned around, ignored him, and took a few steps forward, disappearing into the deep pit. Seeing Wang Lin leave, the madman's face lit up with excitement, muttering as he ran off into the distance. 3 women didn't tell me their names before. Their expressions were very strange. Haha, now I'll go find them. This time they'll definitely have to tell me their names. The smug madman ran further and further away, slowly disappearing into the sky. Wang Lin had been to this Rune clan's territory several times before. Even after many years, he still remembered it clearly, knowing the location of the entrance to each level. At this moment, his body flashed within the Rune clan's territory. Along the way, he didn't stop at all, usually just reaching one level before his body flashed, disappearing and reappearing at the passage to the next. Before long, he had reached the 10th level. In this 10th level were 13 coffins, their surfaces shimmering with runes. These 13 coffins formed a circle around a black lake in the center, emitting waves of chilling energy that permeated the surroundings. Only those with Yang level cultivation could break through these coffins. Back then, Wang Lin was able to enter here only by relying on the power of the big head to reach the 17th level. Returning to his old haunts, Wang Lin calmly took a step forward. The moment he approached the lake, the seals upon it crumbled under the invisible pressure emanating from him, revealing a massive vortex. This vortex swirled the black lake, slowly opening a gateway to the next level. Wang Lin stepped forward and vanished completely. When he reappeared, he was on the 17th level of the Rune clan. This place was filled with iron chains, and countless souls and corpses of immortals were sealed within, guarding it. The scene from that year remained vivid in Wang Lin's memory. He had once fought a fierce battle here, causing the 17th level to collapse. Now, upon reappearing, his gaze swept around, observing the densely packed skeletons of the 17th level, with only the center featuring a massive vortex. This vortex was the gateway to the 13th level that had emerged after the previous collapse of the 17th level. Looking at the exit, Wang Lin sighed softly. Back then, he had struggled immensely to reach this place, but today, upon his return, everything had become incredibly simple. He clearly remembered that after opening the 18th level, Huang Long, the clone of the old vermilion bird, appeared, initially preventing him from entering the 13th level. Then, Huang Long changed his mind, guarding the outside while he entered the 18th level to gain enlightenment. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Lin calmly walked into the underground vortex. He immediately heard earth-shattering wails, but none could disturb his mind in the slightest. Until the wailing slowly faded, Wang Lin found himself in the deepest place he could reach back then, the 18th level of the Rune clan. This was a massive stone chamber, hundreds of feet in diameter. It was pitch black on all sides, with only a faint flame in the center emitting a dim light, blending with the surrounding darkness to create an eerie atmosphere. Especially when the flames flared up, it seemed as if countless ghostly figures were hovering all around, vaguely emitting soul-piercing screams. Some ghostly spirits even materialized like mist, swirling around, attempting to attack the flames, but upon approaching, they were instantly shattered by the light. It was in this very place that Wang Lin, with the help of Huang Long, had absorbed a trace of the primordial power within, nearly causing him to explode. His gaze towards the flames that year held a deep sense of apprehension. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin walked towards the flames. As he approached, countless ghostly figures in the dark chamber immediately scattered. Wailing and mournful cries echoed around. Wang Lin's approach terrified these ghostly figures to the extreme. They trembled and retreated in all directions, not daring to advance. Wang Lin gazed at the flame. The primordial power within it almost made him explode. His eyes, which had once held such deep apprehension, now held a profound sense of fear. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin approached the flame. As he drew closer, countless ghostly figures within the dark depths of the stone immediately recoiled. Wailing cries echoed around him. Wang Lin's approach terrified these ghostly figures, causing them to tremble and retreat in all directions, not daring to advance. Wang Lin looked at the flame. Its primordial power seemed incredibly small and extremely chaotic, as if it had been forcefully fused together, holding no attraction for him. I've reached the final level. What exactly is hidden there? The vermilion bird once said that the 19th level contained a wisp of the ancestor of the Rune clan. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. But the ancestor of the Rune clan was the daughter of the Grand Elder. This woman was sealed by Qinglin in the demon spirit land back then. So there's absolutely no way her remnant soul could be here. Wang Lin raised his right hand and directly grasped the flame. A powerful surge of primal energy erupted from within the flame, as if trying to resist. But its power today was insignificant to Wang Lin. With a forceful swipe of his right hand, the flame shattered, scattering into several sparks in all directions. Along with its dissipation, the hidden spirits also vanished. A circular door slowly appeared where the flame had collapsed. This door exuded an aura of ancientness and divinity, its exterior covered in numerous runes, tightly sealed. The number of symbols here was immense, densely packed, clearly not created all at once, but accumulated over countless years, constantly sealed by people until this number was reached. Despite their chaotic nature, these symbols strangely fused together, forming a powerful sealing force that simultaneously defended against outsiders and sealed the object within the door. Whether this seal ultimately sealed those inside or those outside, no one knew. Wang Lin gazed at these symbols, his expression gradually becoming serious. He now understood why the clone of the old vermilion bird couldn't enter the 19th layer. Because this sealing force had unexpectedly reached its peak, comparable to the entire power of a cultivator at the 5th stage of heavenly human cultivation. Breaking this seal would be extremely difficult, even for a cultivator at the 5th stage of heavenly human cultivation, unless they were a cultivator at the 3rd stage. I can't believe there's such a seal on Vermilion Bird Star. Wang Lin gazed at the symbols for a long time, then raised his right hand, a golden light flashing in his palm. He stroked the door, and cracking sounds echoed. Under Wang Lin's single stroke, countless symbols crumbled. In an instant, almost all the seals on the door were broken, leaving only one. This was something only Wang Lin could achieve in his time. In the past, this seal would have been enough to stop tens of thousands of cultivators. The last symbol on the door was extremely simple, formed by a single stroke, just a circle. It looked very ordinary, but in reality, Wang Lin sensed that this last symbol vaguely contained a strange power. This power sealed both the person inside and their aura. It completely sealed off the aura, preventing anything inside from giving any clue. Even under Wang Lin's gaze, he could only vaguely see a golden light unexpectedly emanating from within the circle, revealing a deeply hidden immortal power. This symbol is not something the Rune clan could create. Wang Lin stared at the final symbol, taking a deep breath, his pupils contracting. No aura emanated from the symbol, yet under Wang Lin's divine consciousness, he could sense its oppressive power. This is the oppressive power of an immortal bloodline. The moment he sensed this power, Wang Lin recoiled a few steps, his eyes flashing, and he raised his right hand, his palm overflowing with golden light. Immortal power surged through his body, transforming into a single point directly at the final symbol. The symbol suddenly flashed, golden light spreading out. A vague aura, extremely familiar to Wang Lin, wafted towards it. In the blink of an eye, as his finger was about to descend, Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. His right hand stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the symbol. I didn't expect there to be ancient power here. The familiar aura was indeed that of Daogu, the aura of Daogu Yimi. Wang Lin's entire body trembled, and a shocking realization suddenly flashed through his mind. Daogu Yimi had his left eye shot out by Li Guan's arrow, and it dissipated in the starry sky. And yet, there's the aura of Daogu Yimi here. Could it be that the 19th layer of the Rune clan seal is located in Daogu's left eye? Wang Lin's heart pounded. He's not wrong. Anything that contains both the bloodline power of an immortal and the aura of Daogu could only be Daogu Yimi's left eye. That left eye originally lacked the bloodline power of an immortal, but after being struck by an arrow, the arrow's blood carried Li Guan's essence, thus imbuing it with the aura of an immortal's bloodline. Ultimately, these two auras merged. This merging is similar to the repulsive force within my own body. I don't know how the Talisman clan used this method to transform this repulsive force into a seal, keeping everyone in the world unaware that Daogu Yimi's left eye was located here. Wang Lin's heart pounded. He was shaken by this audacious speculation. Staring intently at the final seal on the door, Wang Lin took a deep breath. This seal, fused with the aura of immortals and the ancient Tao, was filled with repulsive force, yet for some reason, it formed a circular symbol, preventing this repulsive force from erupting and causing the door to collapse. Instead, it was used as a seal. This ingenious and bizarre symbol terrified Wang Lin even more. This symbol was like opening a great door for him, showing him another path to dissipating the repulsive force in his body. This kind of forbidden symbol, after fusing immortal power with the aura of the ancient Tao, is something very few people in this world can open unless it's someone like me. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression, and after a moment, he sighed softly, his demeanor revealing a complex and absurd feeling. He felt that within the netherworld, there were cycles of reincarnation, layer upon layer of interconnectedness. When he left the Vermilion Bird Star, if he hadn't gone to the Demon Spirit Land, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to enter the vortex and reach the Luotia Star Domain. Without reaching the Luotia Star Domain, he wouldn't have encountered the Netherworld Beast and entered its body. Without encountering the Netherworld Beast, he wouldn't have had the intention of capturing it as his life-bound beast. Without all of this, in the first battle in the Cloud Sea Star Domain, he obviously wouldn't have been swallowed by the Netherworld Beast to heal his wounds, wouldn't have met the Madman, and wouldn't have received the immortal bloodline. thus he wouldn't have experienced this repulsive force. Today he returned to Vermilion Bird Star, to the place where he left, back to the starting point. But at this starting point, he discovered that everything was different. Just one mistake and he would absolutely be unable to open the 19th layer of this rune clan in this world. Only he could be the one to break this seal. This kind of thing made Wang Lin both feel a sense of awe and bewilderment. After a long time, Wang Lin gently shook his head, no longer thinking about these absurd things. His eyes flashed, and his right hand slowly rose. He didn't circulate his immortal bloodline power or mobilize ancient power, but pushed the repulsive force in his body to his index finger. In an instant, Wang Lin felt a sharp pain throughout his body, as if a flexible sword was twisting inside him, piercing through his right arm, severing his meridians and acupoints. Even the bones beneath this flexible sword trembled. This repulsive force finally condensed outside Wang Lin's index finger. His index finger trembled, sweat beaded on his forehead, and after a moment of gasping for breath, he relied on immense determination to keep his index finger steady despite the throbbing pain. Slowly, Wang Lin pointed his index finger at the circle on the door. The moment his finger touched it, the repulsive force within Wang Lin's body erupted violently, as if sensing its kind outside, screaming wildly inside him. Wang Lin's face turned pale, but his right index finger didn't tremble at all. His entire gaze was focused on his index finger, ignoring the repulsive force in his body, slowly controlling his finger to make contact with the circular mark. He wanted to redraw this mark completely. This was the way to unlock this symbol. With each slight movement, the repulsive force in Wang Lin's body surged. He could clearly feel the repulsive force continuously flowing into his body from the symbol through his finger. This kind of excruciating pain caused his entire body to be drenched in sweat. Fresh blood also spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his internal organs turned, as if they were about to shatter. This feeling of his immortal body and physical form being torn apart was like having his soul ripped out of his body. It was difficult to imagine such suffering without experiencing it firsthand. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an incense stick's worth of time had gone by. Inside the stone chamber, only Wang Lin's heavy breathing could be heard. His index finger had drawn more than half of the circle, now only a little remaining. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire right arm was covered in bulging blue veins, looking from afar like it was wrapped in tree roots. A startling sight. Not only his right arm, but also his face and body were covered in bulging blue veins, wriggling as if a repulsive force was trying to tear Wang Lin's body apart and break free. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, staring intently at his finger, slowly and steadily moving it without stopping. As he continued drawing, the repulsive force within his body became increasingly violent. Explosive sounds emanated from within him, echoing in the stone chamber like thunder, shaking everything around him. Just a little more, Wang Lin's right hand was numb. This method of absorbing the repulsive force of the circle was incredibly difficult, like a fierce battle with a third-stage cultivator. Even more difficult than that, this symbol could only be opened using one method. Using only immortal power wouldn't work, nor would using only ancient power. Without both, even destroying the entire Vermilion Bird Star wouldn't be able to harm this symbol in the slightest. As time passed, Wang Lin took almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out to complete the final step. His right index finger followed a perfect circle, and the moment it returned to the starting point, a colossal force surged out from within the symbol, rushing straight towards Wang Lin's wrist. A deafening explosion resounded. Wang Lin's body was swept backward, staggering back several steps, his body radiating light. But the light shield, which had just appeared, shattered in an instant. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The moment the light shield shattered, the ancient god star point on his forehead flashed. The heavenly emperor cauldron materialized outside his body. With a loud bang, the newly appeared heavenly emperor cauldron immediately twisted, slightly resisting before being repelled, transforming into a dark light that flew back to the star point on Wang Lin's forehead once again. Thanks to the dissipating power of the light shield and the heavenly emperor cauldron, the surge of energy emanating from the symbol that struck Wang Lin's body was significantly reduced. However, this force still caused him to vomit blood again, his body recoiling more than 10 meters backward, directly crashing into the stone chamber wall. The chamber shook, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Immediately, countless cracks appeared in the wall behind Wang Lin, centered around his body. The circular symbol on the stone door instantly erupted with a powerful light, enveloping the entire chamber. Under this dazzling light, cracks slowly appeared on the symbol on the stone door. Gradually, the stone door rumbled open. As the stone door opened, a wave of desolate energy surged out, filling the surroundings. Wang Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, abruptly raised his head, and glanced behind the stone door to see a dark void, like another world. That place was the most mysterious part of the Rune clan, the 19th floor. As the stone door opened, the moment the desolate aura emanated, Wang Lin immediately sensed a chaotic energy within. Without hesitation, he raised both hands and slammed them against the stone chamber behind him. A resounding crash echoed, and with the force of the impact, Wang Lin's body shot out, like a lightning bolt, hurtling towards the open stone door. In an instant, his entire body entered the door of the Rune clan's 19th floor, a door that had remained untouched for tens of thousands of years since its seal. The moment he entered, the stone door slowly closed with a rumbling sound, slamming shut. Wang Lin didn't look back. He was shaken by the sight before him. To be precise, where he stood wasn't the official 19th floor, but a strange passageway. The 19th floor was at the end of this passageway. This passage was formed by increasingly larger circles, expanding at intervals. If that were all, it wouldn't have shocked Wang Lin. But these circles were unexpectedly identical to the symbols on the stone door. They were all formed by the fusion of immortal power and ancient Tao energy. It was precisely because of their existence, because they were connected to the stone door, that the stone door displayed the circular symbols. How on earth did this place form? Wang Lin looked ahead. Although he had traveled through many places and seen countless bizarre worlds, his mind was still shaken. The passage formed by these circles grew larger and larger as he went forward, containing an even more ferocious, repulsive force. A fierce aura also fused within it, making Wang Lin feel as if his entire body was being pierced by sharp swords the further he went. The entire area surrounding this circular passage was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. But when Wang Lin looked with his naked eye, his pupils contracted, and he vaguely noticed something. The area outside the passage formed by these circles was unexpectedly mud. Wang Lin felt a little dizzy. He was deep underground on the Vermilion Bird Star, so seeing mud was normal. But now, after entering the stone gate, he vaguely felt as if he had entered another world. Therefore, seeing the mud left him speechless. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Since he had come this far, he wanted to see what this place was really like. Wang Lin's body flicked, quickly rushing forward, soaring towards the end of the passage. Gradually, the circles in front of Wang Lin grew larger and larger, almost reaching several hundred feet. The aura of Tao ancient and immortal power emanating from within became increasingly intense, and the fierce breath became even more earth-shattering, emitting an endless chill. Yet, there was no sign of being covered in ice. He didn't know how much time had passed, but ahead of Wang Lin, there was only one circle. By the time he reached the end of this passage, these circles had stretched for thousands of feet, like a small patch of sky. Standing there, Wang Lin looked back at the stone door, only to see it surrounded by layers upon layers of circles. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin turned and walked towards the last circle. With a loud bang, he stepped directly into the center of the circle. He saw it. He looked up at the sky. The sky was completely still, without a single cloud, without wind, like a blue painting pasted onto the heavens. But to the left of the sky, there was a huge hole. This hole was thousands of feet wide, a shocking sight, like a black hole that had been opened up, with fragments falling from its edges. Within this hole, thousands of feet wide, he saw a long arrow, tens of thousands of feet long, partially exposed. This arrow pierced the sky, but not completely. It was stuck halfway. Below this sky was a vast land, devoid of mountains, only an endless, empty plain, as if a destructive force had once annihilated this entire place, leaving only a lingering, undissipated aura of death. Wang Lin appeared on the ground, facing the arrow that had pierced the sky above. Wang Lin stood there stunned. A wave of icy cold air from the distant sky above surged into his forehead, causing his body to tremble violently. His left eye instantly ached intensely, and the ancient Tao inheritance, the fragmented memories, surged forth once again. Under this whirlwind of swirling memories, blood gushed from his left eye, flowing down his face and onto his clothes. That Li Guang shot out my left eye, that I contained the memories of half my life and all the memories of my homeland. The whispering voice in Wang Lin's head grew louder and louder, finally turning into a scream. Give me back my left eye. Wang Lin's body trembled, his eyes filled with anguish and delirium. He could never erase those scenes from his memory. Within those scenes, Li Guang pulled the bowstring with his left hand. An arrow was already on it. With a deafening whoosh, the arrow screamed out. This arrow shattered the air, carrying boundless Dao power, his physical strength, and his left eye, which had vanished into the vast, hazy starry sea. After a long while, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body trembling as he staggered back a few steps. He immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground, rapidly cultivating his internal energy. Time gradually passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin exhaled a breath of foul air. Only then did he open his eyes, looking up at the arrow in the sky with a complex expression. There's no Dao left eye here, only this arrow. Looking at the arrow, Wang Lin had to admit that his previous judgment was only half correct. In this world, besides the Dao left eye, which might possess Dao energy equivalent to the immortal power in the bow, there was another object capable of this repulsive force. That's the arrow. Wang Lin looked at the dried black bloodstain on the arrowhead. The ancient Dao aura was emanating from this bloodstain. This was blood from the left eye of the ancient Dao. He also noticed that the arrowhead wasn't sharp and pointed, but round. It wasn't a pointed arrow. The round shape seemed to be a mark. A treasure must be hidden in a place where no one can find it, especially a treasure that one cannot control. Once discovered, it might bring about the destruction of the entire clan. The Rune clan, well hidden. Wang Lin looked at the arrow in the air, and he understood. These images connected with his memories, forming a complete memory. In this image, inside the ancient tomb, the ancient Daoyini waved his hand, unleashing boundless divine power, transforming into a gigantic ancient Dao body. While slaughtering countless people in front of him, Li Guang's arrow shrieked as it shot forward, severing his left eye. Carrying his left eye, it flew out of the ancient tomb, transforming into ripples in the starry sky, hurtling straight into the void. This arrow was enormous, incredibly powerful. The power contained within it could even sever the left eye of Daogu, let alone this starry sky. As it pierced through the starry sky, nothing in the starry sky could stop it. At that time, the Great Sealing Array was clearly not yet in place. The arrow, shrieking continuously, pierced through several gigantic cultivation planets. As those cultivation planets collapsed, the arrow vanished into the distance. But as it flew away, perhaps in the outer realm, or perhaps in the inner realm, the left eye detached from it and fell into the star sea, its destination unknown. As it flew into the inner realm, its remaining power was greatly diminished. After shattering the starry sky, it entered an unknown place, destroying a world that someone had arranged. That world was the heaven and earth that Wang Lin saw at this moment. Perhaps this place once teemed with ferocious beasts and animals, perhaps even cultivators teeming with life. But on that day, when this arrow flew through, it directly tore through the sky, ripping a large hole in the heavens from the inside out. Because its remaining power had dissipated after penetrating more than half of it, it became stuck in the hole in the sky. As soon as this arrow pierced into the heaven and earth, the remaining killing intent within it was unleashed. This power erupted in an instant, merging with the bloodstain from the left eye. This fusion of immortal and ancient power created an earth-shattering force. This repulsive force had not yet dissipated. Instead, as soon as it condensed at the tip of the arrow, it was absorbed by the circular mark on it, transforming into circles that followed the arrow downwards towards the ground. At first, these circles were as large as the arrows, thousands of feet wide, spreading downwards towards the ground. But they gradually shrank, eventually shrinking to only 1,000 feet in diameter when they reached the ground. These circles pierced the earth, forming increasingly smaller circles beneath, creating a passageway. This passageway extended deep into the earth, until eventually the circles were only the size of a fist, like the ones Wang Lin saw on the stone door. As these circles spread, they also formed a whirlwind that swept across the heavens and earth. Under this whirlwind, mountains crumbled, rivers evaporated, and riverbeds cracked. Even the sea was swept into the air, completely disappearing. The flat seabed seemed to be flattened by a giant hand in the whirlwind. Countless ferocious beasts in this place perished in this dramatic upheaval, their bodies instantly disintegrating, not even having time to utter a single dying cry. Not to mention the plants, which were reduced to dust and swept away by the whirlwind. There were also cultivators who may have once existed, individuals, sects, or even many people, all perishing one after another in this whirlwind. The whirlwind shook the heavens and earth, destroying everything, leaving this place as a flat, deathly landscape, as Wang Lin saw. This place was hidden within the heavens and earth, perhaps because of the special properties of the immortal power contained in this arrow, preventing anyone from finding it. Until the appearance of the Great Wine Boundary Formation, until several bloody battles took place between the inner and outer realms. Time passed until one day, someone from the outer realm vaguely calculated the location of this arrow. Thus, people from the Rune tribe entered. Perhaps the Grand Elder's daughter truly had ulterior motives towards Qinglin, but her real purpose was to find this arrow. After numerous searches, unnoticed by anyone, the Rune tribe finally located the arrow's location. However, they also discovered an unshakable repulsive force, completely uncontrollable. They sealed the place, perhaps with the help of the Wind Annihilation tribe. Finally, they left behind a stone door, the very door Wang Lin entered through. The door's position was incredibly ingenious. It even borrowed the circle on the arrow, merging with a smaller, fist-sized circle to form a first seal on the door. They were waiting for the Grand Elder from the outer realm to come and retrieve the arrow himself. But during this long wait, a dramatic change occurred within the Rune tribe. The Grand Elder's daughter was sealed away by Qinglin in the Demon Spirit Land, and the Talisman tribe was massacred by the 4 great immortal realms, scattering and breaking apart. Some members of the clan became servants of the immortals, becoming the Immortal tribe. The remaining members left, coming to this vermilion bird star to live there. They buried that gate here, and over the years, this matter gradually faded from memory, replaced by a legend related to the remnant soul of the ancestor sealed within the 19th layer of the Rune tribe. Perhaps the Grand Elder had also been here, disregarding everything to enter the inner realm, not only to kill the Wine Venerable, but also to retrieve the arrow that the Rune tribe had found. But the roar emanating from within the inner realm shattered the Grand Elder's thoughts, causing him extreme fear and severe injuries that swept him out of the inner realm. This arrow remained here forever, sealed by the Rune tribe. Gradually, even Yan Kuezi didn't know the truth until Wang Lin arrived. Wang Lin sighed. He didn't know if his judgment was correct. All of this was just him piecing together what he knew. Perhaps the truth was indeed as he suspected. In silence, Wang Lin stood up and took a step forward. With that one step, he reached the side of the arrow that had pierced the sky, more than half of it visible. Standing beside it, Wang Lin's figure appeared incredibly small, like a person standing before a mountain. He took a deep breath, leapt up, and sat cross-legged on the giant arrow. He raised his right hand and touched the dried bloodstain on the arrow, slowly closing his eyes. The ancient divine point on his forehead moved rapidly, beginning to absorb. He wanted to absorb the blood from the left eye of the ancient Tao. This bloodstain contained an extremely potent demonic energy. This demonic energy was very useful to Wang Lin. As soon as he began absorbing, Wang Lin swung his left hand, and immediately a storage space appeared, with the statue of the ancient demon standing majestically beside him. His left hand pressed against it. Time slowly passed. The bloodstain of the ancient Tao before Wang Lin was not very much, and moreover, the passage of time had caused it to dry considerably. However, this was fresh blood from the left eye of the ancient Tao, and this left eye contained the power of the 9-star ancient demon. Therefore, although the blood power was not much, it still had a great effect on Wang Lin. The ancient demon power refined from this bloodstain flowed through Wang Lin's right hand into his body, directly to the ancient demon statue in his left hand. The ancient demon statue emitted an eerie red light, seemingly awakening, and was continuously absorbing it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 10th day. Perhaps time here was different from the outside world, but according to Wang Lin's perception, over the past 10 days, the bloodstain of the ancient Tao before him gradually dried up. But the ancient demon statue beside him seemed to have undergone a world-shattering transformation during these 10 days. In its left eye, demonic energy gradually appeared. 1, 2, 3, until the 5th demonic energy appeared, eerie red light emanating from its body, almost illuminating the entire heaven and earth. By the 11th day, the dried bloodstain of the ancient Tao on the arrow shattered with a thud. transforming into a dark red fragment that detached from the arrowhead and spilled in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he swung his right hand, instantly engulfing the dark red bloodstain, drawing it entirely into his palm, making his hand look like a brown blood palm. He turned to look at the ancient demon statue, raised his right hand, and fiercely struck its head. With a loud bang, this strike caused all the dried brown bloodstain in Wang Lin's palm to dissolve and merge into the ancient demon statue, causing its demonic energy to surge and roar to the heavens. At this moment, the 5 demonic crystals in the left eye of the statue quickly flashed, vaguely revealing a 6-star point vortex. This vortex quickly condensed, transforming into a real 6-star point. The blood from this ancient Da's left eye isn't much, and much of it has dissipated over time, but I still have another ancient demon. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his left hand forming a hand seal to open the storage slot, directly pulling out the ancient demon he had obtained from Blood God Sun. This ancient demon was sealed and sleeping soundly. After being taken out by Wang Lin, its seal was immediately broken. As soon as it awoke, Wang Lin raised his right hand and struck it forcefully. With a loud bang, the demonic crystals in the left eye of this ancient demon suddenly shattered, transforming into an boundless stream of demonic power. After being struck by Wang Lin's palm, it rushed straight towards the other ancient demon statue. Infused with this surge of demonic energy, the ancient, dark red demon statue seemed to bleed profusely. The 6-star points in its left eye instantly transformed into a swirling 7th-star point. Under the final lingering force of the ancient Dao bloodstain and almost all of the demonic power of this ancient demon, the 7th-star point had solidified in the left eye of Wang Lin's ancient demon statue. As promised years ago, Wang Lin did not kill the ancient demon of the Blood God Sun, but instead preserved its soul. After sealing it, he stored it in his storage space, intending to release it upon his departure. If I cannot find the left eye of the ancient Dao, I will cultivate one for myself. Wang Lin looked at the ancient demon statue, a feeling of deep familial affection naturally rising within him. He waved his sleeve, collecting the dark red ancient demon statue into his storage space. Having done all this, Wang Lin lowered his head to look at the giant arrow below, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. From now on, this will be my treasure, Wang Lin. If combined with Li Guang's bow, I wonder how powerful this arrow will be. Wang Lin slowly placed his right hand on the arrow. He endured the repulsive force in his body, circulating the immortal bloodline power within him. As this immortal power stirred, Wang Lin's entire body trembled, and his whole body flashed with golden light. His body instantly became transparent, and gradually, the bow appeared within him. This bow was like Wang Lin's own bones, radiating bursts of golden light within him. At this moment, Wang Lin was that bow. As soon as this bow appeared, the giant arrow beneath Wang Lin's feet trembled violently, as if sensing its presence. A powerful surge of immortal energy erupted from within the arrow, flying straight towards Wang Lin's body. In a short time, Wang Lin felt an ancient and desolate soul. This soul was the soul of that arrow, seemingly awakened from a deep sleep. As soon as it entered Wang Lin's body, it made contact with the bow. Shrink. Wang Lin said calmly, slowly. As soon as he spoke, the giant arrow trembled violently and suddenly shrunk. While shrinking, the arrow directly descended downwards, stopping after flying several thousand feet with a loud crash. A portion of its rear became stuck outside the hole in the air. Shrink a little more. Wang Lin's voice was cold. The arrow trembled again and shrunk even further. With a rumbling sound, the shrunken arrow fell from the hole, its tip plunging straight into the ground. A deafening explosion resounded. In the midst of the blast, the arrow plunged into the ground, its tip deeply embedded, its shaft vibrating with a buzzing sound. Immediately after the arrow landed, Wang Lin retreated, now standing on the 9 tail feathers of the arrow. These 9 feathers were incredibly soft, and Wang Lin's body rose and fell continuously as he stood upon them. After shrinking twice, the arrow was still about 10,000 feet long, appearing from afar like a massive pillar half pierced into the ground. Standing on the feathers, Wang Lin looked up at the hole in the sky. Behind the hole was a pitch-black expanse, its destination unknown. Before his eyes, the edges of the hole slowly moved, unexpectedly beginning to close. "This place is truly strange," Wang Lin said, lowering his head and making a hand gesture pointing down at the arrow. "Smaller, smaller, smaller." The arrow trembled again, shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a halo flashed on it, and as Wang Lin's body descended, the arrow had shrunk back to its normal size. Wang Lin reached out with his right hand and grabbed it, the arrow whistling towards him and falling into his hand. Holding the arrow, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He saw 4 symbols on the arrow. These 4 symbols were very long, covering the entire arrow, emitting faint, eerie light. These 4 symbols are related to the soul. Surely, after being enhanced, they can increase the power of this arrow. Li Guang's arrow from back then shot out the left eye of the ancient Tao, and he wondered how the soul had been enhanced. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his left hand touching his forehead. In an instant, a divine star appeared on his forehead, and the Heavenly Emperor furnace directly manifested. The enormous Heavenly Emperor cauldron slowly began to move after appearing. In Wang Lin's eyes, he clearly saw the souls of 2 people inside, Nanzhou Shengren and Tiajiao Shengxi. Wang Lin had suppressed their souls within this Heavenly Emperor cauldron. I will use their souls to strengthen this arrow, Wang Lin said coldly, pointing his left hand towards the Heavenly Emperor cauldron. The cauldron vibrated and opened, the souls of Nanzhou and Tiajiao flying out. Before they could escape, Wang Lin's left hand caught them from a distance. Their souls let out mournful roars, and Wang Lin directly placed them onto the arrow in his right hand. The symbols on the arrow flashed with intense dark light, and the souls of Nanzhou Shengren and Tiajiao Shengxi suddenly roared, merging with 2 of the 4 symbols. In an instant, an earth-shattering aura erupted from the arrow. This aura was so powerful that even Wang Lin was moved. There are 2 more symbols, and as for the soul seal, Wang Lin pondered, raising his left hand and grasping at the void. A storage space appeared, and from within flew out a large pavilion. This pavilion was the underworld of the Tao ancient Yimacheng that Wang Lin had found in the ancient God land. This pavilion had several windows, and back then, Wang Lin had seen that 3 extremely powerful divine souls were sealed inside, and he would never release them unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Wang Lin stared at the pavilion, looking at the 3 divine souls inside, remaining silent for a long time, not acting rashly, and retracted the underworld pavilion. These 3 divine souls are 2 powerful enemies that the Tao ancient sealed in his homeland back then. With my current strength, if I release them, I will surely be met with retaliation. While pondering, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the circle at the tip of the arrow. Wang Lin spent several hours observing this circle. It was the key to merging the repulsive force between the Tao ancient and the immortal within this arrow. After a long time, Wang Lin still couldn't discern the structure or the peculiarity of this circle. He sighed inwardly, stopped observing, and waved his right hand. Immediately, the arrow transformed into a cluster of golden light and dissipated, splitting into 7 streams of golden light that entered Wang Lin's 7 orifices, completely disappearing. After retrieving the arrow, Wang Lin glanced at the surrounding landscape, took a step forward with his right foot, and his body merged into the ground, following the remaining layers of circles towards the stone door at the end. His speed was extremely fast, his expression calm and composed. Before long, as these circles gradually shrank, and after returning to the last circle behind the stone door, his body didn't stop for a moment. He swung his right hand forward, and the stone door rumbled open. He directly stepped inside the stone door, and upon reappearing, he was back on the 18th floor of the Rune clan. Standing on the 18th floor, Wang Lin turned to look at the stone door, waved his sleeve, and the door closed again. After leaving many seals behind with his incantations, Wang Lin prepared to leave this place. I must refine the Tao fruit, making the 3 fundamental principles of life and death, karma, truth and falsehood, perfected. Wang Lin turned to leave, but suddenly his body stopped, and he sighed softly. His gaze fell on the wall in front of him, which had been struck by the impact force from within when he broke the seal on the stone door earlier. The wall had many cracks, and many fragments of rock had fallen. Among them was a very deep crack, as if piercing through the wall to reveal the scenery behind it. Wang Lin, whose attention had been completely captivated by the stone door earlier, hadn't noticed the clues on the wall. Now that he had calmed down, he immediately spotted the anomaly. His gaze followed the crack in the wall, vaguely seeing what appeared to be a dark, empty expanse outside. The aura emanating from that place, transmitted through the crack, felt very familiar to Wang Lin. The Outer Realm battlefield. Wang Lin murmured. The 18th layer of the Rune Clan isn't located underground on the Vermilion Star, but within this outer battlefield. Wang Lin walked to the wall in front of him, placing his right hand on it and pressing down hard. With a cracking sound, more and more cracks appeared in the wall, and finally, with a loud bang, the cracks connected and shattered, revealing a hole. Wang Lin stood in the middle of that hole, and before him was unexpectedly the outer battlefield. The entire outer battlefield was incredibly vast, seemingly without boundaries. Before Wang Lin's eyes, he saw several gigantic corpses slowly floating, drifting aimlessly into the distance. Inside these corpses, many wandering souls were emerging and disappearing. In the distance, a whirlwind seemed to sweep across, making no sound, yet a series of screams echoed within his soul. That whirlwind was formed by all these wandering souls. Wang Lin's mind was shaken. He spread out his divine consciousness and clearly saw that a gigantic skeleton had suddenly appeared in his current position. This skeleton was not human, but a colossal beast skeleton resembling a dragon. He was positioned on top of this beast's head, and the wall he had just shattered was a small piece of its skull. He was standing inside the beast's head, looking ahead. If one were to look at Wang Lin's position from within the outer battlefield, they could clearly see countless corpses surrounding this gigantic head, densely packed and boundless. The vortex of wandering souls in the distance roared and rushed towards him. But as soon as they got close, these countless wandering souls seemed to have discovered something terrifying. And they all shrieked and scattered in panic, retreating and hiding. It seemed that Wang Lin had instilled in them an extreme fear. Wang Lin had once devoured souls. He gazed in astonishment at the extraterrestrial battlefield. He had traveled to many cultivation planets and visited many places, but never on any cultivation planet had he seen an extraterrestrial battlefield like the one on Vermilion Bird Star. It seemed this extraterrestrial battlefield belonged to Vermilion Bird Star, and only to the cultivators of Vermilion Bird Star. In silence, Wang Lin moved forward. After more than 2,000 years, he once again entered the extraterrestrial battlefield that had resurrected him. He could never forget that year. After being killed by the Tang family's ancestor, his soul, with the help of Sichu Nan in the heaven-defying realm, entered this place. Here, he saw the deceased Ma Liang, seized his body, and began his rebirth. After a long while, as Wang Lin's divine consciousness continuously spread out, rapidly expanding throughout this outer battlefield, he saw many skeletons and wandering souls. These souls all shrieked and retreated, trying to escape Wang Lin's divine consciousness, but ultimately failed, trembling under its influence. Some of these skeletons belonged to cultivators, but the majority were those of bizarre beasts. Wang Lin had never seen more than half of these beasts before. The range of his divine consciousness expanded, surpassing all the places he had visited years ago, and even all the places the cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star had searched. Gradually, Wang Lin saw more and more skeletons. Half a day later, Wang Lin's divine consciousness seemed to reach the boundary of the outer battlefield, where a barrier seemed to restrict his consciousness within that area. His eyes flashed, and Wang Lin's consciousness didn't stop, but spread out forcefully. A deafening roar echoed throughout this outer battlefield. Wang Lin seemed to hear the sound of shattering glass in his ears. His consciousness directly broke through the barrier, revealing the world behind it. It was still the outer battlefield, but its scope was even larger. Compared to the area inside the barrier, the area outside was like the ocean compared to a river. Wang Lin's mind trembled. He stood there, spreading his consciousness endlessly. In the outer battlefield behind the barrier, Wang Lin saw skeletons emitting golden light. These skeletons, these golden lights, belonged to immortals. He saw countless skeletons of ferocious beasts. These beast skeletons were incredibly ferocious, and a powerful aura emanated from them, clearly indicating that they possessed earth-shattering power when alive. His consciousness once again surged out wildly, and Wang Lin saw many more things. He saw the gigantic skeletons of the beast of the underworld, the skeletons of beasts even tens of thousands of feet tall. All the beasts he had ever seen in his life, except for the netherworld beasts, were unexpectedly present in the outer battlefield behind this membrane. Wang Lin's mind was shaken as if by a great wave, and his divine consciousness spread out. After scanning these skeletons, he finally found the true boundary of this outer battlefield. His divine consciousness covered the entire area of the outer battlefield. In that instant, the pupils in Wang Lin's eyes contracted, revealing a look of terror. As soon as his divine consciousness enveloped the entire outer battlefield, he discovered that this outer battlefield was unexpectedly a gigantic fragment. This fragment was strangely connected to the Vermilion Bird Star, as if the Vermilion Bird Star itself had been born from it. This fragment was extremely chaotic, seemingly a part of something else. Wang Lin's mind was shaken. In that instant, the earth-shattering mystery that the old Vermilion Bird of the Four Sacred Sects had told him before his death flashed through his mind. The Vermilion Bird Star was a part of a gate. These words echoed in Wang Lin's mind, gradually merging with the outer battlefield that his divine consciousness was examining. As soon as he understood, he observed the entire outer battlefield and immediately realized that this outer battlefield, formed from a single fragment, was unexpectedly a part of a strange gate. The gate that the Four Sacred Sects had searched for all those years ago. What kind of gate was it? Did the first-generation ancestor in the Land of Madness know about this? Wang Lin stood there for a long time, slowly suppressing the tremor in his heart. The image of the silver-robed woman gradually appeared in his mind. After seeing the statue of the seven-colored Taoist, her expression became extremely frightened, uttering mournful words. "The door wasn't opened by me. The door wasn't opened by me." Wang Lin fell silent. He didn't know if those two doors were one and the same. He slowly withdrew his consciousness, finally absorbing it completely into his body, then glanced at this battlefield outside the realm with a complex expression, before turning around and leaving in a daze. This time returning to Vermilion Bird Star, Wang Lin had discovered many things. These things kept happening one after another, making him feel increasingly alienated from Vermilion Bird Star. Han Dai is still alive. The 19th layer of the Rune clan is where Li Guang's arrow was sealed. The battlefield outside the realm back then was just a small area. Beyond it lay a much larger area, all part of a single gate. Wang Lin sat on a mountaintop on Vermilion Bird Star, facing the howling mountain wind. Letting the wind whip his hair and clothes, he simply sat there, his eyes revealing a complex expression. The higher my cultivation, the more I gradually learn all the secrets related to Vermilion Bird Star. This place is like this. Wang Lin looked at the increasingly gloomy sky, a dark clouds slowly gathering, thunder rumbling in the distance, foreshadowing a rainstorm. A white bird frantically flapped its wings in front of the dark cloud, struggling to escape the life-threatening cloud. But under a deafening thunderclap, the bird trembled all over and was swept up and swallowed by the dark cloud behind it. Seeing this scene, Wang Lin's expression froze. He vaguely felt that something was amiss. The clouds moved, and gusts of wind from the rain blew, carrying dampness and the chill of the rainwater. It was very cold. This was autumn rain. The sky gradually became completely dark, and the rumbling thunder seemed to grow closer and closer to the mountain where Wang Lin was. The dark clouds swirled, like a tide spreading in all directions. The rain intensified. The sound of the pouring rain, carried by the mountain winds, became increasingly dense and clear in Wang Lin's ears. The dust on the ground, which should have been stirred up by the rain, was now completely still. On the mountaintop, around Wang Lin, several small stones that should have been blown away by the wind seemed to be pressed down by an invisible force, remaining completely motionless. With a thunderous roar, another bolt of lightning struck, and several streaks of lightning connecting heaven and earth appeared on the distant horizon before Wang Lin's eyes. As these lightning bolts appeared, they instantly illuminated the dark clouds all around, like winding silver snakes, or like markings. Looking at the swirling dark clouds, Wang Lin took a deep breath, an indescribable feeling of emotion slowly rising in his heart. Wang Lin tried to suppress this strange feeling after discovering the secrets of the Vermilion Bird Star. This time returning to the Vermilion Bird Star, he had accomplished everything he wanted to do. Now, he wanted to refine the repulsive force in his body. He wanted to achieve the ultimate perfection of his life and death, karma, truth, and falsehood. After achieving perfection, he wanted to refine the killing intent sword given to him by Qing Shui, use the 6 fundamental principles to prove his enlightenment, break through the void gate, and become a third-step expert. Wang Lin stood up, turned around, and was about to leave when, behind him, the swirling black clouds rushed towards him. It seemed as if a god of death was staring at Wang Lin from within, as if wanting to devour and destroy him, as it had done to the bird. Lightning intertwined, flashes of light flickering, and under the torrential rain, a sudden, deadly aura erupted from within the black clouds. This killing intent came extremely abruptly. Wang Lin raised his foot intending to leave, but suddenly stopped. His hair stood on end, an incredibly intense sense of danger transforming into a heart-pounding pounding, causing him to turn back and stare at the swirling black clouds, his expression instantly becoming extremely serious. This is bad. 3 images Wang Lin had seen earlier flashed through his mind. The bird was dead, no dust stirred, no rocks moved. This sense of danger surpassed even the feeling Wang Lin had in the ancient tomb, surpassing all the events he had encountered since returning to the inner realm. Wang Lin's sense of danger was similar to Hong Dai's. It was a life-or-death tribulation he had to face once in his lifetime. Only by overcoming this life-or-death tribulation would he have the right to live on. This was what he understood immediately after seeing the swirling black clouds rushing towards him from behind. The clouds were overwhelming, and within them wasn't true killing intent, but rather a manifestation of the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Wang Lin sensed this in his confusion. But this transformation, which hadn't appeared earlier or later, appeared right before Wang Lin's eyes. This was a celestial anomaly, heavenly transformation. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he quickly spread his divine consciousness in all directions, directly enveloping the vermilion bird star. His consciousness entered the starry sky, and the moment his consciousness clearly perceived the starry sky, Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. The starry sky outside the vermilion bird star was not a pitch-black expanse shimmering with starlight, but was instead filled with a blue light, transforming the entire starry sky into a vibrant blue. It was like the sky itself. One could even say that a sky had appeared outside the vermilion bird star. This was an impossible feat, yet it had suddenly become a reality. Outside the vermilion bird star, there was a star domain, and the entire star seemed to be enveloped by an earth-shattering spell, as if pulled out of its inner realm and appearing in a vast, boundless universe. This universe was blue. It replaced the entire star domain. Within this blue universe, everything was nothingness, except for a single cultivation planet, the vermilion bird star. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically, his eyes flashing with overwhelming cold light. As his divine consciousness swept across the vermilion bird star, his face grew even more somber. In Wang Lin's consciousness, in an instant, the vermilion bird star was completely devoid of any living beings. Not only cultivators and mortals, but even plants and animals seemed to have been wiped out, completely vanished. At this moment, the entire vermilion bird star seemed to be left with only Wang Lin. It wasn't that all the living beings on vermilion bird star had died, nor had they disappeared. The one who had disappeared was Wang Lin. The vermilion bird star was still there, still within the inner realm star domain, countless living beings still going about their normal lives. Chuitai still quietly drinking wine before the vermilion bird statue, and many cultivators still immersed in the excitement of Feng Zun's return. On Vermilion Star, in front of the mountain where he had previously stood, there was not a soul to be seen. The sky was a deep, tranquil blue, without a single breeze or swirling dark clouds. This vermilion star seemed to be reflected in a mirror, dividing it into 2 identical worlds. One world remained unchanged, while the other was silent and devoid of life, with only Wang Lin standing alone in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. In one place, the same mountain was bathed in warm sunshine. But on the same mountain, Wang Lin stood atop it, surrounded by swirling dark clouds, thunder roaring, and torrential rain pouring down. Such a technique could rival the power of creation. Wang Lin's expression was grim as he moved forward, directly stepping into the swirling dark clouds, like a sharp sword piercing through, directly exiting this divided part of Vermilion Star. As soon as he stepped outside, that endless blue light flashed dazzlingly from the heavens and earth beyond the vermilion bird star, seemingly capable of piercing through all void. Wang Lin stood in the midst of the heavens and earth. Behind him was the tranquil vermilion bird star, and before him was a vast, boundless expanse of heaven and earth, seemingly limitless, so boundless that even his divine consciousness could not encompass it all. The ground was not mud, but a surface of water. This water was without a ripple, reflecting the entire blue sky. From afar, the heavens and earth where Wang Lin was now seemed like a well, an infinitely vast well without a bottom. Wang Lin! A faint voice suddenly came from the gloomy air, reaching Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin silently raised his head to look at the sky, his pupils contracting. He took a deep breath, and a rumbling sound emanated from his body. along with a faint golden light spreading out as he channeled all his cultivation. The blue light in the sky slowly condensed into a blue figure. This figure, dressed in blue, was a middle-aged man. He looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression, then subtly flicked his head. Wang Lin greets the Tao Venerable. Wang Lin clasped his hands and calmly spoke. The Blue Dream Tao Venerable silently looked at Wang Lin. As time passed, the complex expression in his eyes faded, replaced by a resolute look. His voice slowly emerged. I did not participate in the death of the previous generation's Feng Venerable. I'm not here to attack you. This realm was jointly arranged by all the void mystic masters of our ancient star realm, and even the ancient immortal empress joined forces. They can break through the void that trapped you within in a short time without anyone in the realm detecting it. This realm can only exist for 3 hours. After 3 hours, you will hardly escape death. I'm showing you this out of consideration for our past relationship. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Feng Zun, and Feng Zun must die. Lao Meng Dao Zun sighed inwardly, turning around. His figure transformed into a blue light, merging with the realm and completely disappearing. As soon as he vanished, a violent ripple appeared in the air. Within the ripple, a figure suddenly emerged, its form indistinct, only vaguely discernible as an old man in a gray robe. The old man's eyes flashed like lightning, carrying a hint of murderous intent. The moment his body appeared, he raised his right hand and pointed downwards at Wang Lin. Although this place doesn't allow me to fully display my cultivation, only reaching the mid-stage void spirit realm today, you will be just like Feng Zun back then. You are doomed. With a single gesture, the heavens and earth changed color, transforming into a roaring whirlwind. His finger strike unexpectedly turned into a gray dragon. Amidst the roaring, this ferocious dragon, with unimaginable speed, charged straight towards Wang Lin. Even more astonishing, within this dragon, the power of incense and mixed souls condensed, emitting a mournful, terrifying cry. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his expression extremely serious. At this moment, he no longer worried about life or death. This life or death tribulation was unavoidable. This was the same tribulation that the previous Wine Venerable had faced at the hands of the ancient star spirit masters. Just like reincarnation, this tribulation had descended upon Wang Lin today. 3 hours. As the great dragon roared and charged, Wang Lin didn't hesitate, his body moving forward, raising his hand and pointing to the sky. Immediately, the wine summoning technique, filling the azure heavens and earth, transformed into 13 black dragons, reaching their limit. These 13 black dragons roared angrily, blowing out deadly gusts of wind. These gusts of wind suddenly turned yellow, hurtling straight towards the gray dragon. Yellow? The old man in gray robes, eyes wide and in shock. The two sides immediately clashed. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, a shockwave swept outwards in all directions. The gray dragon, writhing and entangled with the 13 black dragons, let out earth-shattering screams. Under this shockwave, Wang Lin's long hair flew up. His body recoiled several meters, his face pale as he raised his head, his right hand clenched. He didn't advance, but instead turned and threw a punch behind him. As he turned, a ripple suddenly appeared, and from within emerged a vague figure of an old woman. This old woman, dressed entirely in black, her eyes dark and menacing, raised her withered right arm and fiercely pointed at Wang Lin's retreating back. But what met her was Wang Lin's punch. The moment their fists and fingers collided, Wang Lin's body trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and he staggered backward. The old woman also stopped, her right index finger shattering into pieces, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she lunged towards Wang Lin. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Blood gushed from Wang Lin's eyes, but he remained clear-headed. He knew this tribulation would be difficult to overcome. Those 3 hours were like a bottomless abyss ahead. But if they wanted him to die on his own, it was absolutely impossible. No one can decide my fate, not even the life and death tribulation. At this moment, as he retreated, he raised his hand and pointed forcefully towards the sky. With a rumbling sound, a golden light suddenly appeared in the blue sky, spreading in all directions, and a gigantic palm print appeared with a thunderous roar. It's golden light again. The pupils of the gray-robed old man contracted, and even the black-robed old woman narrowed her eyes. But just as this palm print appeared, a terrifying sword energy roared forth. This sword energy carried overwhelming coldness, and as soon as it appeared, it suddenly transformed into a pillar of ice behind Wang Lin. This ice pillar flew from the void, and with a continuous cracking sound, it frantically rushed straight towards Wang Lin. In front of this ice pillar, surprisingly, was a short blue sword. This short sword appeared too quickly, almost immediately after Wang Lin unleashed the spirit transformation seal, carrying the cold energy as it hurtled towards Wang Lin. Around Wang Lin's body, an endless aura immediately appeared, and as the ice sword appeared, a gigantic light image materialized. But as soon as this light shield appeared, it was immediately pierced by the icy sword. With a cracking sound, the light shield instantly turned into a massive block of ice. The icy sword, with a thunderous roar, pierced through the ice, carrying a frenzied killing intent as it stabbed towards Wang Lin. A loud explosion rang out. The spirit transformation seal that Wang Lin had unleashed was severed, and he once again spat out fresh blood, his body being thrown forward. Behind him, the ice pillar relentlessly pursued. Wang Lin's face darkened, the blood light in his hand flashed, and he swung it forcefully backward. The blood light surged skyward, rushing from within the blood sword straight towards the icy sword. From afar, this scene was extremely terrifying. It was the confrontation between blood light and icy coldness, between survival and killing intent. The two swords instantly clashed. A deafening roar echoed, the sound of swords carrying a mournful tone emanating from both swords simultaneously. The icy sword, trembling, shattered into two halves with a thud and staggered backward. As the blood-red light on the blood sword dissipated, it staggered and was seized by Wang Lin, who was retreating. He stared intently ahead. Beside the broken sword, a man in white slowly emerged. His eyes were icy cold, filled with ruthlessness, as he looked at Wang Lin. A quick victory. His words were as icy as his expression. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. From two other directions, the old woman in black and the old man in gray transformed into streaks of rainbow light, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated. Although the cultivation of these three was suppressed due to some special reason in this place, Wang Lin was completely unable to resist their combined strength at the mid-stage void spirit level. The previously severed spirit seal reappeared with a thunderous roar. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with golden light, revealing a fighting spirit. If you want to fight, then I will. Wang Lin's voice was calm. The more critical the situation, the more frenzied he became, and the clearer his mind became. This was a habit he had formed after more than 2,000 years of facing life and death. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, golden light filled the sky, and the gigantic palm print flashed with 10,000 rays of golden light, sweeping downwards with furious force. The palm print hadn't even arrived yet, but an immense pressure had already descended. This is the most authentic and supreme spirit transformation seal. The fingerprints within this seal are clearly visible, resembling interlocking mountain ranges descending downwards. What exactly is this golden light? Unexpectedly, it gives me a vague feeling of trembling fear. The old man in the gray robe stared intently at the golden light within the spirit transformation seal. The moment the golden palm print appeared, Wang Lin took half a step forward, ripples suddenly enveloping his entire body, unexpectedly appearing above the palm print. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of golden blood, which merged into the palm print, causing it to radiate a dazzling golden light. You want to kill me? You will pay dearly. Wang Lin roared, his expression ferocious, his right hand slamming down with the golden palm print. The calm water below was stirred by this pressure, creating a swirling vortex. The old man in the gray robe's eyes flashed, and just before Wang Lin's spirit seal struck, he raised his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, a round bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle was transparent, its outside filled with yellow mud. He squeezed the bottle tightly, causing the mud inside to fly out. The old man in the gray robe waved his sleeve, and the mud immediately emitted a yellow light, growing thicker and thicker, covering the sky in an instant. Great Earth origin, burial spirit. As the old man spoke, this mass of earth, thousands of feet in diameter, surged and enveloped the sky and earth, rushing straight towards Wang Lin's yellow spirit seal. At the same time, the old woman in the black robe calmly made a hand gesture and waved her hands. Suddenly, 9 long fingernails broke off from her fingertips, transforming into 9 streams of black light. Inside the black light on the fingernails, 9 ghostly figures roared and transformed, as if using the fingernails as flying swords. standing on them and following the roaring mass of earth as they rushed forward. The man in white, cold as ice, stared intently at the Yiling seal in the sky. He placed his right hand to his mouth, biting it, and used the fresh blood within him to draw a hand seal in the air before him. As soon as the seal appeared, cracking sounds echoed, instantly transforming into blood ice. In an instant, he swung it, sending it flying. The heavens and earth trembled. This was a battle of supreme divine techniques. Wang Lin's Yiling seal flashed with endless golden light, colliding with the overwhelming mass of earth. A thunderous roar echoed through the space. The mud and earth immediately filled the entire seal, and a deafening explosion erupted from within. At the same time, 9 claws carrying ghostly shadows suddenly pierced through the mud, plunging into it with a booming sound. Immediately afterward, the blood ice symbol of the man in white suddenly descended, instantly collapsing upon the mud and earth, transforming into a swirling stream of icy air that directly froze it. Earth ice. L1, ice here means collapse, like the mountain ice technique. Soul kill. Ice shock. The 3 people standing below, looking at the palm print from afar that was covered by their divine abilities, almost simultaneously opened their mouths. In this instant, the palm print collapsed with a thunderous roar, shattering into pieces. 5 claws, like 5 mountains, fell downwards, and a wave of shock swept out as they shattered. Wang Lin's body spat out fresh blood, and at the same time the Yiling seal was destroyed, he was also swept backward. Unexpectedly, 9 claws pierced his body. The wounds seemed to be turning into earth. Moreover, his body was now filled with cold air, as if his body was being frozen. His eyes turned red, and as he retreated, he spat out fresh blood again, his body staggered, and he was severely injured in a short time. As he retreated, Wang Lin laughed miserably, but the killing intent in his eyes surged to the heavens. His right hand grasped at the void, and a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to swallow them, the 3 figures below simultaneously took a step, like 3 streaks of rainbow light piercing through the air, instantly closing in on Wang Lin. The old man in the gray robe's eyes showed a look of solemnity. He didn't know what this golden light was, but vaguely felt he had seen it before. Appearing to Wang Lin's left, he raised his right index finger, which flickered with golden light. His entire index finger seemed to be made of mud, looking like a mass of golden earth pointing directly at Wang Lin's forehead. With this single finger, endless souls and incense flames roared out from his fingertip, covering the sky and earth. These souls and incense flames transformed into countless grains of earth, enveloping Wang Lin as if they had destroyed the Yiling seal, intending to kill him. At the same time, the old woman in black robes also stepped to the right of Wang Lin, her eyes flashing with a sinister light, and her right hand extended 5 fingers towards Wang Lin's chest. Within these 5 fingers, the souls of incense and offerings transformed into mournful, cruel, ghostly figures, howling softly as they lunged towards Wang Lin. These 5 fingers seemed like the yellow springs of the underworld, exuding overwhelming death and killing intent. Right in front of Wang Lin, the man in white robes coldly stepped forward. His expression remained icy and ruthless, his right hand raised, radiating cold energy in all directions, striking a palm directly at Wang Lin's head. "It's over," the man said softly. The 3 simultaneously attacked, striking directly at Wang Lin. In this critical moment, the ancient divine star point on Wang Lin's forehead quickly rotated. The heavenly emperor furnace rumbled and materialized outside his body. As soon as the heavenly emperor cauldron appeared, it was immediately struck by 3 deadly blows from the 3 men, trembling and shattering, transforming into countless spakes of dark light that were drawn back into Wang Lin's forehead. Taking advantage of the slight resistance created by the heavenly emperor's cauldron, Wang Lin let out a low roar, his entire body glowing brightly, and the light shield reappeared, expanding outwards from his body. However, in just a blink of an eye, the light shield exploded. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment the 3 appeared until they attacked, only a single breath had passed. At such speed, Wang Lin had faced life or death situations several times. Many of his divine abilities and magical artifacts hadn't even been unleashed yet, and even the spirit transformation seal was interrupted. Wang Lin even tried to distract himself to observe his surroundings. He absolutely refused to believe that there were only 3 of them. Killing him now would be like killing Feng Zhen years ago. The outside world would have to pay an enormous price. The Grand Venerable hadn't even appeared here. The ancient immortal concubine hadn't even made her move. This was the greatest calamity of Wang Lin's life. This was a death calamity. In the blink of an eye, as the light shield shattered, fragments swirled around Wang Lin. His right hand flashed, and the ancient god's protective arm materialized. He wanted time to simultaneously unleash as many divine abilities and magical artifacts as possible. But at this moment, his opponents wouldn't give him a chance. If they wouldn't give him a chance, then he had to create one himself. The moment the three assassins' killing moves approached, in the instant Wang Lin felt excruciating pain in his chest, head, and forehead. The ancient god's protective arm erupted with dense ancient god power. This power surged with earth-shattering force, suddenly transforming into a gigantic illusory ancient god that had protected him several times before. This illusory ancient god was covered in wounds, but the warmth remained as before. The illusory ancient god, seemingly supporting heaven and earth, appeared in an instant, and the three killing moves slammed into his body. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire body of the ancient god's phantom trembled, as if it were glancing down at Wang Lin, whom it was protecting, before its body crumbled with a thunderous crash. The instant it collapsed, all the star points on the phantom's forehead exploded. An extremely powerful surge of ancient god power erupted from its body, transforming into a powerful shockwave that struck the three men. The three men's faces changed color, they spat out fresh blood, and their bodies recoiled under this immense force. In their eyes, the colossal ancient god's body rapidly dissipated, first its legs, then its torso. In that instant, the ancient god's right arm, which had been holding Wang Lin, was violently thrown towards the water below. After being thrown, the right arm also vanished. Wang Lin's eyes showed sorrow, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his body, enveloped in ancient god energy, crashed into the water with a loud thud, sinking to the bottom. The water surface vibrated violently, waves surging everywhere. The three men stared intently at the water surface, and after adjusting their breathing, they charged forward with murderous intent. At the bottom of the water, the ancient divine protective amulet on Wang Lin's right arm shattered, slowly splitting apart and spreading in all directions. His eyes revealed both sorrow and madness. In the instant the three men reached the water's surface, the previously calm water suddenly churned with a terrifying vortex. A rumbling sound echoed through the space. A gigantic fist formed from water directly materialized from the surface, reaching straight towards the man in white. The man in white's eyes flashed. The moment the water fist struck, he slammed it down. A chilling aura surged out, instantly turning the fist into a block of ice, then shattering it. But in the instant it shattered, Wang Lin, at the bottom of the water, let out a low growl, his right fist colliding with the man's hand. This punch was a punch that Wang Lin, disregarding the repulsive force within his body, unleashed with his greatest power. Behind Wang Lin, the skull of an ancient Taoist transformed. With a resounding roar, the white-robed man was instantly sent flying back several hundred meters by this punch, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wang Lin also spat out yellow blood. But he didn't stop at all. After forcing the white-robed man back, he spun around, taking a step towards the gray-robed old man. He raised his right hand, and a yellow lightning bolt shot out from his right eye. In an instant, the entire blue sky was replaced by endless lightning. Wang Lin pointed his finger, and the overwhelming lightning rushed towards the gray-robed old man at an extremely fast speed. The lightning struck, giving the gray-robed old man no time to dodge, and in a short time, he was engulfed by the yellow lightning. Infused with immortal power, this lightning transformed into immortal lightning, its power surging, causing the old man in gray to drastically change his expression. He hastily retreated, his entire body enveloped in golden lightning, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Immortal power. This is immortal power. The old man in gray's eyes showed terror. He realized it. He finally remembered what this golden color was. Wang Lin's injuries were too severe. At this moment, he was acting like he was risking his life, disregarding the recoil in his body. With a ferocious expression, he turned around, the flames in his left eye surging, heading towards the old woman in black. He clapped his left hand, instantly transforming into endless golden flames that engulfed him. The roaring golden flames caused blood to spill from the old woman in black's mouth, and she hastily retreated. Her eyes also showed terror. Her terror stemmed from the old man in gray's two words, immortal power. Risking serious injury, he used his incredible speed to force the three men back, gaining a precious opportunity. Wang Lin retreated step by step, his expression ferocious, raising his right hand and pointing a finger towards the sky. Ancient boundary umbrella. Open the umbrella and destroy the realm. The dark blue sky darkened. A gigantic umbrella materialized, and in a short time, the area above the blue sky suddenly became a canopy. From afar, it looked like a blue umbrella. But the moment the umbrella's handle materialized, a raging sea of fire engulfed it, transforming it into an ancient boundary umbrella. The moment the ancient cauldron appeared, a world-destroying flame surged out from within, engulfing the sky and rapidly burning downwards. Under this flame, the heavens and earth twisted and warped, as if everything was being shattered into pieces, vaguely breaking apart and emitting thick smoke that billowed along with the roaring sea of fire. The three men's expressions changed drastically. Unable to kill Wang Lin in this sky-covering flame, they quickly retreated. The appearance of the fire cauldron immediately gave them an extremely intense sense of life or death danger. Even though they were only projections, their deaths would implicate their true selves. Even if the projections died, they would be severely injured and require a long period of recovery. Terrified, they hastily retreated. Feng Zhen, this person truly lives up to his title of Feng Zhen. With such cultivation, he can unleash such a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering divine ability. The old man in gray robes' expression changed drastically. The previous Feng Zhen was already incredibly difficult to kill, and I didn't expect this Feng Zhen to be just as formidable. The old woman in black robes took a deep breath, her eyes filled with killing intent as she looked at Wang Lin, quickly retreating. The ancient boundary dispersal technique is a divine ability not belonging to this realm. With Wang Lin's current cultivation, he hasn't fully comprehended it, thus his life force is being consumed immensely. The sea of fire erupting inside the umbrella is entirely due to his sacrifice of life force. At this moment, his face aged rapidly, but the cold light in his eyes didn't diminish at all. On the contrary, it grew even stronger. Wang Lin let out a low growl, his entire body's life force surging out, sacrificing itself into the ancient burial ground, causing the flames within to intensify, erupting in all directions as if to devour everything. The white-robed man's face turned pale. As he retreated, he gritted his teeth and slapped his forehead with his right hand. With a loud bang, a snowflake symbol suddenly appeared on his previously smooth forehead. As soon as this symbol appeared, a wave of icy energy surged forth, counteracting the sea of flames. The white-robed man let out a low growl, grabbing his forehead, unexpectedly pulling the snowflake symbol out completely and throwing it directly towards the sea of flames of the ancient burial ground. Taking my lifespan as the Tao, my icy soul as the sky, and the icy wind of nothingness as the conduit, eternal ice seal. The middle-aged man's status was clearly higher than the other two. Even in the primordial star realm, he was only lower than the primordial five venerables. His first move caused the heavens and earth to change color. The previously calm surface of the water, under the diffusion of the cold air, instantly crackled. A wave of icy air surged from the water, and the center instantly froze. The ice spread rapidly in all directions. In a flash, the entire surface of the water transformed into a vast, boundless expanse of ice. This gigantic ice surface emitted waves of white cold air. This cold air rose into the air, simultaneously clashing with the sea of fire, causing the sky to tremble. Above the ancient canopy, a massive snowflake symbol, tens of thousands of feet in diameter, appeared. The sky rumbled, and in an instant, it froze. The sky became an ice well. The ground was covered in ice. Snowflakes appeared in layers upon layers throughout the heavens and earth. The middle-aged man roared, raising his right hand and pointing a finger. The icy cold of the heavens and earth, along with countless snowflakes, simultaneously rushed towards the ancient umbrella from all directions. From afar, all the snowflakes danced, transforming into a blizzard that slammed into the ancient umbrella. The ancient umbrella, engulfed in a sea of fire, quickly melted the snow, like a torrential downpour. In that instant, the icy air emanating from the frozen water below merged with the icy air in the sky, rushing straight towards the ancient umbrella. With cracking sounds, the sea of fire emanating from the ancient umbrella was instantly surrounded by massive blocks of ice, and even the ancient umbrella itself was instantly transformed into a block of ice. Countless ice shards, formed from the condensation of snowflakes, gathered beneath the ancient umbrella, emitting bursts of icy light. Numerous ice pillars extended from the sky down to the ground, connecting the ice block created by the ancient umbrella, a truly startling sight. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, and he and the other two who were retreating stopped simultaneously. But at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and he pointed his right hand at the frozen ancient umbrella. Life force surged into the ancient umbrella, and the boundary ancient umbrella emitted a low rumbling sound. The middle-aged man's face instantly changed drastically, revealing fear, and he frantically retreated. The other two, who had stopped at a distance, now felt their scalps tingle and hastily retreated. The sea of fire within the ice erupted, shattering the ice with a loud bang. The first to collapse were the ice pillars connecting the sky and the earth, followed by the ice pillars on the ground. Finally, the ice pillars surrounding the ancient umbrella shattered with a thunderous roar. A sea of fire engulfed the sky, spreading in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. He raised his right hand and pointed a finger at the fleeing old woman in black. As this finger descended, the flames that had just escaped the ice layer of the ancient dispersal formation split into a roaring stream that rushed straight towards her. The old woman's face turned pale, her hands forming a hand seal, seemingly unleashing some kind of divine power, but her body was instantly engulfed by the sea of flames, her agonizing screams echoing throughout the space. In the instant the sea of flames swept over her, the old woman's projected image collapsed. At the moment she was killed, within the primordial star system, in a dark pavilion floating in the starry sky, beside a well outside the door, several people sat cross-legged. Unexpectedly, the old woman was among them. She opened her eyes wide, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, staring intently at the well's mouth. Surprisingly, the image of Wang Lin from the other realm of heaven and earth appeared in the well. After a long while, the old woman raised her head and looked towards the depths of the great hall. "Explain it to me. Not until then. This person is still bound by me." A deep, aged voice echoed from within the grand hall. The old woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on the area within the well. The flames of the ancient umbrella surged from the well, and after killing the old woman in black, they followed Wang Lin's command. This time, the flames of the ancient umbrella split into two, heading towards the old man in gray and the man in white. These two streams of fire were like two fire dragons, roaring as they lunged towards the old man in gray. The old man's expression changed rapidly. He clasped his hands together and struck his forehead. A golden light burst forth from his body, transforming into layers of mud that enveloped him completely. In an instant, as the sea of fire engulfed him, his body was covered in mud. A rumbling sound echoed. Until the sea of fire receded, a large mass of earth remained suspended in the air. Cracking sounds echoed, and countless fissures appeared above, shattering and revealing the old man inside. The old man spat out a large amount of fresh blood, his body weak and severely injured, but not dead. He looked towards the raging sea of fire once more, groaning inwardly, raising his right hand to crush a jade slip. His body gradually dissipated, disappearing completely in an instant as the sea of fire engulfed him. Although he spat out blood, it was only an illusion. Despite the blood, he wasn't seriously injured. Beside the old woman sitting in the pavilion in the primordial star realm, the old man in the gray robe opened his eyes wide, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth, and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm the same." Wang Lin, within the well's spatial domain, raised his hand and pointed again. The remaining flames, separated by the ancient boundary dispersal, swept towards the white-robed man. In an instant, as the sea of fire engulfed him, the white-robed man's entire body was covered in layers of ice. Amidst the continuous rumbling, the ice surrounding his body crumbled and reformed repeatedly. His body was instantly frozen solid, layer upon layer. The flames outside the ice layer transformed into a seal. Wang Lin's face showed signs of aging. In using the ancient boundary dispersal, he had sacrificed a great deal of his life force, otherwise, the dispersal wouldn't have unleashed such power. However, this also caused him immense damage, especially the repulsive force that made his entire body tremble. As his life force weakened, the power of the ancient boundary dispersal gradually diminished, slowly fading away. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. His life-or-death tribulation might now be over. What's wrong with dying? I'm already tired of cultivating the Tao, so killing a few more people before I die is enough. Wang Lin's hair was disheveled as he walked straight towards the frozen middle-aged man. He was about to kill someone. But just as Wang Lin approached the man in white, his pupils contracted, and he suddenly looked up. At this moment, a figure silently emerged from the void above the frozen man in white. This person was a woman, her form indistinct, only her eyes revealing a cold intent. She raised her jade hand, and 5 fingers extended towards Wang Lin. 5 organs of the immortal Tao. The first is the kidney. Kidney failure causes injury. 1 kidney failure causes injury and pain. The woman's voice was gentle, and as soon as she spoke, her little finger curved up to touch his palm. Wang Lin's body trembled. He vaguely felt a strange force filling the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, when this force appeared, an unimaginable pain shot through his kidneys. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wang Lin's body instinctively recoiled. At this moment, if his body were transparent, it would be clearly visible that his 2 kidneys were rapidly withering, and even the regenerative power of the ancient body could not restore them. In the blink of an eye, after retreating 3 steps, Wang Lin let out a tragic groan. His 2 kidneys quickly withered, turning into a mass of blood that dissipated in his body. In the pain, his eyes turned red, his body trembled, but the killing intent in his eyes under this suffering reached its peak. Second is the lungs die and the end comes. 2. The death of the lungs is the end. The woman's voice echoed, her ring finger curled into her palm, pointing towards Wang Lin. Third is the spleen rots. 4. The spleen rots. After the ring finger, the woman's middle finger also touched the palm of her hand. 4th is the liver. Liver is shattered. 1. The woman's index finger curled up. Her words seemed gentle, but this gentleness carried a cruel killing intent. Wang Lin continuously spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. His body was swept backward, and the 2 lungs in his chest immediately died, withered, and dissipated in his body. Without lungs, Wang Lin could not scream. The pain spread throughout his body, causing Wang Lin to groan miserably. After the 2 lungs died, Wang Lin's spleen also immediately rotted. In the instant it rotted, a lot of fresh blood gushed out from it, merging into his whole body. The rotting spleen greatly affected Wang Lin's self-healing ability, causing his face to turn pale, and many blood spots vaguely appeared all over his body. Finally, the internal organs, as soon as the woman finished speaking, were instantly dissolved. 4 of the 5 internal organs were lost, and the life force was severed. The ancient boundary dispersal, which was gradually dissipating in the sky, instantly vanished completely. 5th is the heart, heartless, without morality. The woman calmly watched Wang Lin continuously retreating, her thumb slowly bending and touching her palm. She clenched her fist and gently struck towards Wang Lin in the distance. Wang Lin's chest ached. In that instant, his heart stopped beating, slowly turning to stone. In a flash, his heart unexpectedly became a boulder. This stone within his body caused an unimaginable pain. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. At the same time, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the space. The woman's jade fist struck from afar, causing Wang Lin's chest to cave in, and he was directly knocked into the water once again. Immortal concubine. With a loud crash, Wang Lin entered the water but didn't sink. Enduring the terrible pain in his body, he slapped the water's surface with his right hand, and his whole body shot up into the air. He had tried using the woman's teleportation jade slip from the mysterious rift in the Cloud Sea Star domain, but the jade slip was now completely useless. He tried summoning the Netherworld beast, but that was also impossible. A sealing force existed here that he couldn't break through. Even the Netherworld beast had lost its ability to sense it. You have no way out. You can't escape now. But if you surrender and beg me on your knees, perhaps I can spare you a chance to live. The woman spoke softly, stepping past the white-robed man trapped in the ice layer, and advanced towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was devoid of color, and he retreated a few steps. Wang Lin does not kneel before heaven and earth. How could he kneel before you? You have humiliated me like this. If I don't die today, I will repay you 100-fold tomorrow. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and amidst a loud laugh, he suppressed the pain in his body, raising his right hand and pointing a finger towards the sky. Summon wind and rain, scatter beams to form soldiers. With that single finger, Wang Lin's entire body was enveloped in golden light. That golden light revealed a dense surge of immortal power, shooting straight up into the sky. The woman had already seen Wang Lin's golden light before, and now, upon seeing it, her beautiful eyes narrowed. She was filled with suspicion but did not speak, quickly moving forward, raising her right hand and striking towards Wang Lin once more. The sky rumbled violently. 13 black dragons, flashing with golden light, roared and swooped down, unleashing a golden rain that fell in all directions. Each raindrop contained a soul that had perished in Wang Lin's hands. The falling rain formed the wine-calling and rain-summoning realm. Although more than half of the souls had dissipated earlier, many still remained, surging towards the woman. A rumbling sound echoed, but Wang Lin didn't bother to observe the outcome, continuously retreating. His eyes gleamed with light as he pointed at the sky once more. Mountain collapse, earth splitting. Wang Lin hadn't fully mastered the earth-splitting technique, but with his current cultivation, he could still imitate it. With a single point, a colossal volcano materialized, erupting with earth-shattering force. Because of the infusion of Wang Lin's golden immortal power, Bai Fan's divine ability officially became an immortal technique. However, all of this was insufficient to counter the immortal concubine's 5 organs wondrous technique. Wang Lin had no intention of using this immortal technique to force her to retreat. He only wanted to borrow the time to unleash Bai Fan's immortal technique so he could perform one final divine ability, Yin Moon's affection. Wang Lin had only seen Yin Moon's affection once before. That was when Qing Shui used it in the 7-colored realm. The two brothers simultaneously cultivated Bai Fan's triple-layered 6-path technique. Although Wang Lin wasn't as proficient as Qing Shui, who could unleash this extremely powerful Yin Moon's affection with just a wave of his hand, Wang Lin could vaguely activate this Yin Moon's affection technique after performing other divine abilities. He had seen it once. With his cultivation, his enlightenment abilities, and over 2,000 years of cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do this. Amidst the deafening roar, as the techniques of summoning wind and rain, and scattering beams to form soldiers, filled the air, the woman's expression remained calm and composed. These divine abilities seemed to have no effect on her. But the moment she stepped out, Wang Lin looked up to the sky and let out a low growl. Yin Moon's affection. With that low growl, Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed a finger at the woman. Under this single finger, a bright moon suddenly appeared on her face. The moment this moon appeared, the woman's expression changed and her forward steps halted for the first time. Yin Moon Sect, the initial divine ability. That's right, before Bai Fan was taken as a follower by that old man, he was once a traitor to the Yin Moon Sect. The Yin Moon on the woman's face quickly solidified, and a crack appeared, as if intending to destroy her appearance. Looking at the crack, it was shocking. Inside was a large amount of fresh blood. The woman cried out in pain, her eyes blazing with cold light. If you knew the second technique was Yin Moon without rain, and the third was Yin Moon cold wind, then perhaps you could have escaped death today. But this opening technique can be dispelled simply by killing you. As she spoke, the woman endured the pain etched on her face, taking step after step towards Wang Lin. She understood the divine abilities of the Yin Moon Sect. Their divine abilities were extremely vicious. They didn't kill instantly but sustained continuous damage, becoming increasingly severe, and the longer the delay, the harder it was to counter. At this moment, she lunged straight towards Wang Lin, instantly closing in, her 5 fingers reaching out, fiercely pressing towards him in the sky. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with madness. He raised his right hand, and after unleashing Yin Moon with affection, clenched his fist and punched straight at the woman. This punch was ancient force, also an extremely powerful technique of the Zhuanwu clan that Wang Lin learned from the old vermilion bird in the land of madness. Each wave of force transformed into ripples on Wang Lin's fist, surging violently. From afar, a turbulent ripple appeared between Wang Lin and the woman, like a surface of water. The two were on opposite sides of the water, clashing in an instant. A deafening shock resounded. Wang Lin risked everything. In the instant this punch landed, he concentrated all his counterforce, its power skyrocketing, colliding with the woman's jade hand from a distance. His entire body ached as if it were about to shatter, blood mist spewing from him. His clothes turned bright red, his right arm cracked, shattering from the knuckles, and his body was thrown backward. The repulsive force within his body surged, almost unbearable for Wang Lin, yet he could still vaguely resist a faint glimmer of hope. The woman couldn't bear it any longer. Blood gushed from the corner of her mouth, and her body staggered back more than 10 meters, trembling. The Yin Moon's affection reappeared on her face, creating even more cracks. Unexpectedly, as it spread, it reached her neck, slowly extending outwards. With this spread, the malevolent power of the Yin Moon Sect's divine ability was fully unleashed, continuously inflicting damage, causing increasingly intense pain, making the woman let out a cold snort. At this point, her face was completely disfigured, looking like a vengeful ghost. The damage caused by the Yin Moon's affection made her spit out blood, and she staggered back another 10 meters. She suddenly raised her head, her expression sorrowful, staring intently at Wang Lin, raising her right hand and swinging it forward. Immediately, an ancient zither materialized. The woman gazed deeply at Wang Lin, her hands gently stroking the zither. With a single strum, the sound of the zither echoed throughout heaven and earth, continuously creating reverberations, directly transforming into a wave of killing intent that shook the very foundations of the world. Strum, 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 strum. The sound of the zither grew increasingly urgent, penetrating deep into Wang Lin's mind, like an invisible wave crashing against him, causing his body to recoil over 100 feet, blood flowing from his orifices. My zither music is only heard by immortal venerables. You are fortunate to hear it. You can die with a smile. Listen to my burial of the Yellow Springs melody. The woman's voice was icy cold, her hands strumming the zither faster and faster. The music filled the space, like demonic thoughts swirling around Wang Lin's mind. Countless demonic thoughts screamed, wanting to tear apart Wang Lin's mind. He let out a tragic laugh, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, yet he burst into a fit of mad laughter. A truly beautiful burial of the Yellow Springs melody. Amidst the frenzied laughter, Wang Lin spun around, a flash of blood light appearing. The blood sword, faintly glowing with blood-red light, instantly materialized in the heavens and earth. The moment he turned, it hissed and shot backward. Unexpectedly, a woman silently emerged from behind Wang Lin. This woman wore purple robes, and the moment she appeared, the blood sword was thrust directly at her. She showed no surprise that Wang Lin could detect her. If even this couldn't be done, then there was no need for them to set a trap to kill Feng Zun before them. Casually allowing the blood sword to pierce her body, her form was ethereal, seemingly existing only in Wang Lin's eyes, not real. She chuckled softly. An ancient saying goes, a single laugh, a single glance, yet possessing captivating charm. Even without a glance, this woman's laughter seemed to illuminate the heavens and earth, her beauty indescribable. It's been a long time since I've heard your music, sister. To hear it today is truly a blessing. The blood sword was ineffective, coiling back and circling around Wang Lin. As Wang Lin drew his blood sword, his body retreated. The sound of the zither still carried the same intense killing intent, quickly echoing throughout the heavens and earth. I never thought I would have to kill you. The woman, seemingly without a physical body, looked at Wang Lin, raising her jade hand and gently pointing a finger at him. I consulted the gods and predicted you would die within 3 breaths. My prophecy, using souls as conduits, will now come true. The woman smiled and nodded towards Wang Lin. This divination technique was similar to that of Jie Yanzi, but this woman's execution was very different. As soon as her words were spoken, strange, fist-sized black circles suddenly appeared around Wang Lin's body. These black circles instantly dispersed, causing Wang Lin to tremble and feel a sudden sense of impending death. I predict that with your first breath, your flesh will be torn to shreds. The woman smiled at Wang Lin. The black circles on Wang Lin's body penetrated deep into his flesh, revealing his bones, which had turned black and were beginning to crumble. The sound of the zither grew faster and faster, as if merging with the woman's gentle voice, penetrating the black circles on Wang Lin's body, rubbing against them. I predict that with your second breath, your bones will disintegrate. From within Wang Lin's body, rumbling sounds erupted. In that instant, countless black cracks spread across his bones, even his skull. If his body were transparent, one could clearly see that his bones were on the verge of shattering under these cracks, with some parts completely disintegrating. This suffering was no less intense than the 5 organs divination technique of the first immortal concubine, causing Wang Lin's life force to rapidly dissipate as he retreated. Gradually approaching death, he was already severely injured, the repulsive force surging within him barely controllable, his 5 internal organs shattered, and now further wounded by the divination technique. His entire body was almost a corpse, but Wang Lin still hadn't taken out the bow. Although he was near death, he wasn't dead yet. The Grand Elder hadn't appeared, and he didn't believe these two immortal consorts were the last ones. He knew that the bow could only fire one arrow at a time. If that arrow couldn't kill the Grand Elder or seriously injure him, then he would truly die. He couldn't take out the bow until the final hurdle. "I guess your soul will dissipate on your third breath." The woman's expression softened, looking at Wang Lin as if he were her lover. As she spoke softly, she pointed at Wang Lin and uttered her final words. Her gentle voice blended with the sound of the zither, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. These two immortal consorts had acted simultaneously, using two different methods to kill Wang Lin. Especially the way they combined their powers, simultaneously disrupting Wang Lin's mental state and using that bizarre divination technique to attack, was perfectly coordinated, clearly pre-planned. The moment the last sentence was uttered, Wang Lin responded with an earth-shattering roar. Wang Lin didn't understand this divination technique, but according to the woman, its power possessed an invisible destructive force. Wang Lin's body was rotting, his bones were cracking, and his soul was aching, seemingly on the verge of collapse. But at that very moment, Wang Lin raised his right hand and fiercely struck his forehead. This single blow caused his entire body to rumble. His body, previously formed from the fusion of the dead ancient body and an immortal body after numerous transformations within the netherworld beast's world, was especially significant because his immortal body, thanks to that madwoman, had already become half an immortal body. Although not yet perfect, the immortal body formed from the condensed immortal bloodline also contained an indestructible power. If he weren't in imminent danger, Wang Lin would never have switched. Once the switch was made, the repulsive force within his body would be completely uncontrollable, erupting wildly. During this battle, although this repulsive force still surfaced, Wang Lin continuously suppressed it. If he switched between the ancient god body and the immortal body, this suppression would dissipate. Once this repulsive force fully erupted, Wang Lin would have no chance to stop it, like a wild horse that could never be tamed again. But at this moment, he had no time to worry. Just as it was about to shatter, Wang Lin's right hand struck his forehead. With a loud bang, his body flashed with a dazzling golden light. This golden light filled the sky, converging in all directions, instantly enveloping this entire area. Even the distant Vermilion bird star was transformed into a golden hue. The white-robed man, frozen in place, had now melted away the ice. As he emerged, his face pale, he was immediately blinded by the golden light, his expression changing once again. Under this golden light, Wang Lin's ancient god body dissolved, disappearing into the 7 star points on his forehead. At this moment, his body emitted endless golden light, transforming into an immortal body. As soon as the immortal body appeared, the gentle-looking woman who used divination immediately changed her expression, her eyes revealing disbelief. She came from the world of immortal venerables, and this transformation of Wang Lin reminded her of a legend. When Wang Lin's immortal body appeared, the power of that strange divination technique erupted from within his body. With a resounding crash, Wang Lin's body shattered. But as it shattered, a flash of golden light appeared, and his body once again condensed. The gentle-looking woman spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body staggering back several steps. Her divination technique had been destroyed, causing her injury. But this was nothing compared to the terror in her heart and the disbelief in her eyes. She had felt Wang Lin's appearance was extremely familiar, and had already made a guess. But now, seeing Wang Lin's body shatter, the golden light flashing and then reforming once again, her expression completely changed. Immortal body, the woman shrieked, instinctively retreating rapidly, her eyes filled with terror. I never expected you to possess the immortal body, the immortal body, worshipped by 10,000 immortals. You are not from this place. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with the immortal emperor? The woman was completely shaken by the transformation of Wang Lin's body, her mind reeling as if countless immortal thunderbolts were exploding simultaneously. He can't be killed. He can't be killed. She was terrified, her body trembling, a fear far greater than when she faced the immortal venerable all those years ago. Not only her, but the woman playing the zither also trembled, her hands shaking, and the music suddenly stopped. She looked at Wang Lin, who was radiating a dazzling golden light, her expression drastically changing. A whirlwind swept across Wang Lin's body within the golden light. This whirlwind was the force of repulsion. This force of repulsion had now fully erupted, and his body shattered before the eyes of the two immortal consorts. After shattering, it reformed again. After several shatterings, the woman who had stopped playing gritted her teeth, and the Yin Moon affection technique spread even further. If she didn't dare kill Wang Lin, this Yin Moon sect technique would not only destroy her clone, but would also implicate her main body. His immortal body is still incomplete. He obviously stole it from somewhere. Kill him. The woman gritted her teeth. Her body flashed, her right hand grasping the zither, raising it upright, then pulling the strings forcefully before releasing. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Beneath the sound, several flying daggers vaguely appeared before the zither. After the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, they merged with the blood and hurtled towards Wang Lin. Everything happened in an instant. Wang Lin's body shattered, his eyes blazing with pain. He roared wildly, his hands forming a series of incantations. As the 9 flying daggers approached, he swung them forcefully forward. With that single swing, his body shattered again. Even so, his divine power was unleashed. The heavens and earth darkened, seemingly enveloped in night, and in the distance, a sun suddenly rose from the water's surface. The Nightfall technique, the first divine ability Wang Lin created. In this incredibly dark and gloomy world, the endless golden light emanating from Wang Lin's constantly crumbling body could not be concealed. Under this golden light, his body seemed to merge with the rising sun from the water. The golden light dispersed, unleashing a power that shattered the darkness. The power of the Nightfall technique surged forth. At this moment, Wang Lin's body once again condensed. Amidst roaring screams, his expression contorted, the pain filling him with utter rage. As he swung his hand, loud explosions resounded in the water below. A gigantic stone gate appeared with a thunderous roar. As soon as this stone gate appeared, an aura of the passage of time permeated the surroundings. Wang Lin had unleashed his second divine ability. The techniques of Twilight and Flowing Moon were already extraordinary, and now, as Wang Lin's immortal body continuously shattered and reformed, merging with his immortal power, their power was even greater. The heavens and earth trembled, the dark screen was shattered by the golden light, and 4 of the blood-red flying daggers launched by the woman playing the zither were directly broken. Of the remaining 5, only 3 remained when they reached Wang Lin. These 3 daggers shrieked and pierced Wang Lin's body, shattering him along with his body. The woman using the divination technique quickly retreated, enveloped by the power of Twilight and the overwhelming power of Flowing Moon. Her mind was already shaken, and the discovery had further disturbed her. In her panic, she inevitably made a mistake. Now attacked by 2 immortal techniques, she immediately spat out fresh blood, her body swayed, and she hastily retreated. She no longer had the heart to fight. But at this moment, after Wang Lin unleashed 2 divine abilities, just as his body shattered once again, a blurry figure suddenly emerged from the heavens behind him. This blurry figure was indistinguishable as male or female, old or young. His entire body was formed from a hazy mist. As soon as he appeared, the mist on his body transformed into wisps of smoke and drifted outwards. I am one of the 5 ancient venerables, the void god heavenly venerable. As this ethereal voice echoed, the blurry figure raised his right hand and fiercely struck the back of Wang Lin's newly reformed body. Wang Lin's body trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, and his body was instantly blasted away, transforming into a golden light that flew straight towards the distant vermilion bird star. With a thunderous roar, his body landed on the vermilion bird star. The indistinct figure took a deep breath, sucking up the mouthful of golden yellow blood that Wang Lin spat out. Its eyes gleamed with greed, and with a flash, it transformed into a cloud and pursued him. The bloodline of an immortal, regardless of your status, I must obtain your immortal body. As soon as Wang Lin's body landed on the vermilion bird star, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire star. Wang Lin's body was like a shooting star falling onto a mountain. The mountain immediately collapsed, sending debris flying, and Wang Lin's body plummeted to the ground. The ground trembled, and a large crack quickly opened, causing Wang Lin's body to fall further. Amidst the rumbling, Wang Lin's body, still shattering and reforming, penetrated deep into the earth of the vermilion bird star, reaching the cave of the Rune tribe. Although the venerable master had used the technique of silent moon retention, this vermilion bird star remained the same. Except for the absence of any living beings on its surface, everything else still existed. The Rune clan's cave remained unchanged. As Wang Lin continued to penetrate deeper, he pierced through the ground and appeared in the 18th floor of the Rune clan. The entire place was still the same as when he left. The 100-foot-high wall beside the stone chamber had collapsed, leaving a huge hole. Outside the hole was unexpectedly the battlefield of the outer realm. This technique of stillness and restraint was extremely bizarre. It had even reached this outer realm battlefield. However, although this outer realm battlefield was only a reflection, countless skeletons and ghosts still existed within it. With a loud crash, Wang Lin's body fell to the 18th floor of the Rune clan, once again spitting out fresh blood. His entire body was enveloped in golden light. The pain was so intense that he almost fainted, but he endured the waves of shattering. The void god Heavenly Venerate, one of the 5 ancient venerates, unleashed an extremely domineering palm strike that hit Wang Lin's back, causing his immortal body to show signs of instability. His immortal body was already imperfect, and now, as it continuously shattered and reformed, Wang Lin struggled to stand up. But just as he rose, a hoarse, indistinct laugh suddenly erupted. From within the hole in the ground that Wang Lin had just passed through, the void god Heavenly Venerate, one of the 5 ancient venerates, emerged. His body was entirely composed of mist, his eyes gleaming with greed, and he raised his right hand to grab Wang Lin. Wang Lin was about to resist, but his body instantly shattered. As his body disintegrated, the void god Heavenly Venerate's eyes widened in surprise. He grinned, withdrew his right hand, and his body instantly transformed into a cloud of mist, enveloping Wang Lin's shattered body, which was now overflowing with golden light. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. It seems even the Heavenly Tao wants me to seize your immortal body today. The void god Heavenly Venerate, with a long laugh, transformed into a mist and completely merged into Wang Lin's shattered body. In a short time, as Wang Lin's immortal body continuously reformed, he let out a mournful roar unlike anything he had ever heard in previous battles. As soon as Wang Lin's body reformed, a black color appeared within the golden light. This blackness enveloped his entire body, even penetrating his mind, vaguely emanating a maniacal laugh. This body will be mine from now on. Your resistance is useless. Enjoy the taste of being possessed. You will probably only have the chance to experience this once in your lifetime. Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot. The agony of being possessed caused him to instantly lose everything. His entire body was engulfed in black, and his legs were uncontrollable. At this moment, even his right hand and upper body were uncontrollable. Only his left hand could still move, but it was gradually becoming numb. Under the possession of the void god Heavenly Venerate, his memories were gradually shattering, and an extremely domineering divine consciousness was preparing to invade his memories, wanting to erase everything, to wipe out all his memories. A painful scream escaped Wang Lin's mouth, but it gradually weakened. His eyes showed a struggle, but this struggle also faded, and his body, uncontrollable, rose and flew towards the sky. With this body, I will be able to roam freely. Once I undergo the final refinement process, even that heaven-defying pearl will be mine. A sinister, aged laugh escaped Wang Lin's lips. His expression contorted as he directly flew out of the vermilion bird star, appearing in the boundless heavens and earth. As he flew, his only remaining left arm, which he could still vaguely control, formed a seal pointing down at the outer battlefield within the 18th layer of the Rune clan below. With this single gesture, countless wandering souls in the outer battlefield trembled. Wang Lin had once devoured souls, possessing immense manipulative power over them. The number of wandering souls reflected in this outer battlefield was immeasurable. They all roared, forming a sweeping vortex that caused even more souls to condense. Some soul-devouring beings even slowly entered this vortex, stirring up the entire outer battlefield. This whirlwind was earth-shattering, shattering countless skeletons in the area and causing the wandering souls residing within to be absorbed into it. Amidst the rumbling, this incredibly powerful vortex of wandering souls directly burst out from the rift on the 18th floor of the Rune clan. This was the first time they had rushed out of the outer realm battlefield, the first time they had not been hindered by any strange rules, charging into the outside world. All of this was because this place was created by the Tranquil Moon Prison, but even the Grand Elder was unable to create any strange rules on the stone door in the outer realm battlefield. This allowed these wandering souls to rush out without any hindrance. A series of screams and excited shouts filled the vermilion bird star, causing it to shake violently, as if countless evil spirits had been released from their seals and were frantically charging out. Their outbursts seemed to overwhelm the vermilion bird star, causing it to begin to crumble. The void god Heavenly Venerate, who was possessing Wang Lin's body, now controlled Wang Lin's body to fly out. Although he had controlled Wang Lin's body, he couldn't suppress the disintegration and recondensation of his body. However, his cultivation far surpassed Wang Lin's, and he powerfully suppressed the disintegration, preventing it from occurring on a large scale, leaving only a small area. "This battle is over." From Wang Lin's mouth came the mournful voice of the void god Heavenly Venerate. He looked towards the two immortal consorts standing there stunned, and the white-robed man emerging from the ice block. But before he could finish speaking, the vermilion bird star behind him violently shook and exploded. Amidst the deafening explosions that echoed throughout the heavens and earth, the vermilion bird star shattered into pieces, a colossal shockwave spreading in all directions. A black vortex rose from within the collapsing vermilion bird star, engulfing the entire world. The void god Heavenly Venerate, who had possessed Wang Lin's body, changed color, turning his head sharply, his pupils contracting. But he was completely unable to retreat. The black vortex of wandering souls that had emerged from the vermilion bird star rushed towards him at an unimaginable speed. It seemed as if his body was being summoned by some voice. Among the countless wandering souls that rushed out of the vermilion bird star were several soul-devouring ones, as if the one who uttered this voice was their king. In a short time, this black vortex directly enveloped the void god Heavenly Venerate's body, frantically entering him. If one looked closely, one could clearly see countless wandering souls inside the black vortex, and amidst the howling, a large number entered Wang Lin's body. Almost instantly, the overwhelming black vortex suddenly disappeared completely, all of it having entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled, shattering once again, this time the shattered area spanning several thousand feet. Countless wandering souls within attacked furiously, and with Wang Lin's own power fused into it, an overwhelming aura erupted. With an unwilling roar, it pushed the void god Heavenly Venerate out of his crumbling body. A cloud of mist appeared from the endless swarm of rushing souls, growing larger and larger, finally rising into the air and transforming into the hazy body of the void god Heavenly Venerate. His eyes showed unwillingness, and with a roar, he lunged forward again, attempting to possess him once more. At the same time, Shan Fei, who was about to be completely engulfed by Yinue, suddenly flashed a cold light in her eyes and charged forward. Behind her, the white-robed man also flashed with icy killing intent. But at this moment, Wang Lin's body, aided by the countless wandering souls, once again condensed, and in a short time, it stopped shattering. His eyes blazed open, revealing a dazzling golden light, staring intently at the approaching void god Heavenly Venerate. "You all want to die." The experience Wang Lin had just gone through had nearly killed him. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the Grand Venerate appeared or not. As soon as his body solidified, he extended his left hand forward. Suddenly, a bow-emitting golden light appeared in his left hand. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin raised his right hand, grasped the bowstring, and pulled hard. With a whoosh, the bowstring was fully drawn. His body instantly straightened, his eyes flashing with cold light, revealing a murderous intent. As the bowstring was drawn, a round-tipped arrow suddenly appeared on the bow. The arrow bore complex symbols, and within it, the souls of Nanzhou and Jiazhou could be vaguely heard wailing mournfully. Each arrow, imbued with an aura of ancient desolation, caused the charging void god Heavenly Venerate to tremble and his face to change drastically. "Li Guan's bow, I didn't expect you to have found that arrow." The void god Heavenly Venerate's voice was hoarse. He dared not advance further, his eyes filled with frantic fear as he retreated. "Damn it, I understand now why that Grand Venerate never appeared." "Grand Venerate, I won't let you get away with this." The void god Heavenly Venerate was almost beside himself with fear. He understood the power of this bow and arrow, the mere thought of it sending shivers down his spine. "I won't participate anymore." As he retreated, the void god Heavenly Venerate clutched the jade slip in his hand, but showed no reaction whatsoever. The other two immortal consorts understood this bow even better than he did. The woman whose entire body was enveloped in yin moonlight showed extreme fear in her eyes, and she hastily retreated. The other immortal consort's face also turned pale, her previous arrogance gone. Standing before the arrow's target, her body trembled, and she instinctively stepped back, clutching the jade slip in her hand. But there was no reaction. When the bow was drawn, the heavens and earth changed color. When the arrow appeared, the wind and clouds swirled. Wang Lin's gaze was icy cold as he stared at the four figures rapidly retreating in front of the bow. Among them was the white-robed man who had previously arrogantly frozen the fire-dispersing technique. The four men's expressions changed drastically as they retreated without hesitation. Although these four were all powerful experts, their cultivation far surpassing Wang Lin's, they were merely reflections, their power sealed and suppressed. Unable to reach their full potential as in the outer realm, only able to display the strength of the mid-stage void spirit realm. Yet, these four had already put Wang Lin in life-threatening situations several times. This time, if Wang Lin hadn't learned the ancient dispersing technique and sacrificed his lifespan in the land of madness, he would have long since been killed by the combined efforts of those three. If Wang Lin hadn't received the fortuitous opportunity from that madman, he would undoubtedly have died at the hands of those two immortal consorts. Similarly, if he hadn't had this bow and arrow, his fate would still have been death, even if he risked everything. Staring intently at the four, Wang Lin's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He only had the strength to fire one arrow. After this one, drawing the bowstring would require sacrificing his life force, and he no longer had the life force to do so. He had originally prepared this arrow for the Grand Elder, but since the strongest person hadn't appeared yet, his intention was to use this arrow to end the killing spree against the Grand Elder after repelling all those who wanted to kill him. But things in the world don't always go as Wang Lin wishes. He's not the heavenly Tao. He can't change other people's actions, nor can he control their thoughts. Facing the four approaching figures, Wang Lin understood that if he didn't take out this bow, he would surely die before the Grand Elder appeared. His immortal body wasn't yet complete, although it could still unleash some of its power and could greatly benefit Wang Lin's injuries. He understood that if his body continued to crumble like this, not only would he be possessed, but even his soul could perish completely during this constant disintegration. All that would remain would be an immortal body. The immortal thing is the body, not the soul. Kill! Wang Lin roared softly, pulling back the bowstring like the moon, and instantly releasing his right hand. The moment he let go, the bowstring let out a deafening roar, drowning out all other sounds in the heavens and earth. In an instant, the bowstring snapped inward, a colossal force surging out and into the arrow. The arrow moved along the bowstring, propelled by the force from within, and left the bowstring. The heavens and earth underwent a dramatic change. A deafening scream erupted as the arrow flew out. This arrow was like a deadly rainbow, hurtling out like a madman. Along with it came Wang Lin's soul, his primordial spirit, and all the power within his body, the power of the ancient Tao, the power of his immortal bloodline, all the power he possessed. All of this power, the moment the arrow left the bowstring, transformed from within Wang Lin's body into invisible smoke, completely absorbed by the arrow. He only had the strength to fire one arrow. Wang Lin's body was shaken by the bow, showing signs of shattering, continuously retreating more than 10 meters, but still unable to neutralize the power of the bow. Fresh blood gushed out, his body staggered, and he fell straight into the water below. But his eyes still stared forward, carrying a vicious smile, staring at the terrifying arrow that screamed through the sky as it flew away. With this one arrow, the calm water below immediately churned, creating a very deep trench. This trench was as large as the arrow in the air, rapidly splitting forward with a thunderous roar. From afar, it seemed as if two large, invisible hands were powerfully splitting the water. Even in the air, a huge crack appeared at this moment. This rift continued to widen, as if trying to break through the extremely powerful killing formation that the primordial star spirit had set up for Wang Lin. The four others retreated frantically in fear. The void god Heavenly Venerate was the fastest, and in his hasty retreat, he was already the furthest away. The two immortal consorts also flew away quickly, their faces completely pale, their eyes even showing a look of despair. The young man in white was obviously the lowest in terms of both cultivation and status. He was slower than the other three, running last, becoming the closest to the arrow. The arrow roared and hurtled forward, shattering the heavens and earth along its path, forming circular ripples that spread wildly in all directions. A pervasive killing intent emanated from deep within the symbols on the arrow's body. It seemed that at this moment, nothing in the heavens and earth could stop this arrow. With a thunderous roar, it approached the young man in white. The man in white was deathly pale. He tried to crush the jade slip to escape, but even though it shattered, it offered no response. As the terrifying arrow hurt, his forehead ached and he spat out blood. Knowing he couldn't escape, he screamed and spun around, his hands forming a hand seal to unleash his divine power. But just as he turned, the arrow flew towards him at unimaginable speed, piercing directly into his forehead. A deafening crash echoed, his head shattered, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. His body disintegrated into countless fragments, completely obliterated the moment it was pierced. The agonizing scream almost died down, causing the three fleeing figures ahead to tremble and lose their minds. Jean Fei, her body enveloped in yin moon energy, now looked incredibly ferocious and terrifying, but her eyes revealed utter despair. The arrow hurtled forward, instantly breaking the restrictions on her body and heading straight for her forehead. The immortal concubine spun around, her expression contorted, and raised her right hand, swinging it forward. Several beams of light appeared before her, but they were shattered by the arrow almost immediately. The arrow pierced through the light and approached. With imminent danger, the immortal concubine spat out blood, which unexpectedly transformed into a blood figure. This blood figure vaguely solidified into form as it moved, but the arrow roared through its body, flying towards the utterly desperate immortal concubine. All of this happened in an instant. It was slow to describe, but the time was incredibly fast. The immortal concubine's face showed terror as she took out her zither. This zither, a powerful magical artifact, had been given to her by the immortal venerable years ago. But the moment the zither appeared to block the way, it shattered into countless fragments that were swept away. The immortal concubine screamed in agony, recoiling backward, but before she could retreat 2 steps, the murderous arrow pierced through the zither, directly through her forehead. With a loud bang, this immortal concubine, like the man in white, had her head smashed to pieces, her soft body disintegrating and scattering in all directions. This earth-shattering arrow, even after killing 2 people, had its remaining power somewhat diminished, yet it still possessed overwhelming force. Now hurtling towards the third person, the immortal concubine who had previously used divination. Seeing the white-robed man die, and then witnessing her sister's demise, the woman's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of utter despair. Although this body was merely a reflection, a simple death would have been acceptable, but dying from this arrow would inflict extremely severe damage on her. This arrow did not belong to this world. In her homeland, this arrow was a priceless treasure of the Li family, renowned throughout the immortal realm. In her despair, she stopped fleeing and turned to look at the arrow, which was growing larger and larger, finally obscuring her vision. She closed her eyes. The moment she closed her eyes, the arrow roared towards her, instantly reaching her forehead. But just as it was about to pierce her, a 7-colored light suddenly appeared on her chest. Around the woman's neck was a necklace with a round, black stone, from which the 7-colored light emanated. Under this 7-colored light, as the arrow approached, the necklace automatically flew up from within her clothing, flashing with a radiant glow, instantly enveloping her entire body. At that moment, the arrow pierced through her forehead with a resounding crash. After the arrow passed through, she opened her eyes, and harmed, only the black stone floating nearby cracked with a popping sound. My dearest consort, this stone is for you. It can protect you, so even if I die, it will be there to keep you company. The gentle words of the immortal venerable from years ago vaguely echoed in her ears. After piercing the woman, the arrow was aimed at the void god Heavenly Venerate, formed from mist, in front of them. With a roar, the arrow directly pierced into the mist, the rumbling sound echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The mist suddenly shattered, but quickly reformed into a black-robed old man. The old man's face was pale, and as he retreated, his body shattered again. A mournful cry resounded. In this short time, the void god Heavenly Venerate had shattered several times. Finally, after his body reformed, his forehead shattered, and the arrow pierced through him. The void god Heavenly Venerate, one of the 5 ancient venerables, let out a tragic laugh as his body disintegrated, transforming into a large amount of mist and dissipating. Venerable, I took this arrow for you. You must explain this to me. His mournful cry before death still echoed in all directions after he vanished. If words were used to describe the power of this arrow, it could be summed up in just 4 words: earth-shattering. Even after killing 3 people, the remaining power of this arrow was not much, but it still roared and shot straight towards the curtain in the sky, wanting to shatter the heavens, break the seal, tear open a hole, and release the tribulation for Feng Zun Wang Lin. The moment it approached the curtain, a blue light flashed. Within the blue light, a figure silently stepped out. This person wore a black robe, even their face was covered by the clothing. A great pressure emanated from their body. It was not the limited cultivation of a mid-stage void spirit confined to this sealed place. They extended their withered right arm and caught the arrow. Their body trembled, and they slowly raised their head, looking at Wang Lin below, slowly opening their hoarse mouth to speak. A roar outside the ancient Dao tomb, a battle that defeated my ancient star spirit cultivators in the Cloud Sea Star domain. Wang Lin, we meet again. I am the Grand Venerable. Wang Lin looked up at the black-robed old man who had just appeared in the air. He could never forget the man's appearance. He was the Grand Venerable, the leader of the 5 ancient venerables, a man of profound schemes and immense ambition. Whether it was the killing of the previous Grand Venerable, the destruction of the 4 great immortal realms, the assassination of immortal Emperor Qinglin, the sending of the Talisman clan to find Li Guang's arrow, the rebellion of Shui Daozi, the surrender of Ti Mozi, or the death of the Zan family's ancestor, behind everything, behind everyone, was the shadow of this Grand Venerable. Even when he was in the ancient star realm, Wang Lin vaguely felt his mind being controlled, and he later realized it was definitely this Grand Venerable. In Wang Lin's memory, there was a divine technique that made him indestructible, the Tranquil Moon. He had seen this technique before, when the person suspected to be a clone of the Grand Elder used it in the Fire Sparrow clan. Until this massacre, after seeing the ground here resembling a well, he was certain that this place was also a tranquil moon. What was to be unearthed was the vermilion bird star and himself, Wang Lin. Tranquil moon. Wang Lin stood on the water's surface, his expression calm as he looked up at the sky. Jean Fei, the only survivor of this arrow, stood dazed between the two, then retreated, falling silent. If it weren't for Lan Meng saving you in the primordial star realm, you would have become a pawn in my hands. The old man in black smiled, his voice hoarse and slow. He flicked his right hand, and the arrow trembled before dissipating in his grasp. He was wary of this arrow, which is why he had remained hidden, waiting for Wang Lin to fire another arrow before revealing himself. This arrow was connected to the bow within Wang Lin's body. After dissipating, it strangely reappeared in Wang Lin's soul. If Li Guang hadn't perished, this arrow would have returned to his body. Tell me, where does your immortal bloodline come from? After dissipating the arrow, the old man in black clasped his hands behind his back and descended from the air towards Wang Lin. His footsteps were leisurely, but each step sent a shockwave through Wang Lin's mind, his entire body feeling as if it were under immense pressure from all directions. Even more bizarrely, the shadow of an old man in black suddenly appeared on the water's surface, walking towards Wang Lin. Looking at this image, if there were 2 grand elders, one would be in the sky and the other on the ground. This pressure suddenly increased exponentially, simultaneously pressing down on Wang Lin from both sides, causing his face to turn pale. His body was suddenly unable to move at all, as if locked by a body-fixing technique. But his eyes remained clear. At this point, Wang Lin understood that today's tribulation would likely be difficult to overcome. He had known this from the moment he fired that arrow. It doesn't matter if you don't speak, I will find the answer from you. The old man in black raised his withered arm as he advanced, pointing at Wang Lin. With this single gesture, the blue light in the sky suddenly dissipated completely, replaced by a dazzling golden light. This golden light was sunlight, emanating from a sun that suddenly appeared in the sky. The sun appeared extremely abruptly, hovering in the heavens, and waves of primordial energy permeated the surroundings. Under the light of this sun, the figure of the Grand Elder became gloomy. As he moved forward, a halo of light gradually formed around his black-robed body. Besides that arrow, you have nothing else that can contend with me. Since the beginning of heaven and earth, there has been light. And this light is one of the primordial principles I have comprehended, the primordial rules. Under this primordial power, everything you possess, ancient and immortal, will be separated. The Grand Elder's words were filled with profound sorrow. With a single gesture, all the radiance emanating from that sun in the heavens and earth directly transformed into a column of light, suddenly enveloping Wang Lin. Under this supreme power, Wang Lin was utterly powerless to resist. The pillar of light enveloped his entire body, causing all sorts of pain to surge from within. The sunlight within this pillar carried intense heat and the primordial force that Wang Lin was very familiar with, burning everything inside his body and enveloping all the reflected wandering souls. This primordial force had immense destructive power against wandering souls. Amidst mournful screams, in a short time, all the wandering souls in Wang Lin's body vanished into thin air. With the wandering souls gone, the repulsive force within Wang Lin's body, which had been enveloped by this pillar of light, suddenly dissipated. As soon as it disappeared, the primordial force penetrated Wang Lin's crumbling body, attempting to separate his neck and immortal. Gradually, it became clear that Wang Lin's body was once again condensing, the golden light flashing, seemingly wanting to burst out of his body on a large scale. The agony of this separation was even greater than the previous fusion, causing Wang Lin's expression to contort. But he didn't utter a sound, only staring intently at the elder. He remembered everything, remembered the life and death tribulation he was facing today. If he had a next life, if he could survive this day, he would repay the other party tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. All this suffering. He still had a killer move he hadn't used. This killer move might not be under his control, but at this moment, Wang Lin disregarded everything. He was still waiting for the crucial moment, waiting for the other party to get a little closer before unleashing this killer move that could change everything. Under Wang Lin's intense gaze, the old man in black's expression changed slightly. He retracted his right index finger, slowly extending the other four fingers, forming a complete hand. After locking onto Wang Lin's body and using his primordial power to separate the immortal and ancient beings within him, the old man in black raised his right hand and lunged towards Wang Lin as the distance between them grew shorter. Quiet moon. Just as the old man in black made his move, the reflection on the water also raised its hand and lunged towards Wang Lin. What it wanted to extract was the power of the immortal bloodline that had been separated and then merged into Wang Lin's body. With his action, a tearing pain surged through Wang Lin's body. This pain almost made Wang Lin cry out in agony, but he endured it, his face contorted with veins, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at the Grand Elder. Closer. Amidst the golden light emanating from Wang Lin's body, countless streams of yellow blood gushed from his pores. Within Wang Lin's body, the bone marrow that produced the immortal blood was the most important thing. Under a thunderous grip, this bone marrow pierced through his bones, leaking out through the countless cracks and holes that had appeared earlier. In a short time, amidst excruciating pain, Wang Lin's entire body gushed out fresh blood. His entire immortal bloodline, including his bone marrow, and the karmic opportunity the madman had given him, were now completely poured out from his body. From afar, this scene was quite astonishing. Outside Wang Lin's body, the gushing golden blood condensed together, unexpectedly transforming into a human figure. This figure was Wang Lin. This figure, like a soul, showed that Wang Lin had been split in two. The figure, bathed in golden light, slowly separated from Wang Lin's body, rising 7 feet above him, the golden streaks connecting them becoming fewer and fewer. As that figure flew out, the ancient divine star point on Wang Lin's forehead reappeared, but it no longer shone with golden light. Even the ancient demonic star point in his right eye was no longer yellow. The old man in black's eyes flashed with light, and he fiercely pulled upwards, severing all the golden threads connected to the golden figure. The immortal bloodline was completely separated. Immediately after being separated, the golden figure twitched, instantly condensing into a drop of blood radiating a dazzling golden light. Inside this drop of blood, half of the immortal body's symbol flickered. This drop of blood was forged by the fortuitous encounter that the madman had brought to Wang Lin. With the immortal bloodline gone from his body, and the repulsive force gone, Wang Lin seemed to have returned to his state before meeting the madman. A rumbling sound emanated from his body, and he once again transformed into the ancient divine body. The immortal body. This is truly the immortal body. Where did you get it from? The old man in black looked at the golden drop of blood hovering above Wang Lin, his eyes filled with excitement and fanaticism. But within this excitement, there was also a strong sense of apprehension. The Grand Elder rarely lost his composure like this. Only this drop of fresh blood could make him react this way. He knew everything about Wang Lin, but he had no way of knowing what Wang Lin had encountered inside the netherworld beast. At this moment, in a state of shock, the Grand Elder stepped forward, raising his right hand to grab the golden drop of blood. Just then, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with overwhelming cold light. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of fresh stale blood. This mouthful of blood seemed to transform into a blood-red blade, directly opening the storage space, and from within, a black pavilion suddenly flew out. As this pavilion flew out, the heavens and earth immediately darkened. Wang Lin's fresh blood dripped onto one of the 3 windows of the pavilion, staining it red. In the name of the ancient Tao, I, Wang Lin, release your seal, grant you freedom, and help me slay the enemy. With Wang Lin's cultivation, he could only open one window, only releasing one extremely powerful soul sealed inside by Yimi. As soon as his words were spoken, and as the blood fell, the window on the pavilion immediately shook, emitting a deafening cracking sound, and shattered with a thunderous crash. A frenzied roar filled with extreme excitement erupted from within the window. Damn Yimi, you sealed me, Qi Hanzi, for countless years. Today, I am finally free. Following this roar, a crimson figure suddenly flashed out from within the window. This crimson figure's face was indistinct, just a mass of fresh blood. As he appeared, an earth-shattering aura surged forth. The Grand Elder was too close. The moment the pool of blood appeared, he was directly struck, recoiling more than 10 meters. The hood of his black robe flew up, revealing the face beneath. Crimson Soul. This crimson figure, laughing loudly, didn't even glance at the Grand Elder and Wang Lin, but instead, with a flash, lunged straight towards the immortal concubine whose expression was drastically changing in the distance. Enveloped by his body, the immortal concubine screamed in agony, her entire body drenched in blood. Overwhelmed by the blood, her delicate body melted and vanished, devoured. The blood figure laughed maniacally, soaring into the sky and crashing violently. A blue light flashed in the sky, creating a large hole, and the blood figure burst out from within. At this very moment, in the inner realm, on the true vermilion bird star, in Immortal City, the madman, holding a glistening chicken leg, sat among beggars. Under the admiring gazes of those beggars, after he smugly took a bite, he stared blankly at the sky. Damn it, I can't believe he abandoned me here. No, I must find him. He can't possibly not take care of me. Go? The Tranquil Moon Seal, a divine ability condensed by the Grand Elder, was shattered amidst the frenzied laughter of the Crimson Blood Shadow. A huge hole appeared in the seal. With the appearance of this hole, the heavens and earth began to shake violently. Cracking sounds echoed across the sky, and countless fissures suddenly appeared, spreading rapidly outwards from the center of the hole, a terrifying sight from afar. At the same moment these fissures appeared, numerous cracks also appeared on the surface of the water below. The heavens and earth shook violently, as if on the verge of collapse. At this moment, a frenzied laugh echoed from the sky. The Crimson Blood Shadow didn't even look back at the shattered hole below, laughing loudly as it sped away. Little brat, you possess the aura of the ancient Tao. I was about to kill you, but you released me, so that matter is considered resolved. Ha ha, I am finally free. The Crimson Blood Shadow laughed loudly, departing unstoppable. Even the Grand Elder's eyes showed a solemn expression as he watched the Crimson Blood Shadow gradually disappear from sight. The fact that the Crimson Soul was no longer under control was something Wang Lin had anticipated, yet he still felt a sense of regret. However, even so, the opponent's appearance and sudden dash ashore neutralized the Grand Elder's claw attack aimed at the golden blood at Wang Lin's head. At the same time, the opponent shattered the seal and burst out, causing a thunderous tremor in the heavens and earth, simultaneously freeing Wang Lin's body from its previous state of vague confinement, allowing him to move freely. Wang Lin's right hand quickly rose, grasping the hazy blood hovering above his head. This blood was his immortal body, a concentrated immortal bloodline, extremely pure. This couldn't be stored in his spatial storage, so he grasped it in his hand, his body flashing as he dashed straight towards the hole in the sky. Getting out of here is the only way I can overcome this life-or-death tribulation. This place has been torn open, and the aura inside is immediately leaking out. At this moment, the cultivators of the 3rd stage of the inner realm will definitely discover it. A look of madness flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Ignoring the rumbling explosions, he rushed towards the hole. The primordial power of the Grand Elder, along with the Tranquil Moon, caused Wang Lin's ancient and immortal powers to separate. His original goal was to extract the blood condensed from Wang Lin's immortal body. Although this blood wasn't offered by Wang Lin, he still had a way to obtain what he wanted from it. But because of Qi Hanzi's attack, forcing him back 10 meters, he appeared unharmed, but in reality, his main body in the great hall of the primordial star god spat out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. The first spurt of fresh blood spurted out the moment he grasped the arrow. Forced back like that, he lost the chance to obtain that fresh blood. However, for Wang Lin, this wasn't a huge loss. The immortal power and ancient power in his body hadn't fully merged, and the repulsive force, like a knife to his throat, constantly threatened to collapse him, putting him in extreme danger. But at this moment, the ancient power and immortal power had been separated by the Grand Elder, inadvertently neutralizing the repulsive force in Wang Lin's body, causing the knife to completely disappear. That's how things are in this world. What is lost is also gained. Having lost his immortal body and immortal bloodline, Wang Lin's body once again returned to the body of an ancient god, no longer subject to the repulsive force. The astonishing self-healing power of the ancient god's body immediately surged throughout him. His lost internal organs vaguely reappeared. His injuries healed rapidly at this moment. Within his body, his primordial spirit emerged, weary but no longer carrying the endless pain of before, making his body feel much more comfortable. At the same time, the drops of golden blood condensed from the immortal body were not snatched away by the Grand Elder, but were held in Wang Lin's hand. If he could overcome the danger today, he would not forcefully fuse with it. This kind of fusion is fundamentally impossible. The result would only be more serious, even fatal, no different from a deadly poison. Wang Lin would choose to refine it into a magical artifact, an immortal body artifact, allowing this artifact to integrate into his body. Using this method to avoid the repulsive force and simultaneously unleash its power. Previously, Wang Lin was given a chance by the madman, and he had no choice. In his passive state, he had no choice but to absorb and try to fuse. If he could choose, he absolutely would not use his current cultivation to fuse ancient power and immortal power. Don't even mention him. Even in the world of the insane, no one from ancient times to the present has ever been able to accomplish such a feat. A forceful fusion would only result in death. But today, the Grand Elder brought Wang Lin a life-or-death tribulation, yet invisibly averted this danger for him. The heavenly tribulation is both a calamity and an opportunity. These thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. His body roared as he rushed out. At the same time, as the rift appeared, all the energy of the place instantly erupted outwards. It was like a mortal's house, originally shrouded in darkness, with the owner sleeping soundly, and a thief breaking in. In that instant, a lamp in the room suddenly shone brightly, illuminating everything completely. At this moment, the aura emanating from the rift, which had previously concealed the inner realm cultivators, could no longer be hidden. In an instant, the third stage inner realm cultivators sensed it. On the battle platform in the Cloud Sea Star domain, Hang Samzi was refining the outer realm cultivator he had captured from Zhao He. He vaguely sensed something strange from this person's soul, and as he carefully observed, his expression suddenly changed. He looked up towards the distance, his expression instantly turning drastically. Not good. Hang Samzi almost, without hesitation, withdrew the soul he was refining and strode straight forward. The ripples swirling beneath his feet vanished in an instant, as he exerted his full speed. At this moment, Zhang Xuanzi's master also awoke from his meditation, his pupils contracting. Without a second thought, he quickly dissipated, merging into the heavens and earth. In the Kungsu Star domain, within the immortal realm, Tham Lam was in seclusion in a secret chamber, healing his injuries, surrounded by swirling mist that emitted a gloomy light. But at that moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing an expression of utter terror. Senior Elder. His face darkened, and he quickly raised his right hand, unexpectedly creating a rift. His body flashed forward, instantly disappearing. Also in the Kungsu Star domain, in the area of the Yin sect, Nan Yunzi was diligently refining a set of formation flags. This set of formation flags possessed immense power, a treasure he had prepared for the next great battle. But while refining them, Nan Yunzi suddenly looked up, his expression drastically changing. He had sensed the aura of the primordial star spirit besieging Fengzan, and without hesitation, he immediately rushed forward. Sensing that this aura also belonged to a third-stage cultivator from Zhao he also hurried towards them. In the vast and boundless star domain of Latia, a figure in green robes silently walked through the starry sky, gazing ahead with a somber expression, as if searching for something but finding no clue. This person was Qing Shui. He sighed softly, intending to continue forward, when suddenly he turned his head, his expression changing, staring intently towards the Kunsu star domain. Wang Lin. After sensing the aura within the realm, Qing Shui disregarded his own affairs, a cold light emanating from his eyes, enveloping the heavens and earth. He took a step, rushing straight towards Kunsu. Inside the Jiaohe star domain, the young man who had met Wang Lin during the heavenly tribulation still hadn't found his destination, utterly bewildered. He sat in the star domain he suspected, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with golden light, and he looked up at the distant Kunsu. Her! His eyes widened in surprise. He stood up and walked away, disappearing in an instant amidst the rippling waves of the starry sky. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed in the thunder-immortal realm of Luotia. The mysterious and unpredictable war demon stepped out from the thunder-immortal realm, his body flashing, and he rushed towards Kungsu at an extremely fast speed. Almost all the third-stage cultivators everywhere, who had sensed the seal being broken by Qi Hunzi, rushed from all directions, roaring and charging forward. Wine swirled, clouds scattered, and the stars trembled. Everything happened in an instant. In fact, just as Wang Lin was about to step into the hole and prepare to rush out, the eyes of the Grand Elder not far away revealed a strange light. He absolutely would not allow this plan to fail. Even if the incident had just occurred, even if the seal now had a hole, even if the war demon, whom he feared most, or even the mysterious person who warred years ago, sensed it in this instant, he would not give up. Lan Meng, don't forget our agreement. I will retrieve your wife's body for you. The Grand Elder's voice was calm, and as he spoke, his withered right hand raised, pointing to the sky. As his words were spoken, a sigh echoed from the sky. At that moment, the whole Wang Lin had just stepped through flashed with a sky-shattering blue light, forming a blue barrier that blocked Wang Lin's path. This blue light even caused Wang Lin's body to be directly thrown back inside. He had said he wouldn't intervene, but now he had to. He had intervened to prevent Wang Lin from leaving, and from then on, there was no longer any gratitude between them, a complete break. Wang Lin's eyes showed a complex expression. The moment his body was thrown back, the Grand Elder in the distance pointed a finger towards the sky. A crimson light flashed, enveloping the heavens and earth. Following this crimson light, a lemon-colored light also flashed. Almost instantly, 7 colors enveloped the heavens and earth. The endless 7-colored light instantly changed and intertwined, suddenly forming a gigantic spear. With a deafening roar, it appeared above the Grand Elder. His withered right arm ferociously grabbed the spear, coldly staring at Wang Lin, then hurled it towards him. A deafening roar echoed. The 7-colored spear, carrying an aura of destruction and an irresistible force, hurtled towards Wang Lin at incredible speed. This was the Spear of Death. Even the madman had once unleashed this 7-colored spear technique. Although Wang Lin knew all the incantations and symbols, he hadn't fully comprehended them and couldn't perform it. But he knew this 7-colored spear possessed world-destroying power, like the ancient boundary dispersal, a divine ability not belonging to this world. Beneath this spear, all the scenery before Wang Lin's eyes vanished, leaving only endless 7-colored light. Despair flickered in his eyes, and with a mournful laugh, the aura of death enveloped his body. Wang Lin understood perfectly well that he couldn't escape. If he couldn't run, then there was no need to run anymore. This 7-colored spear was his final life-or-death tribulation. Suddenly, a mountain appeared before him, shrouded in swirling black clouds. In the torrential rain, a bird flapped its wings helplessly in front of the ferocious black clouds. The shape of this bird's wing instantly became clearer in Wang Lin's mind. The bird's eyes held despair, unwillingness, and a struggle, yet it was ultimately engulfed by the dark clouds, as if a giant mouth had opened to swallow the wing. This wing was the sign of a great life-or-death catastrophe. The sky was covered in 7-colored light, and the 7-colored spear, formed from condensed 7-colored light, roared and rushed towards Wang Lin, its distance from him growing ever closer. Wang Lin looked back in anguish. He understood that he probably couldn't survive this catastrophe. Father, mother, Taiju is too tired. I'm coming to you. The despair in Wang Lin's eyes had vanished, replaced by a look of relief. He was utterly exhausted. He wanted to rest, to close his eyes and leave this world, to be like an ordinary person who didn't know the daily dangers of life and death, who didn't struggle against fate, who didn't have to endure the sorrow and wail at his parents' graves. He'd rather know nothing at all. He'd rather not know that there were cultivators on Vermilion Star, that there were many other cultivation nations besides Zhao Kingdom. He'd rather not know about Vermilion Star being bestowed the title by the Star Alliance. He didn't want to venture outside Vermilion Star's star system, to know about the countless cultivation planets outside Vermilion Star. He didn't even want to know about the existence of Vermilion Star. He didn't need to understand that outside the Cultivation Alliance there was the Kungsu Star Domain. He didn't need to know that outside the Kungsu Star Domain there were the Luo Jia, Yun Hai, and Zhao He. He didn't even want to know that there was another world outside the Inner Realm, that there was the primordial star god called the Outer Realm. Even later, Wang Lin vaguely understood that there was the end. Liberation. Wanner, I'm sorry. I ultimately lack the power to awaken you. Father has done his best. In agony, Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly. Those were all the thoughts that flashed through his mind in the split second before death, as the seven-colored spear roared towards him. In that instant, his clothes ripped apart, a deep indentation appeared in his chest, his flesh and blood torn apart, his face like that of a dead man. Just returned to dust. Wang Lin closed his eyes tightly, and in that split second when the seven-colored spear was 10 feet away from his body, an image appeared in his mind that warmed him. In the courtyard, his father was smoking, standing to one side, exhaling smoke, concentrating on carving a piece of wood, a smile on his face. This was a birthday gift from the servants to Taiju. Wang Lin squatted beside his father, his hands propped on his chin, his eyes filled with excitement as he watched the gift gradually take shape. He saw that his father was capable of anything. His father was like heaven itself. His father could accomplish anything. Not far away, his mother held a basket in her hand, feeding the chickens and ducks, occasionally turning her head to look at the father and son, her eyes filled with tenderness and happiness. The image gradually faded, becoming fragments before coalescing again, slowly revealing a perpetually tranquil mountain valley. Inside the valley stood a wooden house. Li Nuan sat in front of it, her black hair styled in an updo, tied back like a woman's, her beautiful face radiating happiness. She gently gazed at the man before her. She had waited for him for a long time, finally reaching this day, able to quietly watch him until her life ended. Her hands gently rested on the zither, and a soft, gentle melody filled the air. In the music, Wang Lin, at this moment, resembled his father from years ago, holding a piece of wood in his hands, gently carving it while gazing at Li Muan. Their eyes met, filling the valley with an indescribable atmosphere, unforgettable. The image slowly faded, becoming fragments before coalescing again. This was a high mountain. A fierce wind howled on its summit. Wang Lin stood silently on the mountaintop, his figure appearing lonely and descending. He gazed ahead, his expression one of suppressed sorrow. However, this pain, though concealed, slowly seeped from his back, falling into the eyes of a young boy behind him. This boy wore a short, coarse cloth robe and stood behind his father. Even the strongest mountain wind seemed to soften against him. His father was like a towering mountain supporting the heavens and earth. With his father by his side, he feared neither the high mountains nor the winds that swayed the trees. With his father, he had nothing to fear. Father, Pinger will be with you for eternity. We will never be separated, the boy said softly with utmost seriousness, gazing at his father's back. The final image in his mind shattered, and Wang Lin's body also disintegrated. The seven-colored spear, carrying an earth-shattering roar, hurtled straight towards Wang Lin, getting closer and closer. But at this moment, suddenly, the heavens and earth were filled with blue light. From the hole, a voice suddenly came out. This voice appeared extremely suddenly. Even the blue light couldn't stop it, and it was transmitted very clearly. The moment this voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, the Grand Elder in the distance's face changed drastically, fear surging in his eyes as if the sky had fallen. At this moment, he showed an expression of terror rarely seen in his life. Even when the Crimson Soul Master appeared, he didn't show this level of fear. But now, after hearing this voice, it seemed as if his mind shattered, and he unconsciously retreated, his expression revealing disbelief and extreme fear, which he couldn't hide. Haha, this king was still looking for someone, damn it. You dare to abandon me. I don't care. From within the blue light, the madman, holding a half-eaten chicken leg, his eyes gleaming with smugness, stepped out. As the madman appeared, a dense golden light emanated from his body. The Grand Elder's expression changed. The composure he had built up over millennia crumbled. Master, the Grand Elder, almost losing his mind, stared at the madman, his face instantly turning pale. The madman, still speaking, suddenly noticed Wang Lin with his eyes closed and saw the seven-colored spear roaring towards him. A deafening explosion enveloped Wang Lin's body in seven-colored light. The madman was startled, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Completely ignoring the Grand Elder, he took a step, his body radiating a dazzling golden light, charging straight towards the area enveloped in seven-colored light and the deafening explosion. You mustn't die. You haven't even gone out to play with me yet. You promised to take me to many places to have fun. The madman shouted, his eyes filled with madness, and in an instant, he leapt into the seven-colored light, embracing Wang Lin's crumbling body. The seven-colored spear, formed from the seven-colored light, contained a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. After embracing Wang Lin, this power erupted with a thunderous roar. The reason this seven-colored spear was so terrifying was because this explosive power was divided into 7 stages, each one increasing exponentially. Boom! 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 A series of violent tremors echoed, shaking the heavens. Each subsequent explosion was several times stronger than the previous one. Finally, when 7 explosions rang out, the entire sky was torn apart, shattering completely. Even the surface of the water below instantly shattered with a thunderous roar. This sealed area of heaven and earth completely disintegrated into tiny fragments, swirling in all directions, transforming into a terrifying vortex. This vortex swept across the heavens and earth, tearing apart the starry sky, unexpectedly creating a black hole in the starry sky. The black hole's destination was unknown, its interior pitch black. The madman, possessing a complete immortal body, shattered repeatedly, finally embracing the unconscious Wang Lin, and under the vortex created by the seven-colored spear, was sucked into the black hole, disappearing completely. At this moment, the vortex also dissipated in the heavens and earth. The Grand Elder's body gradually faded. He stood there, staring blankly at the dissipating black hole, muttering, "He's truly insane. Truly insane. He must have passed the immortal body to Wang Lin. If he weren't insane, he wouldn't dare do this. He was already severely injured. With his character back then, he definitely wouldn't have saved this person. He's truly insane. He won't recognize me." The Grand Elder comforted himself, his body fading and dissipating. But the moment he vanished, a figure suddenly appeared beside him without a sound. This figure was the old war demon. The moment he appeared, he pointed a finger at the Grand Elder's fading figure. The Grand Elder spun around, but he had been startled and caught off guard. He couldn't dodge in time. He groaned, injured, his figure shattering and disappearing completely. The old war demon frowned, looking towards the black hole, his eyes filled with contemplation. This sealed place was sealed by a joint effort of third-stage cultivators of the ancient star spirit realm. Even with the guidance of the hole's aura, even he couldn't have arrived here in an instant. I'm a step too late. What a pity for the immortal bloodline. And that madman, could he be the one from my memories? Unexpectedly, he had truly gone mad. They were being devoured by a black hole. That black hole clearly emitted the aura of the Earth's wall. A step to heaven, a step to hell. The old war demon remained silent, shook his head, and turned to leave. The vermilion bird star, nestled within the vast starry sea, radiated a gentle light. From afar, it appeared peaceful, except for a tiny speck of dust that emitted a soft sound before shattering. This speck of dust was the very spot where Feng Zun Wang Lin met his demise. After the war elder disappeared, ripples continuously appeared in the starry sky surrounding the vermilion bird star, growing ever more numerous, until they filled the entire space. From within these ripples, a group of figures hurriedly emerged: Hang Shanzi, Nan Yanzi, and Qing Lin. They didn't appear simultaneously, but rather arrived one after another, their vast divine senses sweeping out in layers, finally focusing on the location of the shattered speck of dust, all falling into silence. They couldn't sense Wang Lin's aura. Just like when Wang Lin disappeared years ago, it was as if he had died. He won't die. Hang Samzi's eyes showed a sorrowful expression, and after a long silence, he spoke. The Great War is about to begin. This matter will certainly be spread outside without restraint. Qing Lin sighed softly, looking towards the dust cloud, the image of Wang Lin from back then flashing before his eyes. Qing Shui raised his head and looked into the distance, a strong cold light in his eyes. A murderous aura enveloped his body, covering everything around him. I will take his place. I will go into seclusion on the battle platform of the Cloud Sea Star domain. Qing Shui closed his eyes, his face slowly changing, finally unexpectedly transforming into the form of Wang Lin. His temperament was cold, somewhat similar to Wang Lin's. He abandoned searching for his daughter, abandoned his freedom, and chose to transform into Wang Lin, going into seclusion on the battle platform, becoming a symbol of the inner world. Junior brother, I will seek justice for you. If I, Qing Shui, have the slightest chance, I will make all those involved suffer and avenge you. Qing Shui closed his eyes, hiding his sorrow. Everyone present now understood the gravity of this massacre. Wang Lin could not escape. He was clearly killed at this moment. The outside world had been preparing this plan for a long time, only now managing to avoid their detection and create this catastrophe. Wang Lin was absolutely doomed today. He was likely in grave danger. After a moment of silence, everyone gradually dispersed, leaving only the resentment in their hearts. Their anger grew stronger and stronger, like a raging fire, burning ever more intensely. The vermilion bird star in the distance still emitted a gentle light, seemingly eternal and unchanging. Those familiar with Wang Lin remained immersed in the world as before. They had no idea what had happened here. Chu Tai remained seated on the vermilion bird statue, silently drinking wine. Inside the imperial city of Zhao, in an ancient compound, lay a solitary tomb. However, the figure weeping mournfully before it was no longer there. Only empty wine bottles lay on the ground, devoid of the Zhang family's wine. Only a colossal statue on the vermilion bird star remained, holding the heaven-opening axe, staring blankly at the sky, as if it had become eternal. After several days, a young man with a cold, silent expression stood beneath the statue, slowly kneeling and bowing his head, tears streaming down his face. Master, 13 will, in the eyes of 10,000 people, at this most crucial moment, declare himself your disciple. A few days later, a woman of breathtaking beauty, her eyes hazy with tears, approached with an old tiger, gently stroking the statue, tears falling to the ground. Uncle, I am Chu are you? I am little Chu are you? Few days later, a burly man stood before the statue, laughing heartily, tears streaming down his face. He laughed while tears flowed. He held to wine gourds, as if wanting to get drunk with the statue. After getting drunk, the man wept loudly. If only I hadn't guided you in cultivation that year. If only we hadn't met that year. If only I had taken away your heaven-defying sword that year. That year, you were still an innocent young man. A few days later, a stunningly beautiful woman stood beneath the statue. She stood there for a long time, staring blankly at the sunrise and sunset several times, then silently left. 2 tears fell silently as she left, shattering on her face. She was Mu Bingmi. A few days later, a woman in light pink robes, with a weary expression, came to the vermilion bird star, looked at the statue, her eyes filled with longing. You don't know me, but I know you. Days and months passed, and in an endless, boundless void, only 2 ravaged bodies remained. This place was a pitch-black void, devoid of life, utterly silent. Within this void, a faint blood-red shadow emanated, its golden light enveloping it. Within this light, Wang Lin's shattered body lay, riddled with wounds. Beside him, the madman's eyes were closed, his face as white as paper. His body showed no outward injury, but a cluster of 7-colored light shone from his forehead. This 7-colored light was the 7-colored spear transformed from the madman. It couldn't harm the madman's immortal body, but it was connected to the severe wound he had sustained years ago. Within this blood-red halo was the golden drop of blood that Wang Lin held in his hand, emitting a gentle light that enveloped them. Wang Lin struggled to open his eyes. He didn't know how long he had been asleep, but he knew he could only be awake for a moment. With a pained expression, Wang Lin looked at the unconscious madman beside him, his eyes softening. Sighing softly, he reluctantly raised his right hand, repeatedly waving it forward, opening a storage slot. 3 Dao fruits flew out, which he absorbed, shrinking them into 3 streams of light, carrying incredibly mixed Dao thoughts that merged into Wang Lin's mouth. A final, powerful glimmer of light shone in Wang Lin's eyes. He wearily raised his index finger, his left hand grasping the madman, as if connecting with him. Then, his index finger gently lowered towards his forehead. Dream Tao, he channeled his last remaining strength, transforming it into a Tao thought, and unleashed the third divine ability he had ever conceived in his life, the Dream Tao. Using the Dream Tao technique on himself, he dreamt of 1,000 years ago. In this dream, he achieved complete mastery of life and death, karma, truth, and falsehood, his three fundamental principles. His right arm dropped limply, and Wang Lin closed his eyes. Little brother, wake up. Oh, how can you be so drunk? My inn is closing. Wake up. On the roadside, in a simple inn, a waiter in a blue apron was struggling to shake a drunken young man sprawled on a table. A true scholar, already this drunk after only 2 cups. The waiter vigorously shook the guest. In heaven and earth, all things must have a mind that moves against the flow. Those who understand right and wrong are merely passers-by after 100 lifetimes. Life is a dream. What does it matter if it's happy? What does it matter if it's sad? Ha ha. A beautiful poem. A beautiful poem. The young man, drunk and with blurry eyes, looked up at the waiter and grinned foolishly. Ha ha, let me tell you, I just had a dream. I saw myself become an immortal. As he spoke, he collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. The gentle morning light enveloped the land. The sky brightened, fluffy clouds drifted lazily across the heavens, their rays piercing through the air, revealing a faint red glow in the twilight, appearing dreamlike from afar. The barking of dogs mingled with the swirling smoke from the inn along the main road, blending into the landscape and giving the beautiful scene a subtle earthy quality. Yet it didn't seem surprising, as if it were meant to be. Several dogs, kept by the innkeeper, frolicked and ran back and forth on the road, their tails wagging, looking incredibly lively. Soon, however, the sound of galloping horses approached from afar, and at the end of the road, a cloud of dust rose like morning mist. In the dust, several magnificent horses galloped, each carrying a burly man in brocade robes, their expressions extremely solemn. As they approached, the dogs yelped and hastily moved aside, frightened by the sound of the galloping horses, and quickly fled. The sound of hooves was rapid and intense, simultaneously rushing past the inn's door, causing the ground to shake and the entire inn to tremble. The inn was very simple, as if it had been built many years ago, and the shaking made a creaking sound as if it couldn't withstand the force. Amidst this noise, a frightened cry came from a room on the 2nd floor of the inn. Nothing. My inn is over 100 years old. Every time horses gallop past, it's like this. It won't collapse. An old voice echoed throughout the inn. In a corner of the main hall stood an old man dressed in coarse cloth. In his hand, he held a pipe, and after taking a puff, he calmly spoke. Facing the old man was the waiter from last night, who had given him a disdainful look, draped a towel over his shoulder, and carried a thermos of hot water to the rooms to pour water for the guests. At this moment, inside the last room on the 2nd floor, a young man lay on his side on the bed, the entire room filled with the smell of alcohol. As the sound of galloping horses echoed through the room shook, causing the young man to slowly open his eyes, his right hand rubbing his forehead as he vaguely looked around. Oh, drunkenness leads to trouble. Drunkenness leads to trouble. Why did I drink so much? The young man appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old, tall and slender, with an ordinary, scholarly appearance. He gave a bitter smile. His head ached terribly. He leaned on the side of the bed to stand up, staggering unsteadily to the table nearby, and after drinking a cup of cold tea, felt slightly better. Looks like I have to remember not to get drunk in the future. Last night I was practically unconscious. If I had encountered a bad person, losing money would have been a minor matter. What if I had been harmed? The young man sighed and took another sip of cold tea. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of the waiter. Hot water, sir. Would you like some? The young man hurriedly stood up, his head throbbing from standing so quickly, he reluctantly opened his mouth. Come in. The door clicked open, and the waiter entered carrying a water jug. He filled the basin with water, then turned and smiled at the young man. I've been a waiter here for 3 years, and I've never seen anyone get so drunk after just 2 glasses of wine at this inn. Last night I couldn't get you to come, so I had to bring you up here to rest. Young man, your alcohol tolerance isn't good. You need to practice more. I heard that the gentleman in the capital can drink 1,000 glasses without getting drunk. The young man's face flushed red, his eyes filled with gratitude. He stood up, clasped his hands together, and smiled at the waiter. "Thank you for your kindness, brother. I don't know why, but I felt fine after the first cup, but the second one made me drunk and I fell over." The waiter smirked, picked up the hot water jug, and said with a humorous look at the young man, "You must be a scholar going to the capital to take the imperial examination. Last night you kept telling me that you had a dream, that you became an immortal in your dream. Haha, you're quite amusing. If you have time, tell me more." As he spoke, the waiter smiled kindly and went outside. The young man's face turned bright red. He shook his head with a wry smile and went to the basin of hot water the waiter had just poured. He washed his face with the hot water, dispelling much of the alcohol from the night before. He opened the living room window, and along with the sunlight, a cool breeze blew in. The wind blew across his face, making the young man sigh with relief. "Last night, after getting really drunk, I had a dream. It was a very strange dream, and I haven't forgotten it at all since waking up." The young man stood by the window, looking at the sky and murmuring, "That dream was so real, almost indistinguishable from reality. I never imagined that 3 years ago, when my fourth uncle came, I would join the Hengu sect. Haha, I'm quite interested, but this dream seems to be far from over. I only remember joining the Hengu sect, nothing else." The Hengu sect? How could such a sect exist in this world, and even have immortals? "I'm a scholar. I don't believe in ghosts or gods. Most of those things are just rumors to deceive the people." The young man shook his head, turned to glance at the teacup on the table, and suddenly, his youthful spirit surged. He raised his right hand, and, following the hand seals in his memory, pointed towards the teacup. "Gravity manipulation technique." The young man laughed heartily as he pointed. The teacup on the table remained motionless. The young man smiled again, muttering, "This kind of magical power is quite interesting." After a playful moment, he composed himself, tidied up his belongings, money, provisions, clothes, books, ink, and writing implements, and carefully cleaned the room. Once the smell of alcohol had dissipated, he changed into clean clothes before slinging his books over his shoulder and leaving. He had been intelligent since childhood but simple-minded. As a young man raised in the mountains, this was his first time leaving home. His parents had given him careful instructions. Leaving the mountain village was like a young bird spreading its wings to fly. He preferred to clean the room himself because of the smell of alcohol, rather than bother the innkeeper. In the main hall on the first floor, he ate a simple meal, paid the full bill, and finally smiled and bowed to the waiter. He basked in the sunlight, turned, and left. The gentle sunlight fell upon him, making the young man appear radiant and incredibly comfortable, instantly evoking a sense of goodwill. His clean and tidy clothes, in particular, gave him an air of exuberance. Standing beside the main road, he gazed ahead, the path seemingly endless, vaguely imagining the capital of Zhao Kingdom before him. "Wang Lin, you will surely succeed. When your name is on the list of successful candidates, you will bring your parents out of the mountain village, serve them for the rest of their lives, and let them enjoy a life of happiness." The young man took a deep breath and strode forward. The spring breeze blew, carrying the scent of flowers from an unknown source, gently caressing Wang Lin's robes, causing his scholarly garments to flutter slightly, emitting a soft rustling sound. He walked, gradually moving further and further away from the inn. Only the sounds of his humming were carried away by the wind, scattered in all directions, slowly fading until only a faint echo remained. 18 or 19 years old is usually tireless. Wang Lin followed the path, his eyes sparkling with energy as he walked, occasionally stopping to admire the surrounding mountains and forests, looking very relaxed. The day passed quickly. Wang Lin walked neither fast nor slow, admiring the scenery as he went until before him was a vast area of trees, beyond which flowed a verdant river. The river's water rushed, carried by the wind. Zhao Kingdom had several roads and rivers that ran parallel to each other. Wang Lin was currently walking on one such road. To Wang Lin's left were towering mountains, and not far to his right was a winding river. Several boats were sailing downstream. Gradually, the distant horizon darkened, black clouds slowly gathered, and rumbling thunder echoed from afar. Lightning flashed across the sky, looking like silver snakes from a distance. The daytime sky had been so clear, but now, before night had completely fallen, the clouds thickened and changed dramatically. The green mountains in the distance also became gloomy under the dark clouds, yet the black clouds could not completely cover them. From afar, the mountains and clouds seemed to be locked in a struggle. The mountains seemed to want to break through the clouds, while the clouds seemed to want to devour the entire mountain range. Like a dragon and tiger fighting, a scene with a very strange meaning. At this moment, amidst the rumbling thunder, rain poured down. Wang Lin hurried to a tree, taking out a large umbrella from the bamboo basket behind him. This was the umbrella his father had made himself. It could open up very wide, covering both the bamboo basket and his body. Holding an umbrella in his right hand, Wang Lin watched the dark clouds in the distance still unable to obscure the mountain range, watching the rain pour down, falling on the ground, on the leaves, and on the river's surface, simultaneously causing many droplets to splash up, even onto the boats sailing on the river. There's an old saying, dark clouds cannot cover the mountains, white rain splashes into the boats. It's indeed true. Wang Lin observed all this, laughing heartily as he recited a poem. Is this scholar perhaps foolish? He laughs heartily at our boats being splashed up like this. How infuriating. A clear voice came from a boat very close to the shore. A pretty girl, glaring at Wang Lin, pointed her finger. Wang Lin was startled. His laughter stopped, and he scratched his head. The young woman, dressed entirely in thin azure silk, looked very pretty at first glance. The umbrella she carried was rather thick, its handle made of hardwood, and its canopy resembled a tree's foliage, revealing feather-like veins beneath a thin layer of somewhat peculiar sight. The young woman's skin was as white as jade, her face exquisitely beautiful, especially now that she was frowning and her eyes wide. Her beauty was even more captivating. At this moment, the torrential rain fell between her and Wang Lin, splashing onto the river's surface like pearls. In the ripples and the hazy atmosphere, it seemed as if water and sky had merged into one. Even the distant hills were no longer gloomy, but resembled ink-washed strokes swirling before their eyes. Seeing these things, Wang Lin's face suddenly flushed. This was the first time he had left the village, and he had never seen such a beautiful girl. His friends from the village were like humans compared to immortals. The girl, who had been very annoyed, blushed even more when she saw Wang Lin staring at her, then couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Her mood was as unpredictable as the weather. Hey, you silly boy, have you looked enough? As she giggled, her voice was like a bell, echoing in the rain between them and reaching Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin's already embarrassed face turned even redder, even his ears flushed red. Hearing this, he put down his umbrella and bowed respectfully to the girl. This young man is being rather abrupt. I hope you won't mind, young lady. The girl's laughter rang out. Seeing Wang Lin's naive expression, she was about to speak when a gentle, soft voice emanated from within the boat. Sister, as the voice rang out, a hand lifted the curtain of the boat, revealing the figure of a graceful woman. The moment her face was revealed, the rain seemed to stop. Amidst the countless raindrops, her face dimly shone into Wang Lin's eyes. Dressed in purple, her eyes shone like the full moon. Her appearance seemed to diminish the beauty of the heavens and earth, as if she had absorbed all the remaining radiance into herself. Beneath the dark clouds inside the boat on the river, in this vast expanse of heaven and earth, this woman was the only one. Her countenance was exquisitely beautiful, but within that beauty, there seemed to be a hint of melancholy. This melancholy appeared weary, like an unceasing hesitation, like a lingering regret, causing anyone who saw it to feel a pang in their heart. Her eyes, irritated, glanced at the girl in the green dress. The girl in the green dress, with a charming smile, reached out and tugged at the sleeve of the girl in the purple dress, pointing at Wang Lin, who was sheltering in the rain by the riverbank. Her voice like a bell. Sister, this scholar is truly formidable. First, his words are contemptuous. Then his gaze is abrupt, but his appearance is also foolish, quite amusing. The girl in the purple dress smiled, her gaze piercing through the rain to Wang Lin, who was sheltering by the riverbank in the distance. After looking, she paused for a moment, then carefully examined him several times, a look of bewilderment flashing in her eyes. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Wang Lin's face flushed even more as the two girls stared at him simultaneously. He coughed a few times, bowed to the boat again, and said nothing, his heart pounding. He quickly turned to look at the dark clouds in the distance, using that to hide the turmoil in his heart. Wang Lin, it's a waste of your time reading so many books. How can you look at those two young ladies like that? It's a chance encounter. It's best to wait until the rain stops before continuing your journey. Wang Lin took a deep breath of the rain-soaked air, slowly calming himself. This young gentleman, this rain is relentless. Since we've met, it's fate. Why don't you take shelter on the boat? I'll stop at the river mouth. The woman in purple looked at Wang Lin for a long time, speaking softly. Her words, though low, echoed through the rain. This Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, glancing up at the sky. The entire sky was pitch black. This rain probably wouldn't stop anytime soon, and might even last all night. We kindly offered you shelter from the rain on the boat, but you look like you're afraid we'll eat you. The girl in the green dress glared at Wang Lin's hesitant expression. Sister, the girl in the purple dress reluctantly glared at her. Wang Lin gave a wry smile, nodded, and hoisted the bamboo box onto his shoulder, reluctantly following the muddy path, braving the rain to reach the river bank. On the muddy ground, each step stirred up mud, splashing it all over his clothes. The ground was incredibly damp from the rain, and with the rising river water, Wang Lin slipped as soon as he reached the riverbank, almost falling flat on his face. A fragrant breeze blew into his nostrils. Just as Wang Lin was about to fall, a soft, gentle body caught him, supporting him. It was the woman in purple. She lightly touched the ground with her feet, her body soaring into the air, transforming into a graceful curve, carrying Wang Lin onto the boat in the middle of the river. Thank you, young lady. Wang Lin stood on the boat, his face flushed, hastily clasping his hands in a respectful bow. Young master, please don't be so formal. Please sit. The woman released his hand, smiled softly, and sat down beside him. The young woman in green also folded her umbrella and sat beside the woman in purple, observing Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart pounded. From the day he was born until now, he had never felt so anxious. Facing the two women, he took down the bamboo box and placed it to one side. After sitting down, beads of sweat immediately formed on his forehead. Young master, there's no need to worry so much. The woman in purple, upon seeing Wang Lin's appearance, revealed a cold smile and raised her right hand to light the lamp. The flame flickered, illuminating the inside of the boat and all three of them. The young woman in green found Wang Lin's expression increasingly amusing, her smile making him even more embarrassed. I am Wang Lin. Greetings to the two young ladies. Thank you for allowing me to take shelter from the rain. Wang Lin took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed to the two women. The boat quickly sailed along the river in the rain. Although the rain didn't fall on them, the sound of raindrops hitting the wooden planks and the water outside gradually blended together, creating a wonderful spring melody. From afar, the sky gradually darkened, and the boat slowly disappeared into the rain, appearing and disappearing intermittently. A candle inside the boat emitted a faint light, revealing an indescribable warmth under the cold spring rain. Wang Lin, I still feel like I've met you somewhere before. Even your name sounds familiar. The woman in purple looked at Wang Lin, her previous dazed expression vaguely reappearing. Your name is Wang Lin. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. The young woman in green was startled, after carefully examining Wang Lin several times, her eyes showing a thoughtful expression. Strange, I'm sure I've never met you, nor heard your name before. The young woman in green thought for a long time, shook her head, and smiled at Wang Lin, her voice very pleasant. I am Suefei, and this is my senior sister, too. As for her name, you can ask her yourself. Suefei glared, looking very cute. I am Chua, the woman in purple said softly. She hid her earlier bewilderment, especially after feeling that the name Wang Lin sounded very familiar. She couldn't figure out why. As time passed, the moon in the sky was obscured by swirling dark clouds in the rain, occasionally peeking through but quickly being hidden again. The rain intensified, its roar almost drowning out everything else. Gusts of damp wind blew into the boat, causing the lamp to flicker incessantly. Wang Lin felt very cold, but the two women's expressions remained unchanged, as if they were completely unaffected by the cold wind. The rain poured down, splashing through the curtain, revealing a pitch-black sky outside. Suddenly, Wang Lin felt a pang of unease. In this night, the tranquil river seemed to contain only this boat. The two stunning women inside the boat gave off an unreal feeling. The two young ladies call each other sisters. Just now, Miss Chu brought me onto the boat through the air. She must be a martial artist with exceptional skills. In his panic, Wang Lin's body grew cold and his vision slowly blurred, as if he were falling asleep. He leaned against the boat wall and whispered, "How could we be just martial artists? This foolish scholar is so interesting." "We are cultivators, immortals." The faint, melodious voice drifted towards him as he grew increasingly drowsy, seemingly from a great distance. He vaguely heard someone mention the Hengyu sect. "Am I dreaming?" Wang Lin closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The boat swayed gently, even the candlelight flickered. The woman in green looked at the woman beside her with a puzzled expression. "Sister, he's just a mortal. Why did you use magic to put him to sleep?" The woman in purple looked at the sleeping Wang Lin and after a long while softly said, "I must have met this person before, but I can't remember where." The name I just heard sounded very familiar. Wang Lin, the girl in the green dress frowned, also showing a bewildered expression. After a long while, the girl in the purple dress shook her head and sighed softly. "Well, let's not think about this anymore. Perhaps we met in a previous life." A previous life. The girl in the green dress smiled, stood up, and looked at the dark sky outside. "Sister, time is running out. We must meet up with Wang Ju and the others. This time, the sect master has discovered a golden light filling the east, and has calculated that a rare treasure has appeared. I'm afraid this will attract many other sects to search for it. We need to hurry. Although our cultivation level won't be of much help, we can still learn a little." The woman in purple nodded gently, stood up, and with a flash of her body, left the boat with the other girl. Before leaving, she turned and looked deeply at Wang Lin, as if wanting to engrave his image in her heart. As she was about to leave, the woman in purple hesitated for a moment. The girl in green had already left the boat and was using her gravitational pull to fly. "Sister, let's go." The girl's voice came through the rain. Hesitating, the woman in purple turned back to look at Wang Lin, who was sleeping in the corner of the boat, his body seemingly trembling with cold. She gently stepped forward, patted her storage bag with her right hand, and a thick coat appeared in her hand. After gently placing the coat on Wang Lin, she whispered weakly, "Indeed, it's from a previous life." The woman sighed softly, turning and leaving. The rain intensified. The river's surface was drenched, and in the pitch-black darkness, the solitary boat swayed precariously, exuding an indescribable aura, a sense of profound solitude. The water rippled, disrupting the boat's course. In the rain, the boat drifted further and further away, eventually disappearing into the incessant downpour in its solitude. Only the faint light from within the boat flickered incessantly in the darkness. From afar, the flickering light made the boat seem like a leaf drifting in a dream, gradually reaching the end of its path illuminated by it. The sound of rain continued to fall on the boat, but inside, Wang Lin slept soundly. The faint scent of the coat he was wearing wafted into his nostrils, entering his dreams. "Su Fei Senior's sister Chu Wang Jua Wang Hao Zhang," who Wang Lin murmured in his sleep. If the two women hadn't left, they would surely have been shocked to hear these words. But they couldn't hear him now. Wang Lin's dream was like another life. In that dream, he had seen Su Fei in the Hengyu sect, seen Senior's sister Chu and on Hengyu Mountain. A white bird flickered in his dream. The dim light in the long night gradually faded, merging with the darkness. The sky brightened, the rain stopped, and the horizon gradually revealed light, but it hadn't completely dispelled the darkness, leaving a lingering gloom in the world, making one feel melancholic. The all-night rain caused the river to rise slightly, a rise difficult to detect with the naked eye, but clearly visible on both banks. The rainwater seeped into the mud, forming large puddles. In the distance, a boat slowly approached, carried by the current towards the shore. Before long, it drew closer and closer. Finally, with a thud, the boat became stuck in a mud puddle on the bank, motionless. Inside the boat, as soon as it stopped, Wang Lin's head hit the side, and he painfully opened his eyes. He looked around dazedly for a moment, slowly recalling what had happened the previous night. But as soon as he looked, the two women had long since vanished. Recalling last night felt like a dream. The images of those two exquisitely beautiful women lingered in Wang Lin's mind for a long time. Was it an illusion? Wang Lin was somewhat confused. He lowered his head and saw the robe the woman in purple had draped over him, gradually regaining his senses. But besides the images of the two women from last night, there was another extremely vivid scene in his mind. In his dream, he had once again returned to the Hengyu sect, and unexpectedly, he saw these two women there again. All of this left Wang Lin utterly bewildered. The lamp beside him had gone out. He didn't know when it had been extinguished, leaving only dim light inside the boat. After a long while, Wang Lin silently stepped out from under the boat, looking at the gloomy sky and the hazy surroundings, unable to see clearly into the distance. But thanks to the wind, he could feel the chill after the rain and smell the scent of mud, taking a deep breath. Could it really be that what you think about during the day is what you dream about at night? Wang Lin stood at the bow of the boat. After the rain stopped, under the dawnlight, complete silence reigned all around. This silence was so profound, as if only Wang Lin remained in this world. As he stood there, a feeling of loneliness, which even Wang Lin himself didn't understand, silently permeated his body, spreading throughout him. He gazed in astonishment at the gloomy sky before him, the feeling of loneliness growing stronger. The wind gently blew, ruffling his black hair, and his blue robe, which had a few wrinkles, couldn't smooth them out. "It's a little cold." Wang Lin lowered his head. He himself didn't understand why this feeling of loneliness was so intense, making him vaguely miss home, his parents, everything. There was also a woman he couldn't remember clearly. It was as if an invisible force suddenly condensed in the heavens and earth, merging into his body, causing tears to slowly stream down his face. "Why am I crying?" Wang Lin raised his hand to wipe away his tears, looking at the tears that resembled raindrops in his hand. An endless sorrow, which he didn't realize, welled up in his eyes. "What's wrong with me?" Wang Lin lowered his head, ignoring the raindrops clinging to the boat, and sat down. In the quiet stillness of the sun, each tear fell, dissolving into the boat and mixing with the raindrops. The feeling of being alone in the world gave him a very familiar impression. It seemed as if he had been alone like this for a long time, silently walking through the world, silently observing everything, reflecting on his own solitude in this silence. Gradually, a sense of panic appeared before Wang Lin's eyes. He vaguely perceived a bottomless abyss, filled with an endless gravitational pull, so strong it seemed capable of dragging the very sky down. Within the cliff face was a crevice, and in that crevice sat a solitary figure. The place was eerily quiet. Only the roaring gravitational pull permeated the air. The solitary figure had their back to him, their face invisible. Yet from their back, Wang Lin could sense the profound loneliness and sorrow. In his days, he saw a young man in white robes, his shoulder-length white hair, walking silently through the starry sky. His back also carried an air of solitude. He saw so much, and tears slowly streamed down his face. This sorrow seemed to emanate from his soul, from the very heavens and earth. It was as if the heavens and earth were his soul, his dream. At this moment, in his dream, amidst this familiar feeling of solitude and silence, he found a lingering sense of compassion. Under the gloomy sky, Wang Lin sat alone in the boat, gazing at the water for a very long time until a cold wind blew again, causing his body to shiver. He unconsciously raised his left hand, pointing towards the lamp not far away. The lamp flickered, slowly burning. Wang Lin himself didn't notice this scene. His eyes held a dazed expression and an inexplicable sorrow as he gazed at the water as if it were eternal. In this silence, in this gloom, the lamp gradually burned, forming a flame that enveloped everything, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Although the flame was weak, it exuded a warmth, burning brightly in this world. From afar, the figure on the boat, under this candlelight, gradually revealed its desolation. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened, dispelling the gloom from the sky, the ground, the river, and the boat. Everything slowly became clear. The hazy, dark mountains in the distance also began to turn green. Only the swirling black clouds in the sky continued to move slowly. A bird flew up from the mountains, leaping into the swirling black clouds with a loud cry, directly piercing through them and soaring above. After circling a few times, it suddenly flew towards Wang Lin. The bird quickly approached, and as the sunlight gradually brightened, Wang Lin slowly raised his head to look at it. It cried out as it flew past Wang Lin, as if looking down at him, its eyes revealing a sorrow that Wang Lin could detect. While he was still stunned, the bird gradually disappeared into the distance. As it departed, the sorrow in Wang Lin's heart slowly dissipated. The lamp in the boat also slowly went out, returning to its original state. What happened to me? Wang Lin seemed to regain consciousness, lowering his head to look at the tears clinging to his fingers. As he gazed intently, these transparent tears slowly fell from his fingers. After a long while, Wang Lin stood up, carrying a dazed expression and an inexplicable sorrow lingering in his heart. He gathered his belongings, put the purple-robed woman's garment into his bag, put it on, and stepped out of the boat. As soon as he disembarked, He turned back to look at the boat one last time, then turned and walked forward. But at that moment, suddenly, in the endless swirling black clouds, a deafening roar erupted. The sound was earth-shattering. Wang Lin involuntarily looked up and saw a scene he couldn't believe. Within this cloud, two rainbows, seemingly capable of shattering heaven and earth, flashed forth. One of the rainbows revealed a ripple, and as it flew over the space above Wang Lin, it suddenly stopped. The rainbow dissipated, revealing a woman in blue clothes, who looked down at Wang Lin, who was gazing up at the ground below. Oh, the woman's eyes showed a bewildered expression. "What's wrong, junior sister?" The rainbow also dissipated, and a handsome young man emerged from within. He gently looked at the woman and spoke softly. "Nothing, that scholar. I think I've seen him somewhere before." The woman gently shook her head, then transformed into a rainbow and flew away. "He's just a mortal. Let's hurry and rejoin our sect and go to the place where that golden light originated." The young man glanced down at Wang Lin below, then averted his gaze and followed the woman away. Wang Lin gazed at the sky in astonishment, watching the two rainbows, accompanied by screams, gradually diminish and disappear into the clouds. "Who is she? So familiar, so familiar," Wang Lin murmured, an inexplicable pain rising in his heart. This pain, along with the sorrow that had just dissipated, merged into one, transforming into a strange force that caused Wang Lin's breathing to stop, his face turning pale in an instant. His body staggered, retreating a few steps, his gaze fixed on the horizon, seemingly on the verge of collapse. He placed his right hand on his chest. The pain there, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed him. In this unspeakable agony, it felt as if his heart was being torn out, a feeling of despair rising within him. Everything stemmed from the woman flying across the sky. This woman's image had existed in Wang Lin's mind for countless years, and only this image stirred up complex thoughts. After a long while, Wang Lin's face flushed slightly. He gasped for breath, closing his eyes. "So, immortals really do exist. My dream. Was it really just a dream?" Wang Lin remained silent, standing in the damp mud after the rain until the sky was completely bright, his eyes hazy, silently staring ahead. Did I dream of becoming an immortal? Or did an immortal dream of becoming me? Wang Lin couldn't quite make sense of it, as if his life had been completely altered by a drunken dream the day before. Stepping onto the main road towards the capital, Wang Lin no longer had the mood to observe the scenery along the way, but walked slowly in silence. The bamboo box containing books and papers on his back rustled with each step he took, accompanying him all the way. As dusk fell and the sun set, Wang Lin, weary from his day's journey, walked along the main road, wading through puddles of rainwater. He sat down, took out some dried food from his basket, and after resting, continued onward. The sounds of horse hooves and cart wheels came from afar behind him. Each time he heard these sounds, Wang Lin would step aside, letting the cart and horse pass before continuing his journey. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Wang Lin's frail body gradually became stronger. He would set off at dawn and rest at sunset, ideally finding an inn. He might also come across a village with smoke rising from chimneys at sunset and ask for shelter for the night. For Wang Lin, this was more comfortable than staying in an inn. For the most part, when the sun set, he felt utterly alone in the world. He would find a tree by the roadside, lean against it, wrapped in thick clothes, look up at the stars, and under the twinkling light, think of his warm family, think of his parents' smiles, and slowly drift off to sleep. Before him, a fire crackled and gradually died down. A plume of blue smoke rose from the fire, dissipating into the air. The night wind carried a constant chill, causing Wang Lin to shiver and wake up. Each time he awoke, in the silence of the night, he quietly gazed at the dark surroundings, as if this darkness gave him a familiar feeling. In the pitch-black night, he felt no fear. His heart was calm like still water. With warm, thick clothes on, he drifted back to sleep. At this time, Zhou Kingdom was in the rainy season. Even when the rain subsided, the sky was still full of dark clouds, with rumbling thunder. Often, it would stop for a moment before the torrential rain returned, covering the ground. At dusk on the 8th day, Wang Lin, holding an umbrella, ran forward with a wry smile. Outside the umbrella, the rain poured down, thunder roared, and even though it was only dusk, the sky was as dark as if night had fallen. There was only 1 day's journey left to reach the county town, but the rain was getting heavier. The rainwater flooded the ground, splashing onto Wang Lin's clothes, soaking more than half of them. The wet clothes clung to his body, constantly draining his heat, slowly making him feel very cold. Especially the damp wind that blew past felt like it was penetrating his bones, making him shiver. His umbrella was half tilted backward to shield a bamboo chest containing his books, dried food, and other belongings that couldn't get wet. With the ground covered in water, Wang Lin ran a few steps through the pouring rain, searching for shelter. In the distance, he vaguely saw a shape resembling a building. Without time to look closely, Wang Lin struggled to run towards it. As he got closer, the blurry shape gradually became clearer. It was an abandoned earth god temple. Clattering sounds echoed throughout the temple, echoing in the stormy night, creating a gloomy atmosphere. The temple was small and looked very dilapidated. One of the two doors remained closed, its red paint faded by the passage of time. Even the brass door frame was rusted and splashed with rainwater. The other door was completely broken, its hinges no longer holding it together, and it couldn't be closed anymore. In the constant rain and wind, it rattled, making the sounds Wang Lin heard echoing in the distance. The rain intensified, and the door rattled even more violently, as if it were about to be blown down. Wang Lin quickly stepped inside and glanced around the temple. Inside, it was filled with rubble and weeds. Under the rain and wind, the weeds were bent and swayed, creating a chaotic rustling sound under the torrential downpour. A deafening clap of thunder and a flash of lightning illuminated the sky in an instant, allowing Wang Lin to see everything inside the temple clearly. He cried out in alarm, instinctively taking a few steps back. He saw several white skeletons in the temple courtyard. His heart pounded, and his face turned pale. But the rain was getting heavier, so he gritted his teeth, not bothering to find out how many people had died here or how many skeletons were in the courtyard, and went into the main hall of the temple. Inside stood a statue of the earth god, several meters tall, its face obscured, only its color clearly faded and mottled, looking very dilapidated. Rainwater also seeped into the hall. Several roof tiles had crumbled, and rainwater dripped down, creating puddles on the ground. A gloomy atmosphere permeated the temple. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his face pale, and bowed solemnly to the earth god. He then found a spot without puddles to place the bamboo box, sat down, and took out some dry firewood he had found along the way. He then used a flint to light a fire. The firewood wasn't completely dry, it was still damp. Wang Lin tried to light the fire several times, but it wouldn't ignite. His body was very cold, and he shivered as he continued to try. Just then, a thunderclap seemed to explode inside the temple. The rumbling sound made Wang Lin's hands tremble. In the midst of the thunder, as the sky and earth were illuminated, a gigantic shadow enveloped Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head, forcefully suppressing the panic in his heart, and looked towards the temple door. His voice was loud, almost a roar. In the quiet rainy night, the moment the thunder and lightning had just passed, startling even those who had just entered the temple. A voice filled with panic came from outside. A middle-aged man, his clothes tattered and his face covered in rainwater, looked as if he had just crawled out of the water. His face was pale as he stumbled back a few steps from the temple entrance, almost falling. After vaguely seeing Wang Lin inside, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly entered, glared at Wang Lin, patted his chest, and shouted, "You scared me to death." Wang Lin was startled, gave a wry smile, but also breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed to the middle-aged man and said softly, "It was dark, so I couldn't see clearly. The lightning was too loud just now. I hope you don't mind." The middle-aged man snorted, muttered a few words, and then ignored Wang Lin. He reached into his robe and pulled out a half-eaten, rain-soaked chicken leg. He looked at it briefly and then burst into tears. The cries in the stormy night sounded so mournful that it made Wang Lin's hair stand on end. He picked up some paper and lit a fire, gradually building a small bonfire. The flames illuminated the darkness of the temple considerably. The middle-aged man, weeping, took a bite of a chicken leg, then suddenly smirked, unexpectedly breaking into a laugh. His boisterous laughter startled Wang Lin. "So he's a madman." Wang Lin looked outside. If it weren't for the increasingly heavy rain, he would have definitely left this place. In this desolate mountain forest, even near a main road, the sudden appearance of a madman in the stormy night was chilling. The middle-aged man, who had been laughing, suddenly burst into tears. They've abandoned me. They've all abandoned me. I can't figure out who I am." His cries echoed through the temple, evoking pity in Wang Lin. He turned to look at the madman and sighed softly. "A dream-like life, yet I haven't awakened. Life is playing tricks on me. Who am I?" Dream is life, awakening is death, or perhaps dream is death, awakening is life. In this fleeting moment of life and death, perhaps it's impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion with life itself. Life is perhaps a cycle of reincarnation, perhaps also a cycle of cause and effect. "It's just a matter of when I will awaken," Wang Lin murmured, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. His dreams these past few days seemed to constantly stir an indescribable thought within him, causing him to be silent during the day, vaguely sensing something. Sighing, Wang Lin took a piece of dried food from the bamboo box behind him, looked at the fire before him, listened to the pouring rain outside the temple, and ate it in silence. Rain covered the sky and earth, enveloping the mountains and the temple. Inside the temple, beside the fire, two figures, like two dreamed souls not belonging to this place, met. One gazed at the firelight, the other gnawed on a chicken leg. The two sat inside the shrine, the statue of the earth god illuminated by the firelight, its lips bearing an indistinct smile, as if looking back at them. Wang Lin looked at the crackling fire, the sounds of which echoed. The sizzling had stopped, and he turned to see a middle-aged man not far away, staring at the dried rations in his hand, licking his lips repeatedly, his eyes filled with pity. Seeing the man's expression, Wang Lin smiled. At this moment, he no longer felt unfamiliar with the middle-aged man, but rather felt pity for him. "Here you go." Wang Lin took the dried rations from the bamboo box and offered them to the middle-aged man. The man's eyes widened. He swallowed hard and quickly ran over, taking the rations and devouring them. "Delicious, delicious. I haven't eaten anything for days. Huh, this king." "Why did I say this king?" The middle-aged man was startled, shook his head a few times, then stopped thinking, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Wang Lin. "What's your name? Why are you here? Where are your family?" Wang Lin took out a few more pieces of dried food and offered them to the man, asking softly. This middle-aged man gave him an indescribable feeling. This feeling grew stronger the more he interacted with him, as if he had known him somewhere before, had had contact with him, and a vague sense of pity arose in his heart. After accepting the dried food, the middle-aged man put it to his mouth. Seeing Wang Lin's question, he paused for a moment, looked at the dried food in his hand, and then burst into tears. "I don't know my name. I woke up in the deep mountains. I can't remember. Golden light. I remember that when I woke up there was golden light all around, and many people wanted to capture me. Humph, 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 but they couldn't find me." The middle-aged man was still crying, his voice muffled. Wang Lin's gaze softened as he watched the man devour his meager supply of dried food in a few bites. He shook his head and chuckled, then took a bottle of water from his bamboo box and offered it to him. The man took a large gulp, burped, and looked at Wang Lin with a cheerful expression, offering him the chicken leg he was still holding. "Here, this chicken leg isn't very tasty." Wang Lin laughed heartily, took the chicken leg, and instead of eating it, wrapped it up and placed it back in his bamboo box. Outside the temple, the rain intensified, thunder rumbled continuously, and the temple door rattled against the walls, creating a clanking and banging sound. The entire world was dark, only the faint light of the fire inside the temple casting a weak glow in this gloomy world. Wang Lin and the middle-aged man sat by the fire, their soaking wet clothes slowly warming up. Perhaps it's better not to know who you are. Sometimes, knowing makes you wonder if you're just someone else's dream. I've been dreaming a lot lately. The world in dreams is so real, it's hard to distinguish. Wang Lin looked at the fire and said softly. The middle-aged man drank some water, shook his head, and murmured, "Who says so? Try not knowing who you are." Humph, if you want to say it, whether it's a dream or not, as long as you're happy, as long as you're in high spirits, that's all that matters. Whether it's a dream or not, it's all good. Wang Lin's eyes widened. The other man's words vaguely moved him. As long as I'm happy, as long as I feel high spirits, that's good. My ideal is to go to the capital to take the imperial examination, to give my parents the best life possible, so they don't have to worry about the gossip of their relatives anymore. Wang Lin remained silent for a long time before nodding. What about you? What are your ideals? Wang Lin raised his head, added some dry firewood to the fire, and asked the madman. The middle-aged man yawned, seemingly tired, but his spirits suddenly lifted, and a smug expression appeared on his face as he spoke. Me, I have many ideals. I must have lots of spirit stones. I must have lots of silver. What are spirit stones? Wang Lin was startled. Spirit stones? Hey, did I say spirit stones? What are spirit stones? The middle-aged man was also taken aback, scratching his head as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then smiled, not asking any further questions, and slowly continued talking with the madman in the stormy night inside the dilapidated temple. The two seemed to have endless conversation. The madman, who had initially seemed tired, became more and more cheerful as he spoke. He himself didn't know why, but after seeing Wang Lin, he felt a warmth in his heart, as if the other man had given him a feeling of kinship. Outside, the wind howled, causing the fire to sway violently, bringing in cold air and moisture. But it couldn't chill the two men. Even the smile on the lips of the large earth god statue behind them gradually softened, enveloping the entire temple and dispelling the cold. It was late at night, and the rain, far from stopping, intensified, wreaking havoc outside the temple. The fire in front of Wang Lin, lacking dry firewood, slowly weakened, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. I'll tell you a secret I won't tell anyone else, the mysterious middle-aged man whispered to Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at him, smiled, and nodded, his eyes showing interest. The middle-aged man proudly extended his right hand and placed it before Wang Lin. Look, you see, do you see it? The middle-aged man pointed to his right wrist, his expression even more smudged. His wrist was covered in dirt and grime. There was nothing else there. Wang Lin stared for a long time, then shook his head with a wry smile. Huh, you don't see anything. Impossible. Wait a minute. Let me go wash it. The middle-aged man hurriedly got up, went to a puddle in the temple, washed his right arm for a while, then returned to Wang Lin's side, raising his hand mysteriously and whispering, "This time you see it, right?" Wang Lin's expression was strange. He shook his head again. He really didn't see anything. The middle-aged man became angry and yelled at Wang Lin, "Look carefully. Open your eyes wide and look. You can't see it. You're so stupid. You clearly see it." Wang Lin rubbed his forehead, held the middle-aged man's right hand up to his face, examined it carefully for a while, nodded with a wry smile, and said, I see it. Hey, how about that? Am I amazing? Humph, I want to find that person. I guess he must know me. The middle-aged man sat down contentedly, looking at his right arm, slowly becoming lost in thought. I want to find him. I vaguely feel that he promised to take care of me. He promised to take me out to play, but he's gone. No one is taking care of me anymore. Only I am left. I want to find him. I must find him. He murmured, his face gloomy, his body stiff as he stared at his right arm, his voice growing softer and softer until he finally fell asleep. Wang Lin sighed softly, got up and took a thick set of clothes, not minding the man's filthiness, and covered him with them. This action seemed to disturb the middle-aged man's sleep. He reached out and grabbed them, turned his body, curled up, and began snoring like thunder, his right arm extended towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin stood by the fire, watching the flames grow weaker and weaker, slowly dying out. Outside, the rain continued to pour down, creating a somber atmosphere. His heart gradually calmed down. A dream is just a dream. Nothing can be changed. Even if life truly is just a dream, he still wanted to live happily in this dream. He wanted to move forward steadfastly. Even if it's a dream, Wang Lin is living a different life. The other person's life might be extraordinary, perhaps glorious, but the loneliness, the sorrow in the dream, still caused pain in the heart. Wang Lin seemed to have understood a great deal. At this moment, the fire dimmed. The fire was completely extinguished. A wisp of blue smoke rose, and darkness once again enveloped the temple. Wang Lin leaned against a temple pillar, and amidst the snoring of the middle-aged man, he was about to close his eyes to sleep when he suddenly opened them wide, turning to look at the middle-aged man. On the opponent's right arm, amidst the pitch-black temple, a faint golden light flickered. This golden light spread across his arm, revealing a handprint. It seemed as if an invisible hand had grasped the madman's right wrist, leaving this mark. Looking at the handprint, An overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within Wang Lin. He lowered his head to look at his own hand. However, the handprint was very faint, indistinguishable from fingerprints. Wang Lin was stunned for a moment, then finally shook his head. The rain lasted all night, only slowly stopping at dawn. After the rain, the scent of earth filled the air, wafting into the temple. A dreamless night. Wang Lin opened his eyes, stretched his body, looked at the sunlight outside the temple, stood up to move his slightly stiff body, and turned to look at the middle-aged man still sleeping soundly. His arm had returned to normal, and the golden handprint from last night was no longer visible. Suppressing his doubts, Wang Lin gathered his belongings, changed into clean clothes, and nudged the middle-aged man a few times. Seeing the man open his eyes slightly, he clasped his hands and smiled. Meeting at night is quite a coincidence. My name is Wang Lin, and I'm going to the capital to participate in the imperial examination, perhaps another day if possible. Wang Lin paused, his voice faltering. The madman lowered his head, his expression both dejected and lonely. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin left only a day's worth of dried food, discarding everything else before the man, and whispered, "I'm leaving." "You will definitely find that person, definitely." He didn't know why he felt so reluctant to part. He glanced at the man, sighed, and turned to leave the temple. But before he reached the temple door, he heard the man's weeping from behind. "They don't care about me anymore. He's gone. You're gone too. No one cares about me anymore." Wang Lin's footsteps halted as he gazed at the sky after the rain. After a long pause, he turned and looked at the middle-aged man weeping inside the temple, speaking softly, I lack a servant. Although you are old, you should still be suitable." At this moment, Wang Lin didn't know that his words were a karmic cycle. He had done this before for someone. That person was someone he had seen in the land of madness, in the human realm, where he witnessed another version of himself, encountering the steward and servant beside him. That person held the osmanthus wine from Suzhou, constantly grieving over the cost of the wine. Author's note: the human realm and the dream Tao have many karmic connections, and many fellow Taoists have already discovered this. This is a foreshadowing by a Zhen. Please remember that when Suliquo, Yu Jinbao, and the madman were mentioned at the beginning, some Taoists felt uneasy, unaware that those details were also foreshadowing by the author. Please wait until the end. How can we be sure there aren't any foreshadowing elements in these Dream Tao chapters? Zhen wrote this story hoping that after reading the later chapters, fellow Taoists would have a sudden enlightenment and applaud in amazement. This feeling is priceless to me. Remember the second time Wang Lin and his son were mortals. At that time, so many people said they hated Wang Lin, were angry that he didn't allow Wang Ping to cultivate, felt he was selfish and unforgivable. But in the end, did everyone have a sudden enlightenment? That's all for now. Please wait, haha. During this time, many scholars from the villages of Zhao Kingdom traveled to the capital to take the imperial examinations. They were either alone, like Wang Lin, or in groups of 3 or 5. Zhao Kingdom had 49 counties and cities. Only those who achieved fame and fortune in these 49 counties could become scholars and travel to Sioux City for the second imperial examination. Sioux City was so named because of a man named Zhu Dao, a great scholar of Zhao Kingdom. His existence had made Sioux City almost the capital of Zhao Kingdom in recent years. In the Sioux City examination, those who passed were called Suru. Within the stipulated time, all Suru had to travel to the capital of Zhao Kingdom, where they could either rise to prominence or leave in sorrow. Wang Lin, carrying the expectations of his parents and the hopes for the future, traveled along the main road, followed by a middle-aged man in a clean, newly changed outfit. The man carried a bamboo chest containing books on his back and hummed a tune he'd heard somewhere, appearing very relaxed. A light drizzle fell, but it wasn't heavy. The road was full of puddles, emitting a chill, and the mud mixed with the soil made the path incredibly slippery. It should have only taken half a day to reach the county town, but it wasn't until sunset that Wang Lin and his companion vaguely saw the city in the distance, bathed in the setting sun. The sun had already set in the west, its golden rays piercing through the clouds and enveloping the entire city. From afar, it felt as if the twilight had completely enveloped the city. Finally, we've arrived. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had experienced many things along this journey, and sometimes, recalling them, he found them strangely incomprehensible. Da Fu, the county town is ahead. We'll be staying there for a while. Wang Lin smiled and turned to look at the young servant behind him. I don't like this name. The middle-aged man's face showed distress, and he shook his head vigorously. I think it's quite good. This name isn't bad at all. Wang Lin laughed heartily, leading Da Fu to the city gate. After presenting his village documents for the soldiers to check, they were allowed to enter the town. Even after the rain and at dusk, the county town was extremely bustling, with many people walking the streets, most of them, like Wang Lin, scholars from all over. Wang Lin was a little late. He and Da Fu went to 4 or 5 inns but still couldn't find a room. As the sky grew darker, Wang Lin began to feel a little anxious. Fortunately, when they reached the last inn, there was still an empty room. Although the price was high, thunder rumbled in the sky, signaling that rain could fall at any moment. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and told Da Fu to get the money. Da Fu took out the silver Wang Lin had given him earlier, feeling a pang of pain as he carefully counted it over and over again, reluctantly handing it over, muttering, "It's not much silver. It hurts my heart. I think I've experienced something before, and now I know how important silver is." His murmuring caused the innkeeper to look at Wang Lin and Da Fu disdainfully, lazily leading them to their room. In the past few days, he had seen many scholars like Wang Lin. Some were generous, while others, like Wang Lin and Da Fu, were, in his eyes, utterly destitute. Wang Lin, being simple-minded, didn't take the innkeeper's expression to heart. The room wasn't large, just enough for 2 people, but a musty smell wafted from within, causing Wang Lin to frown. In this era, this kind of smell was unavoidable, unless it was the best kind of room. Most were like this. After hastily eating some food, Wang Lin lay down on the bed, looking at the lamp on the table, the sound of Da Fu's snoring echoing in his ears. The damp blanket was very uncomfortable. After tossing and turning for a long time, Wang Lin still couldn't sleep. He sighed and got up, sitting down beside the table amidst Da Fu's snoring. He took a set of books from the bamboo box and began reading by lamplight. While he was reading, a rumbling thunder boomed outside the window. Flashes of lightning followed, and a series of earth-shattering thunderclaps echoed. The thunder didn't dissipate quickly but continued, its deafening noise enveloping the entire town and waking many who were sound asleep. Amidst the raging storm, the sky above the county town seemed to be torn apart. The howling wind swept across the ground, scattering dust and sand. Heavy rain poured down, lashing the rooftops of the town. A pounding sound emanated from Wang Lin's window, as if trying to break through it. Unable to concentrate on reading, Wang Lin frowned and looked up. Just then, the window was suddenly flung open with great force. The door slammed against the wall. A strong gust of wind, carrying rainwater, rushed into the room. The candlelight on the table was extinguished, plunging the room into pitch darkness. Wang Lin's hair was blown wildly, his clothes flapping. The wind and rain nearly blew away the book he was holding. Wang Lin cried out in alarm, immediately standing up and rushing to the window, intending to close it again. But at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, seemingly striking directly at the window, creating a continuous, deafening rumble, like a wave of sound shaking Wang Lin's mind. At the same time, as the lightning flashed repeatedly, Wang Lin saw a beam of light covering the entire sky, completely enveloping the sleeping county town amidst the storm. In that instant, under this light, Wang Lin could see nearly half of the city. He looked around and was stunned. He saw the white bird from his dream on the road. The bird flew past the lightning in the sky, swirling in the wind, rain, and thunder. As if it knew Wang Lin was watching it, the white bird lowered its head and glanced at Wang Lin. In that split second, the eyes of man and bird met. The thunder and lightning intensified. Lightning flashed incessantly, rumbling and shaking the night. Wang Lin's mind was also shaken, his body standing there as if an unspeakable thought was constantly arising in his mind, finally transforming into a vague voice. That voice was bewildered, revealing an aura of sorrow, constantly echoing in Wang Lin's mind. Karma. What is karma? What is karma? The wind blew in through the window, constantly shaking Wang Lin's body. He stood by the window, letting the wind blow, letting the thunder roar, letting the lightning howl. In his eyes, everything in heaven and earth dissipated, leaving only a single white bird in the sky. That bird spread its wings, transforming into a white beam of light with the thunder, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Almost in an instant, it was close, falling to the window in front of Wang Lin, standing there, silently gazing at him with its wings folded. Wang Lin looked and spoke for a long time. "Is it you? Is it you speaking to me?" Wang Lin murmured. "What is karma?" Wang Lin's eyes showed a bewildered expression. The bird gazed deeply into Wang Lin's face, then flew up, leaving the windowsill, circling outside a few times, letting out a loud cry, and then soaring into the dark clouds in the sky, disappearing completely. Although it had left, the thunder and lightning in the sky continued to rumble incessantly, becoming increasingly intense, as if disturbing Wang Lin's thoughts. He subconsciously frowned and pointed his right hand towards the window. With this single point, a lightning-shaped mark suddenly flashed in his right eye. The moment this lightning appeared, the thunder and lightning in the sky suddenly ceased. A will stronger than the thunder and lightning forced them to retreat. This surge of will was like the will of the Thunder King of heaven and earth, capable of commanding endless thunder and lightning, forcing them to retreat. Even the flashes of lightning extinguished under this single gesture, dissipating simultaneously. Even the wind was shattered under this single gesture, swept away, and carried away into the sky, taking with it the torrential rain clouds. The rainwater retreated frantically in an instant. If rainwater had a soul, it would have been terrified at this moment, almost completely stopping in that instant. Not only did the rain in this county town stop, but under this single gesture of the Thunder King, the rain clouds of the entire Zhao Kingdom instantly ceased, the thunder dissipated. The lightning flashed, the dark clouds dispersed, and the wind and rain stopped. The cultivators of the Hengyu sect flying in the rain within Zhao Kingdom, Wang Zhu, Su Fei and Zhou, were all shaken to their core, their expressions showing fear. Ahead of them stood an old man. The old man spun around, his eyes filled with extreme fear. This aura, my God, what kind of cultivation is this? In the sky above Zhao Kingdom, in another direction, as the dark clouds dispersed, two streaks of rainbow light quickly vanished, revealing two figures, a man and a woman. The woman was Liu Mi. Her face was pale, and she turned her head, her eyes showing a bewildered expression. The man beside her changed drastically, almost crying out in terror. Also within Zhao Kingdom, in Tang Family City, the nascent soul ancestor Tang Hua Yuan, who was currently meditating, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze filled with terror. A feeling of overwhelming dread permeated his entire being. On the summit of Hengyu Mountain, an old man in a yellow robe looked at the sky, frowning as he raised his right hand to calculate. This man was Huang Longzhen. But at this moment, his eyes were extremely serious. His right hand trembled as he calculated, and fresh blood gushed from his fingernails. His eyes showed a strange expression, as if he couldn't quite believe it. How could this be, at this very moment, far away on the Vermilion Bird Star, in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, there was a powerful sect. This sect alone was enough to sweep across a fifth-tier cultivation nation. Outside the mountain gate, the air was filled with vengeful spirits, their wailing like the groans of ghosts and gods, shaking the heavens and earth. From afar, a gigantic banner was visible. In this sky filled with endless vengeful spirits, a man sat cross-legged. This man was a middle-aged man, the senior brother of Dun Tia. I can't figure it out. I've calculated it 37 times in my life, and each time I've failed. Is there really no hope for our soul-refining sect?